All right, hey everybody, welcome to the next episode of Pawn Shop of Life. I am your host, Brad BCG. I have my co-host, Tammy B48, my producer, as always, Baby Kangaroo, and we're going to have a guest host today. Today we're going to talk about conspiracy theories, but before we get into that, I want to remind everybody that we're changing things up. If you got a topic that you want to talk about and you want to be heard, email me at pawnshopoflife@gmail.com. It's also on the description on all of my all the hosting sites. So hit me up. We'll do an episode tailored for you, and we look forward to hearing from you. All right, so we're doing conspiracy theories today, and our guest host is James.
Mm-hmm.
He's a self-proclaimed expert.
Absolutely not.
All right, so babe, what do you think about conspiracy theories?
I think they're fun to talk about in a constructive manner.
Do you think it's an entertainment value like Ancient Aliens?
I think conspiracy theories just in general are entertaining, but if you then have your own thought process because of a TV show that has no actual scientific backing.
But they have scientists on it. You have physicists. That's fine. I was joking about it before. It's like the Ancient Aliens have scientists on there to talk about the actual, like the pyramids, like the amount of force and everything it would have used to like
physics.
move. Yeah, the physics part of it to actually move giant rocks like that.
Yeah,
But them just talking about it doesn't mean aliens did it.
correct.
So
Yeah.
Baby Kangaroo, what you think? You enjoy a good conspiracy theory? Because, I mean, you're being tracked. Didn't you take the COVID shot?
I did take the COVID shot.
So
I didn't have any choice about the COVID shot if I wanted to keep my job. Of course, as it turns out, if I had not taken it, I'd probably still have a job. They would have hired me back.
yeah, you probably would have gotten a
I would've gotten
long vacation.
And gotten paid for it.
There you go.
Kind of like, those people that when they shut down the government get to have, except you and I don't.
Yeah, non-essential personnel.
Yeah, that's a load of crap.
I tried to change my label to non-essential, but they wouldn't let me do it. I don't know. God forbid search and rescue people have to show up and search and rescue regardless of paid.
To save lives.
Yeah. Who wants to save lives? It's the military.
I've gotten really detached about it. That case we ran the other day, I should have, I was like, well,
That was
sucks to be her.
yeah, that was tragic, but tragic, but that was wild.
Here's my note for people who are listening. Don't jump off a cruise ship a couple of 100 miles offshore. You're not going to get found.
Yeah, and family members, if they have a mental problem of some sorts, don't let them go on cruises because they could jump off.
Well, she lived with her mom and dad.
Oh, she lived with?
She lived with her mom and dad.
James, so we had a case the other day that happened right at watch relief. So I had like 20 minutes, excuse me, to try to start things going.
Mm-hmm. He handed me a great big ball of shit.
I did. So
Here.
this girl was on a cruise ship that was going from Texas to the Yucatan down there. And they were moored at the Yucatan. She jumped off some 170 miles, 200 miles offshore. Nobody knew it because the maid went in there, made the room, came back the next day, nothing was touched. So they reviewed the cameras and saw her jumping off the side. Jesus. So, of course, as you can imagine, we heard 2 days later.
Yeah, we got notified 34 hours after the event.
What are the odds of actually being found
Very in that scenario,
in a 24-hour period? Say,
we're really good at finding people within hours if it's time of incident, whatever. We have a really good record of that. But when you get notified 36 hours later, it's next to nothing.
We have
Not that people
tell us.
not that people haven't made it. Because there's people, you see those miraculous rescues where it's like, no, I spent 400 days at sea. Sure, it's possible, but I mean, people got to know you're missing.
Yeah,
you live alone and you go fishing and you get blown offshore.
That's not a 34-year-old female home healthcare nurse from Irvine, California that's surviving 400 days at sea.
Oh yeah, no. And I think
it's somebody with a life raft.
Yeah, well, I mean, or their boat broke down and just blew all over the place. So All right, well, that was our search and rescue. Register your e-pubs.
No shit. I'm pretty sure she didn't have one.
or PLB.
Where
All right.
otherwise we would have gotten notified right away.
Unless you pulled the battery out. So what do you think about conspiracy theories, James? You
Love
you
them.
you
Love 'em.
you had a smile on your face as soon as I said
Love 'em.
this episode is conspiracy theories, and you just smiled a shit-eating grin. It's like,
I'm all about thinking outside of the box.
ooh, outside of the box. So you're saying that all the rest of us think inside the box?
No, I think we all have the ability to think outside the box, but we've been programmed not to do so.
Who programmed us?
Who do you think? I mean, from a young age, even cartoons.
No, get closer.
Oh,
There you go. That's why I
Even-
said scoot a little down this way so you don't have
okay.
to lean so far away.
sorry about that.
Baby kangaroo
So,
Joey don't bite.
I think it starts at a very, very, very early age. I think cartoons, of course, our educational program. I think they teach us the way the Rockefeller wanted us to think.
Oh, there we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Oh yeah,
Rockefeller. They ruined it for
Papa
everybody.
Rockefeller.
Papa Rockefeller.
Mm.
This is going to be
You
fun.
mean Marvin
already.
the Martian wasn't real?
No, he was not.
I always thought Marvin the Martian was real with his
He hasn't visited me.
Uridium Pu-238 explosive space modulator.
Wow, you remembered that?
Wow.
He was Marvin the Martian.
Yeah, but I would have never. I would if you would
I'm older than you.
if you would have said $1 million or die and asked me what he called his fucking his gun, there's no way I'd remember that.
That's incredible.
I'd have just been like, I'll just do it myself.
Actually, that wasn't the gun.
That wasn't the gun. What
The
was
gun was the atomizer.
Oh.
The Uridium Pu-238 explosive space modulator was a little thing that he screwed into it that
Oh.
set off the atomizer.
Even better. I wouldn't have gotten any.
I know I'm showing how old I am. I admit it.
All right. Let's see. We're going to start off with, since we got all good conspiracy theories, I think we got a couple we can do real quick so we can get some more in-depth ones. Moon landing. What do you think about the moon landing, James?
Well, I don't know where it was recorded at, but it was inside of a warehouse, is what I've been told.
Who told you?
The interweb told me.
Papa Yak.
Yes,
And they can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
that isn't. Yeah, absolutely.
Here comes my date.
Yeah.
He's a French model.
Bonjour.
love that. I love that commercial. That is such great. So you don't think we landed on the moon?
I don't. I do not.
What? Let's see. Two things that come to my mind is I think maybe you and I talking a long time ago, it had got brought up, but about being able to shoot a laser and have it reflected back to you
From the moon.
from the moon because we have something there. So
Yeah.
what do you, but just that alone, because I mean, there's the reflective surfaces of the lunar lander and that stuff that's still up there. So where did that come from? Like if you can take a powerful enough laser, if we was able to go out in the backyard, we knew the exact coordinates, we could point it at the moon and it would reflect back to it, just like you would a laser. Like if I went and got one and did a mirror in here, it's going to reflect back. So what's your thoughts on that? You think they just found something,
I don't know.
some,
I don't know. I'd have to
some
look
type of
into
glass rock or something? Or
I have no clue. I have
Okay.
no clue.
Well, the second thing that comes to my mind is everybody talks about the picture of the Earth from the moon, and I'm like, it's fucking doctored. It's fucking doctored. And I was like,
You're opening that can of worms really early.
well, yeah, because that's what I said. This can go quick,
Okay.
and it's just like even the guy who, even like they're like we always doctor pictures because, you think the Hubble telescope is real.
Yeah, absolutely, it's real.
So whenever you see pictures of these solar systems and these galaxies, you don't think they're real
I don't know.
because
Don't know.
all those photos are doctored.
Every one of them.
They're all doctored because they don't have. It's not like they're just telling you, like levels of I forget what it is, but they're like measuring the colors of what it would look like whenever they're shooting these signals out into these fucking galaxies, and they're rendering them. They got the picture of it, and they just know this color spectrum is out there, and this gas is out there, and this is what this gas looks like. So they're doctoring those pictures up. So any picture you've seen from the Hubble telescope from fucking space is doctored, just like the Earth's picture was, which I think I saw one guy before, and the guy on YouTube is fucking hilarious because he does like video or podcast channels, and he's like got these Earth pictures behind him. He's like, which one is round? And of course, he's showing you around this side of it.
Right.
I was like, well, I don't know. I can't fucking tell. They all look the fucking same to me. And he's like, you think this one's round? And then he pulls out, and it's like, well, whatever. You're showing me one one perspective of that. And it's just like, so to get those pictures, you have to, it's like in segmented, and they're bland pictures because the photo quality was obviously not good back in the 60s when we did this. So they take those pictures and doctor them up, make them pretty.
You made a good point there. So how did we lose the technology to go to the moon?
We lost the technology when we stopped giving a fuck.
No.
We didn't. It's not like I lost a quarter
Right. So
and somebody else picked it up.
What's the budget of NASA? $500 million a day. How did we lose the give a fuck to go? To explore, to go to these places.
Well, how many times do you want to go to the desert?
I mean,
You're going to go out there and see rocks.
I think they stopped going to the moon because now they're looking at going to Mars. Like going to other places.
Well,
so
you can't get to Mars until you get to the moon.
right, but if we've already landed on the moon, we've already seen the moon.
We need a
Now
colony on moon if you want to go to Mars.
Now our next step is going to be going someplace further, and they've been working on going to Mars.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Because of the physics involved, you can't go to Mars from Earth.
Well, you need like a stopping point, I'm sure.
Well, because the moon, gravity on the moon is so much less than it is on Earth.
Yeah.
Launching an aircraft or a spacecraft from the moon requires a buttload less energy
That makes sense.
than
Yeah.
it does to go from Earth.
Yeah. Sure. That makes
So
sense.
that's why you have to have somewhere on the moon to stage a trip to Mars. Or you got to send 1,000 different spacecraft up with little bitty parts, assemble them in space to build a ship that's big enough to go to Mars and support people. We all saw The Martian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's legit.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
Anything,
that's,
Yeah.
Look, anything with Matt Damon in it is fucking legit.
Kangaroo made a good point there. That what the craft is made of, the force you've got to account for against the Martian gravitational pull. Have you seen the pictures of what the moon lander, whatever it was called, looked like? I mean, it looked like tinfoil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the door flaps. Have you seen the way the door flaps?
No, I haven't
on
seen
there?
a door flapping.
Oh my God, it's just unbelievable. Once you look back with today's technology and you look at the high quality photos and you go to these museums and see what they're telling you, these masterful engineers created. I believe we've got smart enough people to create something to do to possibly go there if we could, but I don't think that was what we saw on the television. How did he make the phone call? I get a drop signal from here to my house. How did he pick up a phone? Now, a landline. He picked up a landline. It was Nixon that did it and called up there and spoke with him instantly. There was no delay between here and there. And y'all are in radio, y'all know. Impossible.
I don't think that it's impossible because satellite communications that we have now, done right, we don't have delay. And we're still using satellites from those time periods. So, I mean, if all you have to do is just have an array of satellites to bounce that signal off, it's totally feasible. And they come into let's see. I forgot what I was going to bring up because you had a really good point. You were talking about something I had upon my head. I forgot. But, I mean, if you do a right satellite relay, you can get quick communications. Because like I said, we're still using satellite technology from there in search and rescue, from that time frame. But I mean, they're getting phased out with better satellites. But it's just one of those things.
Okay.
So possible, a lot of things we don't understand. The conspiracy theories put enjoyment into it.
Absolutely.
So I mean, I enjoy a good conspiracy theory because what if your kids were to listen to you talking about conspiracy theories and all of a sudden was like, fuck this, I want to be a goddamn astronaut or I want to go in. So it's like, I think it would serve a purpose. I mean, entertainment value and to get somebody curious. I mean, cool. I mean, why did you become a physicist, an astrophysicist? Well, I heard this conspiracy theory guy and I was like, I want to prove that fucking guy wrong or
prove
find
my
out if
dad
he's
wrong.
legit.
Yeah.
And I want to know. And then he got into science. Like, you know what? It's totally fucking worth it.
Oh yeah.
I hate conspiracy theory all fucking day. If you got people going out there who wants to get educated and understand what the fuck's going on, to be able to say, oh no, dog, you're crazy, and I know why. If you don't, it's cool. So I mean, you know, there's inspiration, sure. You know, I did this podcast for inspiration to be able to help me and help other people or get people interested in shit. So, you know, it is what it is. Absolutely. So it made, and I think that's what.
You did this so you wouldn't have to pay for therapy every week.
This is better than therapy after being in that shit for a year and a half, 2 years. Like, you know what? Just want to be heard sometime. Fuck therapy. Fuck
Nope.
those guys.
You're a
I like
proponent
it.
of therapy.
I know.
Don't say
I
that.
do like therapy. I think everybody should do it. This is my therapeutic means. And it's been better than
Good.
seeing a therapist. Only because my therapist got me set off right, so I know how to deal with certain things. Speaking of which, where's my pills? No, I'm just kidding. Let's go ahead and get doped up so I can really make this fucking interesting. All right, so you just think the moon landing was just done in a big warehouse kind of thing, and it just wasn't real?
Yeah, there's just a lot of current stuff on the internet that says that it wasn't, including like Buzz Aldrin sitting there. It didn't happen. He says it in an interview when a young child asked him about it. What was the scariest thing about the moon landing? He said it would have been scary. He said, but it didn't happen. What sense how can you make sense of that? You know, when you're already leaning to the fact that
How old was he when that conversation happened?
um,
Because I remember seeing the video.
yeah, it's been, I don't know, probably
But I mean, he was
15,
fucking
10,
he was
15
fucking
years
old.
ago. Oh, yeah.
Because I mean, he's like what? It's close to 80 now, I think. Maybe
140, I think. now.
maybe going to the moon did
Yeah.
some shit for him. Like
He's 74.
74.
74. Oh, wow.
Oh, so he's
That's younger
still
than I thought.
fairly young.
He's fairly young at 74.
Sorry about that.
74
kangaroo.
is like the
He's only
new-
16 years older
I
than me.
apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what's the life expectancy for men?
Mid 80s.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was in the 70s.
No, mid 80s.
Oh.
Women are
Well,
90.
actually, okay. The reason why you think that is because the United States calculates average
Oh.
lifespan differently than the rest of the countries in
Yeah.
the world. We go from inception to death,
Yeah.
whereas almost every other country in the world doesn't start counting average lifespan until like 2. So all of the infant mortality that exists, and especially in places like India where infant mortality is really high,
Yeah. They
don't factor that number in.
Oh. All right. Look at that. Learn something.
You
every
have
day.
to look at it like, how old are you now, Brad?
I'm not going to say.
You're 49.
Half a century.
Oh, wow. Level
Aren't you 49?
level 49.
Okay,
I stop aging. I level up.
there you go.
Level 49 beats a level 20 all day long.
I'm going to tell you what your active life expectancy is right now.
It's hard to be interesting.
Because you have to look at it. You have to like know your age. Okay.
I know my age. I'm 35.
You're 12.
Well, what I act and what I am.
Okay.
Totally different
So
While he's looking that up, James, do you think there's anything that could convince you that we went to the moon? Like if you, if you studied and learned how to build your own baby Hubble telescope, you did it yourself. So giant magnifying glass, and you just zoomed into the moon and you saw the lunar lander and the fucking American flag up there. Would you believe we landed there, or would you? Where would that?
I don't know.
You know?
I don't
Because I
know.
mean, as a conspiracy theorist, I mean, I figured, hey, I got
don't
a means to prove it.
No, absolutely. I'm not a know-all. I don't.
Oh no, I'm just saying this is an opinion thing. So it's just like
yeah, my
you got
opinion. Yeah, I don't.
you know,
I don't know.
telescope long enough, zoom right in. What the fuck is that? Oh, look at that, 4 tires and a flapping door
Yeah, it's a flimsy door.
from the door.
It just doesn't make
Because
sense.
I think one of the things, maybe that's what I was thinking of before.
Tinfoil.
No, not the tinfoil, because I mean they have things that look like tinfoil. That
Duct tape.
hey, duct tape that'll fix an aircraft.
That'll fix
fix
everything.
That affects everything. Fuck that.
Any self-respecting person will have duct tape
79,
in
by
their-
the way.
in their toolbox.
79 is my expected age.
Yeah, that's what the IRS says.
Oh, well, let's believe the IRS.
They're just using insurance actuarial table.
That's a trusted source.
I know, right? Those bastards. They got all my money
I'm not
last year.
saying that it's the best possible source. It's the one that I came up with first.
They take all your money. Of
Fair enough.
course, they want you to die at 79.
So the one thing with the landing on the moon thing is everybody's like, how the fuck did they get the goddamn picture? Like they who's holding the fucking camera watching
Well, it
fucking
zooms up.
and it's jumping off or whatever. It is.
Panning.
And I was like,
Yeah.
they have that. They had the technology back then too. And they showed where they were like, yeah, we built the fucking lander thing with the camera on the outside that fucking folded out so that we could take pictures of Buzz Aldrin jumping off of that, climbing down the ladder and jumping on the moon because we wanted to see it.
Selfie. They built a selfie stick.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the
Motorized
first,
selfie
It's the
stick.
first selfie stick ever made
There we go.
by NASA.
Look at Buzz. NASA. What's NASA mean?
Just so you know, Buzz Aldrin was not the first man on the moon.
Who was it?
Neil Armstrong.
No, whatever.
Well,
You know.
yeah. So,
Whatever. Whoever that was climbed down the ladder.
They were there
You know,
together.
one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Yeah, I know the saying. I don't give a fuck about the guy who said it.
Okay.
You know how much? Anyway, I'm not going to go down my own personal rabbit hole.
well, conspiracy theorists think that NASA means to
Need another
deceive.
7 astronauts?
Wow.
That's what they were saying after Challenger.
Wow. We dove straight there.
Dude,
quick,
it wasn't
huh?
my joke. It was theirs.
Have
was
you
there.
seen the pictures of them? Like there's like pictures of people that they all had twins. Every one of them had twins that were on that
the Challenger
on
people.
the Challenger shuttle that exploded. Check it out. They all had twins. They're all university professors or business owners, and they look identical, supposedly.
The challenge. Everybody on the Challenger.
Everybody on the Challenger. No, their twin brother or sister. Check that out.
You looking that up, Kangaroo?
Trying to find anything
We're
on
putting
it.
him to work, producer.
There we go. He had to hit the mute button.
Oh, we got fact checked.
We gotta. Well, I mean, we're fact checking with the internet.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So we're gonna
Right.
go down a weird rabbit hole. All right. Well, he's looking that up because that would be interesting if that comes out to be true. Since it was released recently. Your thoughts on JFK? We're going through our quick ones.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah.
But I mean, the JFK side. Well, what do you think about JFK?
So something was pointed out in a video I watched that the entire like the bottom half of one of the trees of the original video was non-existent. This tree was floating like from the trunk up. It was like halfway up in midair. So the conspiracy is that they cut the tape actually with who actually
there
did the
shooting?
shooting, the second shooter, right?
Was it a
Just so we know, it wasn't tape.
Oh, it wasn't.
It was, are you talking about like this
The
Zapruder
digital,
film?
yeah. What was it called? He said it a while ago.
It's 8mm film.
Yeah, film, tape, film.
Oh, was that the?
There's no magnetic imaging involved. Yes, it was all.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so that's actually what I was calling tape.
There we go.
Okay, but they
What-
cut it and then clipped in. It clipped out the the second shooter.
Now I'm not disagreeing with him though. I think that I don't think Lee Harvey Oswald did it.
I think he did it, but I think he was the second shooter.
I think he was a patsy.
I think that. Yeah, I think there was more involved than just
I think
him.
there was more involved than him, and they used him. I think you're right, as he was a patsy and went down for it. But I still think he did actually shoot him also.
And of course, we can't ask him because was it Jack Ruby runs up and blasts his ass like what the fuck kind of
Yeah.
like that. See that's the kind of thing where.
It just don't make sense.
No, I mean,
doesn't
yeah,
make
like none of it makes sense. But I mean, it's of course that's an easy way. We're like, I'd like to be able to go up to Jack before he did it and be like, bro, you know what you're gonna do, right? You're gonna fucking fuel all these fucking conspiracy theories because you're just gonna go blast this guy for whatever your fucking thought process is.
I seen something. I seen a photograph. And I guess it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis. That it was. What was his name? They say the shooter was. You just said his name.
Lee Harvey.
Lee Harvey
Harvey
Oswald.
Oswald's father, and Ted Cruz's father handing out propaganda in New York, Have you seen those photographs?
Wait a minute, Ted Cruz, as
Ted
in
Cruz. Yeah.
as in the Texas guy.
Yes. And Lee Harvey Oswald's father. Or it may have been Lee Harvey Oswald himself as a young student somewhere. But that's pretty interesting. You getting that, producer?
Hang on a minute. I'm actually looking.
He's gonna have 100 little tabs on his while he does some
This
shit.
is why it's so fun.
Found it.
This is why it's so fun.
Do you know that Jack Ruby died like 3.5 years after
How'd he die?
cancer? So it says
I love it.
With a pulmonary
that's what it's
embolism.
about right there.
He instantly
He's
went to like,
questioning.
wow, he had cancer. Huh?
Love it.
Yeah, I bet he was given cancer by the aliens.
I'm just saying, I find it a little bit suspicious. He died in prison of cancer with a pulmonary embolism. The Warren Commission locked everything down. And I'm not somebody who's like conspiracy theorist by nature, but there is something about the JFK killing that makes me go, thinking it wasn't all up front.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the things. Like if you go back and you watch the video, obviously Lee was in front of JFK, obviously from the head motion from when the shot hit, but like his wife was sitting next to him and he jerks forward and grabs his neck.
Yeah.
And then his wife leans over and looks like, in my
She's
opinion,
like,
she's like, hey, babe, what the fuck's wrong with
What's
you?
wrong with you?
And then that's when Lee gets him in the front.
Yeah.
Or whoever it was. Like, I don't think there's any way to be just one shooter because, the autopsy was like, there was a bullet wound in his neck or some shit from the way I understood it.
And we saw his head cap.
Yeah. So, I mean, like,
Yeah.
forward with a shot from the back in the throat. And then the
you
front
see the
happened.
actual, like the one that you always see is him getting hit in the front, his head falling back.
And then Jacqueline jumping off the back of the car.
Right.
As if somebody was in the car with them. She was trying to get away from them.
Yeah. So, I mean,
no,
There's video of that.
Well, I don't really. I'm not going to buy that
There's
because I
actually
mean, if we're sitting here right now in this fucking podcast and his fucking head blows off, like what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to move the direction away from where he's
Exactly.
at.
Yeah.
So like, if his head blew up right now,
Right.
I'm going to go that way.
Right.
Like it's not going to be like
gonna get
towards.
away
Yeah, I'm just
from-
going to. So I think she was just doing human nature
Human
instinct
nature.
to get the fuck out of Dodge.
yeah.
'Cause that's
to just
exactly what I'd
get out of
fucking
the
do.
way.
That's the first
I
thing.
found
would
the Zapruder film.
So you'd want to duck down if there's outside shooters, right?
Well, I mean,
You wanna
you're-
Well,
take
but they're in
cover.
a,
well,
they're in
we're
a
t- well,
convertible.
what do you-
like,
well,
you would
where's
jump
she gonna?
down. You
well,
wouldn't just run.
Well, I mean, what's tactfully? You ever think of it like in a militaristic mindset? She's just the president's wife,
Yeah, that's true.
so she's just trying to get
She's-
the fuck out of Dodge.
And it
She
looks
panicked.
and it looks like there's a security guy on the back of the car that she was probably
Secret
going
Service.
towards. Secret
Yeah.
Service guy that she was probably going towards for protection.
And did
Yeah.
they push her back in the car? Push her down?
I don't know. The
You got-
video ends
you
after
got it
that.
up, Joey?
I just watched it. But you see in that video that he just had that I was just looking over his shoulder watching, you did see him kind of go forward first and
Yeah.
she was tending to him and then you see his
Yeah.
the main shot that everyone's like, okay, that's what
Hell-
Lee Harvey Oswald was convicted of.
So we
Yeah.
agree on multiple shooters, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think there
I think there
I
was.
think that's 100%.
who the other shooter was, that's where the conspiracy theory comes in, right? Where was it CIA? Was it a hit that was sanctioned by the opposing party? Was it, you know what I mean? Like that's where the
I think it was the
conspiracy
CIA and the mob acting in
Yes.
concert.
Yes.
comes in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree
Because
with you.
that's a really precision shot, right? Like that's going to take like someone who really knows what they're doing.
Yeah, and they already had his like record, Lee's shooting record from the Army, and they were like, he was okay.
Right.
Not great,
Like, yeah, like or was he Army or Marines? I think it was Marines, maybe.
He was Marines.
Marines. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it's just like they said he's not that good a fucking shot, and it's like that's what I'm saying. Like, I really think there's more than one person, and the the funny thing is that the JFK files got fucking released, and what's Patel guy Cash? Is that his name? Like he interviewed with Glenn Beck, and he's like, "There's nothing in him. Like it's not. You're not fucking changing anything. You're
The
just,
Warren Commission got rid of all of it.
Oh, you think they scrubbed it?
Conspiracy.
So I mean, like, why would you? I don't know. I said it, 25 years ago when I was a lot younger. I was like, why the fuck would the government want to lie about aliens? Like, if aliens were fucking real, why lie about it? We're gonna be shocked and awed, just to find out it's fucking legit. But then after that, we're gonna be like, who fucking cares?
Okay, Brad,
Like,
you're
they
a
don't
shooter.
affect us on a day-to-day basis. Like, fuck aliens. Like, if Marvin came down that you were talking about, hey, Marvin, what's up, bro? This is some wild shit. In a week, I don't give a fuck. It's over with.
So you're a shooter.
Yeah.
Do you know where Lee Harvey Oswald was oriented in relation to JFK's limousine?
On the grassy knoll.
No, that was the CIA.
The book repository on
But
the
where was it
third,
in relation to where the car was traveling?
he was.
If you
Well, I
take
guess
it
the
from
way-
a relative bearing,
I guess
he was at like
he was like
150. He was behind him and to his right.
oh, I thought he was in front of him to his
No.
right.
And that's the interesting thing because when you watch when he gets shot, and this is one of the things,
Yeah,
if
it
you've ever
goes-
seen the movie JFK, his head goes back and to the left.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
if
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
Oswald shot him, his head would not have gone back and to the left.
correct. Unless he was a wrestler.
So there's a video now. I don't know if it's AI. You can't tell anymore, right? Because of the AI technology. But you can look it up. There's a video of him that actually shows a puff of smoke. It shows some odd movement from the driver, right? And I hadn't seen it, but in the last couple of years, when they started talking about releasing the JFK files, you see his shoulder movement. You see a puff of smoke, right? And that's when the head. I mean, and there was no aiming or anything. This is the driver, right?
So, implying that the driver shot him.
Driver shot him. So maybe this will show it.
150.
Yeah, relative.
So Lee was the one that shot him in the throat when he leaned forward.
Probably, yes.
Because like I said, there's
Unless
The
he was
magic bullet.
framed.
yeah the magic. Oh, there we go. The magic bullet theory is so fucking hilarious, and that's in that movie too, isn't it? In the movie
JFK.
with Kevin
Yeah.
Costner. Yeah. He's like, yeah, of course, fucking Lee did it all. He fucking shot him. It went through his neck. It hit his wrist. It hit his leg. It reflected up, and it's like, oh my god, no.
It just ricocheted throughout his whole
Yeah.
body. I mean, it
What-
happens, but I don't think it's going to go that extent.
What Kangaroo? Look at that. What caliber gun did he have?
It was an Italian rifle, if I remember correctly.
But what was it? What caliber bullet are we talking? Because like a 22 will ricochet, but a 22 is not going to cause that type of
6.8, I think,
cranial
or
trauma.
30-06. I thought it was a 30-06 to start.
There's the pups. We told y'all they were going to be part of the podcast, so. We're looking it up.
Yeah, I'm looking. Hang on.
Yeah, because most calibers aren't gonna. Most calibers will ricochet, but at the most, what, once? Unless it's a 22, like a, like if you go outside right now and you grab your gun, your 9mm, and you shoot your windshield, it's gonna reflect.
Which 9mm? Which one? what does it look like?
Do you want me to say it?
Yes.
You got to show him.
Oh, I have to.
Yeah, you got to show him. You want to?
It was 6.5 millimeter, but I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of different 6.5 millimeters.
Yeah. No.
Used in the military at that time. NATO round.
Yeah.
So it means it was a 264. But again, let me see. What is it? 6.5 by what?
Joe, you got to see this real quick.
I love this dude.
He had to hit mute so he can look at it and go, "What the fuck am I looking at?"
So you said if I take my 9mm out there,
Yeah, if you take your 9mm,
That's a Donald J. Trump Glock 19.
and it's got the hand raised after the earshot.
fight.
Yeah, and it's funny.
Okay.
It's
That's my
it's
boy.
like carved out too, so that's like just etched in that shit.
Yeah.
He showed me how.
If I liked Glocks, I'd buy that.
But anyway, yeah. So if you take your 9 out there and you shoot a windshield, it's gonna deflect because it's not gonna deflect more than once. Because once it hits something and then it hits something else, it's going to lose so much energy that it's not going to have enough to do the magic bullet thing. So there's no way it hit Kennedy in the back, through his throat, hit his wrist, hit the leg, bounced back. There's just that doesn't happen. There's not enough energy to do all that and cause that magic bullet theory with as many injuries as he had, supposedly.
Yeah, if you look at this thing, it actually doesn't look like a very impressive round.
No,
It's-
no.
Yeah, it's like,
338 Lapua.
no.
It's hot.
It's like
It's a hot
that
round.
would have
super
destroyed the
long
car.
round with a really small body, really relative to the size of the bullet. The ballistic coefficient's probably great on this, but it probably doesn't have enough power to push something that heavy.
Well, that's funny. We're talking about conspiracy theories. We can at least all agree on we think it was more than one shooter.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It was called a 6.5 by 52 Carcano. That was the rifle.
All right. That's something I haven't heard before. Hey, look at that. We improved ballistics and efficiency since the 60s. So
Shocker. I know,
great.
right? Well, they were Italian.
Well, there you go.
The only people who made worse guns were the French.
What if the French ever made good?
I'm saying they made worse guns than the Italians.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, what has the French ever made good? The only time
Beignets.
Champagne.
Champagne. You know what? I like Oregon wine better
Creme
than French.
brulee.
I don't like creme brulee.
Too sweet.
Yeah. I like it.
Y'all are fucking weirdos.
Too sweet while I'm drinking my
Yeah.
daiquiri from down the road that's blackberry something down there.
I don't know, but it's good.
It was a pound of sugar in this tiny little cup with a hint of blackberry and some alcohol.
How much is your 300 Win Mag if you buy a box?
Use around $30.
Oh, you can buy a 6.5 by 52 Carcano less than that. It's only running around $21, $22 a box.
Yeah, but I think my 300 is more accurate.
Oh, no. It's superior in every
Yeah.
single way, shape, and form except price.
There we go. So that sometimes factors into everything.
You know, so.
Look at that. Conspiracies bringing people together. We agree there's more than one person.
Absolutely.
I don't know about the CIA doing it, though. I think the mob.
The CIA were mad as hell at John F. Kennedy
Yeah.
because of the Bay of Pigs.
Yeah.
I think it was the mob.
He
more than
held them
anything.
out to dry. They wanted to get rid of Castro.
Yeah.
I mean, in retrospect, he should have let him go in and get rid of Castro.
Well, I mean, hindsight's 20/20 kind of thing, but
His final speech was splinter the secret organizations into 1,000 pieces. He intended to do so. I think Trump's picking up where he left off.
yeah, but it's the concept
Well, I mean,
of
somebody did already try and kill Trump, so.
twice.
Yeah.
And politically, multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
That was funny. That was funny. He didn't get acquitted, but what they convicted him, but no. What did he get? He got
That's
convicted.
going to get overturned on appeal.
It probably, but I mean, it was convicted. But,
What did you hear
but
what
no
Letitia
punishment.
James is being accused of now?
Uh-uh.
Fraud, real estate fraud, same as she accused Trump of.
That's the chick in Georgia, right?
No, Letitia James is the attorney general for the state of New York.
Oh, didn't he have something in Georgia?
She's the one that got the conviction on him, like 40 counts or whatever.
Oh, and now she's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's
getting it.
facing the same thing.
Oh,
Oh, no, I think she's probably going to. She's going to resign from her position before too long, is my suspicion, and they're going to cut a deal of some kind.
well, that's usually the best way for him.
And the thing about it is because when you commit mortgage fraud, you can't say, oh, I didn't mean to do that, because they have like 4 times where she clearly did it.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're that dumb that you made a mistake 4 separate times? Really? And you're the elected official for the highest law enforcement officer in the state of New York. Seriously?
Well, in regards to that, I wish I could pull it up, but this fucking guy's giving a speech, and I think it was in college, so don't hold me for specifics on this. The guy's giving a speech, and he's like, he's like, is it the NBA or the NFL? And then he says, 27 rapes, 150 wire fraud, and he like goes on these fucking federal
I saw
charges.
that.
You saw
it was
that?
Congress.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
but the guy started it off with his NFL
Yep.
or NBA, and then he's like, "No, this is your elected officials."
Yeah, it's Congress.
and it's like, what the fuck? And it's like, that's fucking mind blowing. That to me is a conspiracy theory, because why or how are you allowed to be an elected official to represent people? And don't get me wrong, I think if you do a crime and you serve your punishment and you've reformed, which is rare, but you should get a second chance. But as an elected official, like not everybody's perfect, and I think we've all made mistakes in our lives, and that's fine. But like these people were like
They were trusted.
we'll say like we'll say like wire fraud or
They're
like
held
money,
to a higher standard.
yeah,
Yeah.
money laundering.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're on the financial committee getting whatever, and it's like
Insider
how-
trading.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
So it's
another
like how
conversation.
are you on the fucking thing like that? Doesn't no, absolutely not.
Have you seen what punishment they get for insider trading?
Ooh. Slap on the wrist.
$100, $100.
Oh,
Really?
Martha Stewart went to
fine.
jail. She was a boss.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she had
handled
the
jail like a
she
boss.
yeah she had the prison looking nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's best pleased with Snoop Dogg, so she had street cred when she went in.
had
Yeah, that's
street
right.
cred.
She got everybody high. She's like,
She
we're gonna
wasn't-
come into my fucking redone cell.
She didn't do that until she got out, but
Smoke a
no,
joint?
she probably did like revamp the whole jail to make it look all pretty and like the decor is just absolutely phenomenal in there.
You be like Martha, come this way. Yeah, you have a visitor, and it's fucking Snoop Dogg, and he slides her a fucking fat ass joint, and she goes back there and gets high with motherfuckers. Like,
Wow.
yeah, I know, right? Shit, that's the fucking case. I identify as a female, and I'm going to prison with Martha. Fuck that shit.
She handled prison like a boss.
All right, so JFK did not have just one shooter. All right, what about aliens? Do we believe in aliens? And we're-
I believe that we cannot be the only intelligent creatures in the universe, but I've never had any particular experience or
From a math
episodes.
perspective, it's impossible
It's
for us to be the
impossible.
Yes.
only
Right.
sentient beings in the universe.
Correct. But have I ever seen anything? No. So I can believe to the extent of sure they're out there, but I've never personally experienced another sentient being.
Yeah, that's what the statistical thing is what I was going to talk about.
Yeah.
And it was even on Big Bang Theory. Oh, so you think it was aliens? And it's just
Yeah.
like, no, statistically, it's impossible for us to be the only in any form
Right.
of intelligent life to be in this expansive fucking universe.
Right.
There's no way it's just us. We're
Right.
the lone.
We're the lone.
We're the lone fucking thing.
Right. Like that doesn't make any sense. But again, I've never had any experience of any kind to be like, it's fact.
Yeah. Until Marvin comes down
Yeah.
and says, "Hey, what's up, Brad?"
But I'm
With
definitely.
Iridium Q238 explosive space modulator. By the way, he did it from the moon, not from Earth.
So I
Where's
don't
the
know.
kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
That's actually really close to what he
was.
sounds
That
like.
is
That's
really
shockingly.
I
All
try.
right. All right, we're gonna start having you do each podcast in a different voice. when you
Actually, Marvin the Martian's about the only one I can do.
no, it's not. You can do lots of them.
Well, yeah, when you go and you use
The button.
What are you talking about? What'd you say?
Brad has a little penis.
I do.
Yes, you do.
Well, I
How would
mean,
you know?
Jesus Christ, it just got weird.
Awkward.
See, it's funny when it happens to somebody else, bitch.
Of course, it's funny. But you still have a little penis.
Oh, that's all right. It's big somewhere. It's somebody else. It doesn't matter. That's why everybody wants to fuck the midget.
You know,
Their
it's
tiny
like that
little
girl
hands
that
make
asked
your
me
dick
the one
look
time,
big.
who are you going to please with that? Me.
Little
Wow,
midget
we-
hams wrapped around your dick. You're like, that bitch had to use both hands. Yeah, she's 2.5 feet tall. What the fuck are you talking about?
Actually, that's one of the reasons why Americans like Asian women, because they tend to be much smaller.
This conversation is derailed quite quickly.
Yeah, Nikki's looking over her shoulder like, what the fuck happened?
This
They went-
happens kind of a lot,
they went
actually.
from fucking aliens? Like, goddamn, just call me Captain Kirk because that first green bitch that comes down that looks hot, babe, you're in fucking trouble.
What
You're
if she's
fucking
got
out.
a tail?
That's all right. What's her tail do?
Whatever you want it
Never
to.
stick it. I'll stick it in her tail. We can have a tail war.
But what if she wants to do you with her tail?
No, we're gonna have to have a different conversation about that.
What's good for the goose and all.
There's a bug in my bourbon.
He won't drink much.
He's
What?
already drunk.
Oh, he is because he ain't moving.
Don't waste it. He's
I'm not. I'm gonna
protein.
drink. I'm gonna eat that motherfucker. I don't give a shit.
I mean, you swallowed the worm, right? And mezcal.
I mean, I've ate a worm before, but I mean, I got that bottle of mezcal in there with 3 worms in it. I just can't find 2 friends to drink to the bottom of the
Yeah,
bottle.
I don't want to drink to the end of a bottle anymore.
If 3 people are drinking it, it's not that
Well,
much.
that's
I mean,
true.
you don't have to do it in one night.
Yes, we do.
Oh,
That's the whole purpose.
dear God.
Okay, so we covered the moon landing. We covered JFK.
Yeah, we're gonna do the aliens thing, so we're gonna use that to circle back
Okay.
to our pyramids. My conspiracy theory doesn't have a whole lot on it.
Nope.
Do you think? How do you think the pyramids were designed,
How were they designed?
or how were they built?
how were they built? I don't know. I've seen some pretty convincing
Because I mean, the
History Channel stuff.
the stones are fucking huge.
They are
They're
huge.
fucking huge, especially those people like you've seen those even recently, like idiots climbing the goddamn pyramids, which I think they're fucking morons for doing.
Mhm.
Because if you ever tumble out, you get halfway up the fucking pyramid, you slip. You don't stop till you get to the bottom. So I don't know why you thought that was a good venture to go down in the first place. But with that guy sitting on those fucking rocks in the pyramids, he's fucking tiny.
Mhm.
And it's just like, it's like, dude, what are you fucking thinking? Like, why would you want to go up there in the first place? And then how the fuck did they move that shit?
I mean, they had pulleys and ropes and
Okay, I'm going to go back to what Archimedes said.
What he said.
Give me a long enough lever and a fulcrum to place it on, and I can move the world.
yeah.
No,
Are we
yeah.
going to call it a lever or a lever?
Seriously?
It's a Big Bang reference.
Potato or
Seriously.
potato?
It's a Big Bang reference.
I don't know. Then we'll just have to roll up our sleeves and decide this later.
Really? What's that tiny little thing of water called? It's not a river because it's a lot smaller.
creek.
No, it's a crick.
Crick.
Yeah.
It's a crick.
So you want
A
to
crick
so,
is a thing you get in your neck.
Yeah. So you're Tammy, you're the one who wants to roll up your slabs because you obviously
I do.
Yeah.
I want to roll up my sleeves and stick my arms in the crick.
Crick.
You know, everybody talks about how big the stones were that they used to build the pyramids. That's not it's not a complicated engineering problem to move it.
No,
Right?
no.
Probably the conversation that I find more interesting about that is,
How to stack it.
just how, if you look at how well built they are in terms of the gaps and everything in the stones,
Yeah.
it's amazing how tightly constructed they are.
Within 64ths.
Yeah, it's the gaps are tiny.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can believe that you could move a rock because that's just moving a rock.
Yeah.
But cutting it accurately enough to fit into the exact position that you need it in. I'm not saying that aliens were involved. I'm just saying.
No, but like what if I wish everybody could see this because I don't do video. So like if we put 2 rocks together and we got them together and they're like this. And you're like, all right, cool. I want them to be mesh. Well, I just it's a rock. I can just take a fucking file and file the bottom off until it comes like that. Then I can push it together.
Brad, we're not talking about something that weighs 40 pounds here. We're talking about something that weighs 40 tons.
Well, sure,
Yeah,
but
but-
just because we can't fathom it as us right now doesn't mean that somebody then knew what they were doing.
And so I'm not saying that their aliens were involved in it. I'm saying that I find the whole thing unbelievable.
It is. It is. That's why it's one of the 7 wonders of the world or whatever. Just
Yeah.
because of
What-
its sheer
What are the other 6?
Stonehenge.
The floating gardens of Babylon.
I don't know. Look up the 7 wonders of the world.
The fuck? I've never heard of that.
I just say nobody ever.
I
fucking-
don't know, but
Nobody ever knows what the fucking 7 wonders are.
Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
There it is.
Great Pyramids of Giza, Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Zeus at Olympia, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus in Turkey, Mausoleum of, I don't have any idea how to pronounce that, Helicarnassus
Yeah, there we
in
go.
Turkey, the Colossus of Rhodes in Greece, and the Lighthouse of Alexandria in Egypt.
Yeah.
So there's 2 in Turkey.
Yes, there are 2 in
Oh,
Turkey.
wow.
And then there are 2 in Greece, 2 in Egypt, and then 1 in Mesopotamia. Now, having said that, I think that the pyramids might be the only one that still exists.
Yeah, because I don't think any of the other ones are. I mean, there's like
Yeah.
relics of it, but it's not like a still like the pyramids are still legit constructs.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Lighthouse of Alexandria doesn't still exist, right? No. So yeah, the pyramids are the only ones that still exist. And then there's the 7 new modern wonders of the world.
Is AI one of them, or is OnlyFans?
It's not quite that new. The Great Wall of China.
Oh yeah.
Chichen Itza in Mexico, an ancient Mayan city with a towering pyramid.
Oh, yeah.
Petra in Jordan, an ancient city carved into a sandstone cliff. Machu Picchu, which still exists.
Yeah.
Machu Picchu.
Christ the Redeemer in Rio de Janeiro. The Colosseum, parts of it still exist.
In Italy, Greece, Italy,
Rome.
Rome. Wow. I was way off.
And the Taj Mahal.
Okay, in regards with the, I saw something. I think I was telling James about it like a couple of weeks ago. I saw something when they're talking about the fucking pyramids, right? Big stone blocks, all this good stuff. Stacked it all up, all this good shit. Nobody talks about Greece. Some guy was like, "You're comparing Egypt, and nobody ever talks about fucking Greece when they did all their shit." Because we got the fucking Colosseum.
Acropolis.
Oh, is that Acropolis? Yeah, we got all that shit in fucking Greece.
Maybe Greece was a lot more
I'm not
recent.
Yeah,
in
I'm not
terms
saying
of
it's not.
timeline.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not more advanced. But I mean, why does nobody talk about the enormity of the fucking columns that they fucking made and stacked up
Yeah.
and fucking did all this shit? It's
Well,
like the pyramids become interesting because they're so far back in the timeline. I understand that. But then there's weird intercaverns and stuff like that.
It's not just that. You have to look at the comparison of the population that existed at the time.
Well-
Pyramids were built by slaves.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, but what was the population back then?
Well, I'm just saying the vast majority of the population was not educated.
Sure, which means everybody was fucking slaves except for the rulers.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If there's if you got 1 million people, you got 1 million manpower. Can 1 million men with enough fucking line around a block drag it through the desert?
And not just that, but doing it in repetition, they can see, okay, this is what we need to do to better this, because they're the boots on the ground. Basically, they see how they're doing it and constructing it, and they're like, this is going to fit a lot better together if we did this.
Now, do they ever even say about a timeline of
Oh,
like
it
how
took
long it took the
hundreds
fucking
of years.
pyramids to be built?
It took a long time. It wasn't like it was a 2-week turnaround.
Well, they were built
Built
for
It was
pharaohs.
built in a
Got it.
fortnight.
They're burial crypts for pharaohs.
Right.
So, if I remember correctly, and this was a long time ago, you'd think I'd remember this because I have a degree in history, but
Oh shit! Yeah, you should be right on. You should be on
they
there.
were started like when a pharaoh was born.
Yeah, it took years upon years. But you also have to think about the pyramids in, what is it? I don't want to say Mexico, but like
Mayans.
the Mayans
Yeah.
and the Incas, they had pyramids too.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's pyramids all over the world.
So I mean, it's not just Egypt.
no, yeah,
They were just a symbol of
well,
an offering to their pharaohs and their gods.
Paris has a pyramid. It was what was the thing on
Oh,
the Dan Brown thing?
oh,
What's
yeah.
that thing called? That fucking no, the
Yeah, that's
French-
where
Mary Magdalene's laid.
no, not Mary Magdalene.
What? No,
Yeah, it was
Mary Magdalene.
in the movie, in the Dan Brown book. That's
no,
where
it wasn't. It was Jesus' mom.
Mary Magdalene.
Mary Magdalene was not Jesus' mom.
In the book, that's what. Yes, in the Dan Brown book,
Because they called her a
they
whore,
said
and
Mary
they were like, "How
Magdalene
dare you fucking
was
call her
Jesus'
a whore?"
mom,
No, wife.
wife. Jesus'
Maybe his wife, but not his mom.
His
Not
wife.
his mom. You're right.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I stand
his wife.
corrected. It was his wife. In the book, because then they actually had a child, and the girl
was the child.
the girl was like the offspring,
descendant.
the descendant
Yes.
of Jesus.
Jesus' mother was Mary. His dad was
Mary.
Joseph.
Mary, mother of Joseph.
Unless, of course, you believe in the whole
Mary,
divine,
Mary, mother, and baby kangaroo. All right, something we can
That's who
burn.
I'm named for, just so you know.
Okay, here's one we can burn through real quick because I think I got one that we're gonna have some fun with. This one's not gonna be fun.
Yeah, see, I can believe that 20 to 30 years, yeah.
Yeah, to
Okay.
build a pyramid. Yeah,
I mean, think about how long it would take us to build something
What?
like that now.
Hang on, what did they say?
a
A
fortnight.
year?
A year to build?
No, 20 to 30 years.
20 to 30 years to build a pyramid.
And that's why King Tut's he wasn't buried in a pyramid. Because
it
he only
wasn't
lived to
done.
be like 13 or 14.
Yeah, it wasn't done.
Oh, is he that young?
Yes.
Oh, wow. What the fuck?
I remember when I was like 12, my mom made me stand in line for like 9 hours to go see the exhibit in New Orleans.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I think
wild.
Admittedly, it was pretty cool, but it wasn't 9 hours standing in line. 'Cause it was cool.
I think I made a King Tut's sarcophagus in school when I was a kid, and
Nerd.
No, it was for a project. It was for a history project, science project, whatever. And I
Nerd.
made it out of you remember when Velveeta came in the plastic containers? I used the plastic container as my thing, and then I put like plaster and like did everything, molded it out like King Tut's sarcophagus, and then I put like a doll inside of it. And wrapped it up
Was it
in
a
like
bar-
ace
was it a-
bandage, so
was
it
it a
was like a
Barbie?
mummy.
Was
It might have been a
Barbie?
Barbie. Whatever would fit in it.
Now, we're going to do one real quick. I think this will go quick. Because I don't even understand how this is a conspiracy theory, but this one's obviously not funny, but the Holocaust. How do,
How do you call that a conspiracy?
some people don't think it happened.
Oh,
What do you think,
That's
James?
true.
oh,
A lot of
my.
people, actually, there are people that think it didn't happen.
Do you think it happened?
I don't know. I really don't.
I mean, I understand
I
that you...
see that's offensive to a lot of people. So,
No, but I mean, I know you haven't went and seen the graves, but I mean...
but Nikki had gone to the Washington Monument. She said, when you come out of there, you're just in tears.
The Holocaust
Oh,
Museum?
absolutely.
Yeah, that's the...
100%.
I was... Nikki, you can
I
come
don't
get
know
in
how
on this.
anybody can say that it didn't happen because there's the whole way a conspiracy theory works is that you don't have a lot of people who know what happened.
Yeah, and can
And-
prove it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there were literally tens of thousands of soldiers
Yeah.
that went into concentration camps and, saw
there,
what happened.
yeah, well, and there's still
yeah.
survivors of the concentration camps that came out of there, and
Magneto.
I appreciate the Marvel throw in. Good job with that.
they can,
No, 'cause I
they
mean,
can
like, wait-
attest to what their own experiences were, and not
Yeah.
just that, but I mean, I had to study the diary.
Oh wait,
of
no,
Anne
they're
Frank.
Jews. They lie, right? Isn't that what everybody says now?
Oh, yeah.
They commit genocide in Gaza.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's legit. But hell, what is it? Didn't IBM or Start or had something to do with the markings on the fucking Jews or some shit like that? What was the IBM relation with that?
for the swastika.
No, for the Jews.
Oh,
Like they were all fucking numbered
Like
and shit.
international business
Oh.
machines.
So look, do you not know about that? Do a quick Google with Jews, Holocaust, and IBM and see what pops up. Look, Nikki's over here talking about, yeah, motherfucker. I know exactly what he's talking about. Still, Nikki, you're more than welcome to come over here. You can be like, Brad's right. And like if that's all that you want to do, I mean, you just come over and be like, Brad's right. I'll appreciate that, girl. It's all good. Yeah, it was. Let's see what Baby Kangaroo comes with. James, did you know about that?
I did not.
Man, there's some. You're supposed to know about this.
It's too much out there.
Continue on.
What's your?
yeah, they're like the tattoo on their arm with their number. Is that
Yeah,
what you're talking about?
IBM was either involved or it had something to do with the fucking Holocaust, and I don't remember what it was. I wish I did, but that was some wild shit. Okay, what do you? Go ahead.
So, I know there were different types of Jews, and if you would have watched the Fall of the Cabal, like I've been telling you for 3 years, it'll explain a little bit of that. You've got Ashkenazi Jews that come from mostly Hungary, like George Soros, and we all know he's a great person. Also,
George Soros. Oh yeah.
Also,
Got a
and
picture
that's
of him
what
on
they
my
do
wall.
is they destroy governments and countries. Basically, they have been kicked out of countries because they try to take over their monetary system. They create these world banks, which we have. Federal Reserve is not a privately owned. I mean, it is a privately owned bank. It's not a government owned facility or organization.
Yeah, it was founded by the Rockefellers and the
Papa Rockefeller,
yeah, but there was another family too, the
Rothschilds.
the Rothschilds, and I think there was one more involved, but I can't remember the name of the third
Yeah,
one.
there's 13 bloodlines to search back on. And so anyway, so you've got Ashkenazi Jews. They've gone in and destroyed countries. They were actually ran out by kings, ran out of these countries because they'd move from country to country as they were kicked out. And they'd start a monetary system. Rothschild means, I don't want to go there, but they're not Jewish.
Oh no, say what does it mean?
I'm trying to remember. Red something. but they created the gold reserve, the gold trade, in the Bank of England is actually owned by the Rothschilds, and they actually started the World Bank. But the root of all evil, I think, goes back to the Akhenazi Jews. It's really interesting when you start reading and looking into it. That that's what they've created, the same system here, and you're seeing it, the fall of it right now under Trump and his administration.
Do you think the gold's in Fort Knox?
I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen something where they said there was not, but that could have been, it could have just been crap, but I haven't researched it. But, and even if I did research it, I'm looking at the same information everybody else can look at. You just have to delve deeper into it. You have to really just not read one article. That's where I got into my conspiracies, is that I found out they weren't telling the truth about these things. And
Well, you know, when you own the media that you're putting out, I can do whatever the fuck I want with it.
Exactly.
You know, I can fucking say whatever I want in this podcast, and if people listen to it and believe it, then it's just like, depends on if they believe me or not. I don't know if the fucking gold's in Fort Knox. I mean, I think Elon brought that shit up and was like, we need to visit that motherfucker. Because
Obviously,
like,
it's not
I forget, because like it's been a long time since the president has visited Fort Knox. And then
78, I think.
was that what it was? And then there were some senators or some shit that was like, we want to go visit that bitch too. And that was obviously after 78, because 78, I guess, was the last time a president went. But some senators went, and I don't even remember what the fuck they said, but it's like, people have been there before, but like, do we even really fucking care anymore? If we don't go off the fucking gold standard, well, we haven't for a long time, what the fuck difference does it make if fucking gold's in there?
So,
Because
we'll
let the
go
world...
based on faith.
Well,
Faith of that $20 bill in your pocket, or in your case, $6,000 bill.
I do one podcast with hundreds of listeners, and he's like, my boy's rich. Like, no, that's
So-
not how that works.
So
We have hundreds of listeners.
Yeah.
he's more amazed about that. So we have the faith that is a $20 bill, and it's going to be guaranteed as a $20 bill. You know what I mean? It's all
Yeah,
faith.
no,
It's
no.
not backed by anything.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the reason that people always piss him on. It's like, oh, just print more fucking money.
It's
This is like, well, great. But I mean, you know, let shit hit the fan.
right.
What is
I'm with you.
STHF.
I am with
If shit
you.
hit the fan and you came to me like and said, Brad, I got this fucking gold bar, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. Because that,
too
like,
much.
yeah, because gold was what was all throughout history. What was gold known for? As a status symbol. That's all it fucking was. Oh, I got this gold crown. Oh, I got this gold sarcophagus. I got this gold everything.
But what about now?
I don't fucking give a shit.
What about now?
If you came, what about now? Well, I mean, gold's expensive, but I mean, if shit hit the fucking fan and you came to me with gold, like, no, I'm not going to give you a loaf of bread for your bar of gold.
It's
Now,
not
if
going
you
to
came-
matter.
Yeah.
Money is going to be
Now-
irrelevant if shit hits the fan.
Yeah. Now, if you came to me with a bar of lead, well, I can.
Yeah, I
fucking,
don't buy gold. I buy lead.
Yeah, I'll make a. I'll give you a loaf
With
of
lead,
bread
I
for a
can
bar.
get all
Yeah.
the gold I need.
Small increments of recognizable U.S. coin that has silver in it. You know, you can buy scrap coin. I would suggest that anyway.
Actually, you just got some of those.
Yeah, I would highly recommend it.
Dude.
Just
happy about
piling
that.
some back.
No, I
And
mean,
not doing what my wife did. She went slam damn crazy on the silver stuff. So
Good-
yeah, I
good
could
for
buy
her.
4 horses, 4 horses and a farm after shit hits the fan.
Oh yeah. I mean, no. If shit hit the fan, fuck gold. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if we should go back to the fucking gold standard. I think we're too far gone now to where it's.
I think technology all uses gold though. That's what I was pointing to the computer for.
Oh, you think so?
All this uses gold. You know, we have to have gold on the boards and all that once we continue to make all this crap. So yeah, I think it's a precious metal.
It's also
Oh, it's
very
excellent.
heavily used in spacecraft.
Well,
It's an outstanding insulator.
Like foil.
Yes.
I mean, I agree with that too, but I also think crypto is going to be,
as long as the world don't go to shit,
Right.
crypto's probably going to be where it's at. Right?
yeah.
But I mean, the world's going to have to go to shit before things change.
Either way, it doesn't matter. If the world goes to shit, money isn't going to amount to shit. It's
No.
not going to matter. It's going to
No.
be resources.
Beans and bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah, beans and
Beans.
bullets. That's going to be it for sure.
It's going to be about resources.
Yeah.
Money isn't going to matter at all.
Yeah. Shit, fucking water purification stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
But I
just
mean-
waiting for that Shiba Inu to hit.
Well, don't hold your breath. Hasn't
I'm not.
Hasn't it plummeted?
Oh yeah, it's tanked big time.
Yeah, I think all the fucking cryptos have plummeted.
I'm
Should've got-
down like $400 on $1,000 investment.
Oh shit. Yeah, you might should have done that. You should have
That's just money.
You should have
This
put.
may
You
have
should have
been a
put that in. You'd have been better off doing Bitcoin.
Yeah, who knew?
You.
It's all a crapshoot.
Oh my.
Everybody that bought Doge early made shit tons of money.
Oh yeah. People who was in the fucking GameStop thing made money. Hell, the
Oh my God, yeah.
Hawk Tua girl made money. Did you see that? She came out with her own fucking meme coin. It shot through the fucking roof. She fucking cashed out, and then they were like, "Hey, Hawk Tua, what the fuck, bitch?" Because she disappeared after that.
Yeah, she took the money and ran.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Who else also has a fucking crypto?
Trump.
Yeah, boy, Trump.
Oh, he got me on the first one.
So you
I
got
was all in. I took it out of.
and you got.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it like instantly disappeared.
yeah.
Yeah.
I looked at that the other day and I was like, ooh, that came out at what, $50? $50 a coin or some shit to begin with, and now I've seen it down to like 8, 9, and then
I
it
think
shot
it's like
back up a little bit.
14 or
Yeah.
something.
So
Yeah.
a few years ago, the Trump coin came out, and it was a scam, right? So I dumped all of my Robinhood into Trump coin, and it was gone literally instantly. I was negative in my Robinhood account.
No.
Oh yeah, it wasn't much, but I was still negative in my Robinhood account. They charged me fees and shit for that.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
So you didn't buy GameStop, I take it, huh?
No, it's right after I watched that movie. About GameStop.
Didn't that guy come back out?
What do you
Hell-
mean come back out?
The Hello Kitty guy or whatever it was? Like he did his thing. He made his money. They fucking investigated him. They were like, well, he didn't do anything fucking wrong. And then he had a resurgence like the last couple of years or some shit. Like that guy fucking the guy after that movie, like Hello Kitty, isn't that his name or something kitten or
I have no
blow
idea
up
what you're talking
kitten or
about.
some
Yeah,
shit?
it's something like that.
Blow up
kid-
kitten.
I think it is like Hello. Or
His
something.
name is Keith Gill.
Yeah, but what was his
Hang
handle?
on, I'm trying to figure it out.
She's laughing like his thing is
He's like Hello Kitty. His name is Keith Gill.
yeah, but his fucking thing was like Hello Kitty.
username or whatever.
Yeah. It's like, come on, girl. God damn.
Roaring Kitty.
Roaring Kitty. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Hello Kitty, same fucking thing. I had
Smelly
50%.
kitty.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, smelly cat.
Smelly cat.
Smelly
Smelly cat.
What are they feeding you? Smelly, bad, really smelly. It's
not
It's
your
a Friends
fault.
reference.
It's really weird sometimes here.
Beautiful.
Niggas over there like, what the fuck are you singing? Bitch, it's Friends.
We need to record that.
Phoebe. This is recorded.
I know. It's beautiful.
We can play you back
it.
if you'd like.
I will.
He's like, I'm gonna listen to this shit on the way home.
Ride through here at 11 o'clock. Booming that shit.
I'll put a good beat to it. Kangaroo fucking loves techno. He wants to do the glow stick twirly thing.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, there it is.
Like, was it Terry Crews? Is that who did that bit?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He's dancing around with his shirt off and 2 glow sticks. Whoop,
Yeah.
whoop.
You know, there's not many good guys in Hollywood, but he's one of the good ones. He's a really good guy.
Oh,
Him and Keanu Reeves.
oh
Yes.
yeah, he does
Yeah.
good apparently. There's that. You ever seen Tulsa King?
A little bit of it with
Yeah, I can't-
Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, he's the guy who's in the second season, and he's in a lot of shit. Fuck. He was one of the instructors in the Coast Guard movie. He's the one that got punched in the face. Does nobody remember that Coast Guard? What was the Coast Guard
The
movie? with?
blonde guy?
Yeah. Like, he's a good guy in fucking Hollywood.
Well, there have been a couple of Coast Guard movies. You talking about the one with Kevin Costner?
Yeah.
Yes.
Guardian.
Yeah.
The Guardian, yeah. Remember the guy in the pool that kept fucking with the kid and he
Yeah.
finally got punched in the face?
The blonde guy that was on.
Yes. He
That
was,
was
a,
also on.
Legends
he
of
was-
Tomorrow.
He
Or,
he was the bad guy in the.
yeah, the TV show Legends of something.
Yeah.
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 That guy is like super Christian and he's like, I'm not going to fucking change. Because he had this thing for a movie. And
Oh
they
yeah,
were,
he was on Band of Brothers.
Oh, Guardian
Yeah.
of the Galaxy. That dude.
no.
No.
Look him up real
The
quick.
Guardian. The Coast Guard.
The
movie.
Coast Guard movie, The Guardian. Yeah, that guy was like, so they were like, okay, here's this fucking part or whatever it was, and he turned down a role because they're like, you got to fucking kiss this chick because it's your wife or whatever. And he's like, I'm not fucking doing it. And they're like, what do you mean? He's like, huh? Yes,
Yes.
Him.
that guy. Yeah.
Yes.
So that guy is like
Yeah,
big
yeah,
Christian.
Neil McDonough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he was like, they said, you've got to kiss your wife in the movie. He's like, I'm absolutely not fucking doing it. And they were like, what are you talking about? It's just a fucking movie. You're
And
an
he
actor.
got blackballed from Hollywood for
Yep.
many years.
Yep. He's a fucking big Christian. He's just like
Good deal.
Kirk Cameron. Because Kirk Cameron did a movie and like they were like, all right, you got to kiss your wife in the movie. And he's like, I'm not fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kirk Cameron's a super Christian. So he didn't
Right.
say, I'm not going to fucking do it.
Right.
He was just, I respectfully declined. But they redid that fucking movie that he did to a silhouette thing. So they're dark, they're dark in a white background, and he actually kisses his wife in real life because he's like, even as an actor, I'm not going to fucking cheat on my wife. And it was, and that guy, and the
That's
guy
super
that you're talking,
respectable.
yeah, and the guy you're talking about, what's his name? Nate McDonald.
Neil McDonough.
Neil
Neil.
McDonald.
McDonald,
Like
yeah.
Neil McDonald's blackballed because he wouldn't, and it was just like, dude, you're a fucking actor. Just kiss the bitch. Nobody fucking cares. And he's like, I'm not fucking doing it. Go fuck yourself.
I love that.
There's a lot less good guys.
In Hollywood?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot less.
There's you a conspiracy
can
theory.
name
What the
them.
fuck's Hollywood
Oh,
fucking
I've
doing?
been there.
You
I've already looked all through that one.
tell us. All right, tell us a little something.
Sylvester Stallone's a good guy.
Is he?
He's part of the crew. He's a good guy.
Do you base your
I
thoughts
based it
on
on
who?
the photographs of him on Trump. So basically, since Trump's come out, I started delving into who the good guy. The Epstein list is what started it.
Yeah.
The whole Epstein thing.
That's
right?
what they should
The
release.
Epstein list has been out. It's been out for 5-6 years, right?
Not the list of people.
The actual list of people has been out for 6 years. People won't go look at it.
So
It's
who?
been there. It's because NBC or MSNBC, NBC, CBS, all them won't tell you this is the list. The list is there. You can go find it.
Who's on the list?
You would not believe who's on the list.
Tell us. Give us. Give us
Just
three.
about anybody you
I'm
listen
I know
to.
I know Clinton's on it.
Oh yeah.
When
Yeah,
you got
23 times. on the-
yeah. When you got
Yeah.
pictures of that guy
and he denied
with
it.
with
Yeah.
Clinton next to the Epstein on the fucking island,
Right.
and then you're just like,
And Obama. You got Obama riding with George Clooney in a boat on the island with the little Asian girl, and then the Asian girl comes out dead. So
oh,
yeah.
did you see the? Oh, it's not the wasn't an Epstein thing, but the. No, yeah. Wasn't it an Epstein thing? The fucking blonde chick who the prince or whatever it was had sex with her for
Prince
a long.
Charles.
That chick killed herself recently.
No, she was in an accident supposedly, and
Oh,
she
was
was
it?
in the hospital. Yeah, and they said it ruptured her spleen or liver or kidneys were failing or something, or all of it, all of the above. And she posted out. She said, "I am not suicidal." She said, "I have no intentions of killing myself."
Neither was Jeffrey Epstein.
right. Right.
Exactly. That also is a conspiracy and how.
That-
Oh no,
died.
I can tell you the Queen Elizabeth had him killed.
Deep state. Yeah,
You think Queen Elizabeth had
No
him?
question about it.
if he was killed.
She wanted him. She did not want it to come out about Prince Andrew going to the island.
Yeah, Andrew. What I mean, that's the
Andrew,
chick, yeah, that's
Andrew.
the
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
chick, the chick that he had sex with. Like that's the one who, well, I guess
Was-
was in the accident and then fucking
She
died.
just passed away recently.
yeah, it's like in the last week.
Oh, damn it. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, MI6 just snuck
Guthrie.
in, snuffed him,
Guthrie
snuck
or
out.
whatever.
He wasn't in an England prison. He was in New York or something.
Are you under the rather naive impression that foreign countries don't operate in the United States?
Well, they're
No,
not
the
supposed to.
prince. What's the Prince of Wales? Is that what he was?
Prince Andrew.
Andrew?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what his title is. You want to know? I'll tell
but
you.
that's
now.
the
Virginia
guy.
Guthrie was her name. Just to,
That's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She just died, and that's the picture of the blonde chick with
With
the
him,
prince on
yeah.
it. That's the chick who
as
just
a
because she was
teenager.
because she was
12, 13, 14 years
At the
old.
time of the picture.
He's the Duke of York.
oh Duke. There we go, Duke of York.
I think you're thinking about William. He's the Prince of Wales.
Maybe that's what it is. I still don't know who William.
The
is.
heir apparent is always conferred the title, I believe, of Prince of Wales.
He's not even looking this shit up. He's just telling you off the top of his
Yeah.
head, by the way.
I would hope so. He's
Well,
got
he's
a
got a
history
history
degree.
degree.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Nerd.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know shit about the whole fucking oligarchy bullshit in fucking England.
I
There,
don't either.
that whole thing fucking fascinates me. Of how people, why are people fascinated with that shit? Like Diana, like I don't understand. Like why are people just like, oh God, she's so great. Like who fucking cares?
So
because
she
she was a
was
normal person.
A good
She was a good
person.
person.
She was a good guy. She was a white hat.
What?
Philanthropist. She helped. She like started the whole entire royal lineage to reach out to the poor, and she did so many like charitable things, and people just absolutely loved her. Like she was just loved across the world, not just in England.
She was relatable.
She was exactly.
Well,
she was
I mean,
very relatable.
I'm not saying that she didn't do some good things, but like you're famous for being part
Brad,
of the.
we have no frame. Just so you understand, we have no frame of reference about the monarchy because we kicked the monarchy out 200 and
Right.
Well, but I
something
mean,
years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll still be like the concept. Like fucking, you go somewhere for an event or whatever it was, and everybody's like, I'm gonna use George Clooney since that name got dropped. It's like, oh God, it's George Clooney. It's like, so the fuck what? What the fuck did George Clooney do for you besides be a puppet and dangle in front of you?
Well, that
so
just-
the
Filthy
title,
bastard.
so the title things that comes with the crown and shit over in fucking England. It's like, all right, so that's Princess Diana. Cool, she did some dope shit to try to help people, but I don't fucking give a shit that she's a fucking princess. Whoop-de fucking do. What did you do for my life? Sure, you helped some starving children. I think that's very what's the word I'm looking? Commendable, but
admirable.
yeah, but who?
By
but
fucking thesaurus.
yeah,
I
but I
think
don't
it
fucking
was-
care.
I
Like
think it was-
whoop-de-doo.
I think it was mainly because of the good that she had done and how tragically she died.
She used her status for good.
She did
Oh,
use
I
her
mean-
like her platform.
And the fact that Prince Charles is such a piece of shit.
agreed.
Yeah,
Very true.
So I mean, it was twofold. She did such great things when she had the power to do something. She actually used the power for good, like James said. And then her death was just so
Hey, she had one good kid,
extremely tragic.
who?
William.
William.
Which one is that?
No, Prince Harry is good too.
He's a piece of shit.
No, he's not.
He's a piece of shit.
Why? Because he left?
Because he said all the terrible things that he said
What did he say?
Did you read
about the monarchy.
Did you read the book?
No, why? I'm not giving him money.
Wait a minute. So he shit on the monarchy?
Oh, he shit all over the
Oh,
monarchy.
he
Oh,
doesn't.
maybe
He's
I
a
want.
good guy.
I was going to say maybe I want to read that book.
Yeah,
No,
he's-
it was all about the bitch that he married.
Who'd he marry?
Meghan
Oh my
Markle.
God, what truck have you been living under?
Oh
Meghan
my
Markle.
God! Do I have to go through this every episode with you? Like I fucking pay attention to any of these
He
motherfuckers?
married Meghan Markle, the girl from Suits.
Oh yeah, fuck that bitch.
Yeah, that's my feeling on it too.
Okay, I don't know the fuck. Whatever. If you
And the problem
look,
is-
if you didn't tell me the fucking name and you put that guy's picture up there, I'd be like, he
Here's the
looks
thing.
familiar. Sure.
Did y'all know?
She was
that
in a huge hole. I'm sorry, let me just say this
yeah,
real quick.
please.
She was in a huge hole to start out with because everybody compares her to Catherine, William's wife. And Catherine is apparently the second coming of Diana.
She is. And she just went through a bout of cancer.
Yeah. And Meghan Markle is
I don't know.
a contrived piece of shit.
I like Meghan Markle.
She hot.
She doesn't really do that much for me.
like
She's
her.
not unattractive, but I mean,
I think William's wife's just as attractive as Meghan Markle is.
Her show on Netflix was entertaining.
I'm gonna take fucking Halle Berry over both those bitches.
Oh yeah.
any day of the fucking week.
That's because you watch 21 Jump Street every day. Every day.
No, Halle Berry?
Wasn't it 21 Jump Street?
No. Oh my God.
That was it.
We're gonna
right?
put you off the podcast now.
She is not in 21 Jump
What was
Street.
No,
that?
that
there
was
a
that
show.
was oh man. She's married to one of the football.
Yeah. I'm talking about years ago. Her first show.
Halle Berry was never in 21 Jump Street.
I thought she was.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think. That chick is married to a football player.
Okay.
No, I was a Halle Berry fan back when, like,
You
oh
were
man, that
6.
that you're right. No, that fucking movie she did with Eddie Murphy, Boomerang.
Okay.
Halle Berry was in Boomerang, and then fucking Swordfish solidified it. Of course, she got she got $500,000 a tit from the way I understood it.
Yeah, you're right. I just
And like, if
remembered
that's the
you were
fucking
talking
case, I'd be like, babe, they're giving you $500,000 a tit. Pull that bitch out.
She was great in
Do it now.
She was great in John Wick.
about- She's a diabetic.
Oh,
too.
she's
Yeah, that's what
fucking-
Nikki was just saying. She was juvenile diabetic and has a pump.
Halle Berry?
She's a type 1.
Yep.
No shit. Oh wow.
48.
Actually,
Halle Berry's not 48.
you would probably like the woman that I like on Chicago Med, Makia Cox.
You got to
Look
pick
her up.
Makia.
Mekia. And then
fuck?
Cox is common spelling.
I'm trying to look up 21 Jump Street to find out. what the lady's name
I know you're talking about.
is. Oh, yeah. I know you do.
Oh yeah, I know that Makia Cox. Is that her name? Yeah, she was in something else we watched. Oh wait a minute, is that the? Hey babe, is that the chick that was in the doc movie we like? Resident. Is that the Resident chick?
So, what do you think about Alyssa Milano these days?
Fuck that bitch.
His thoughts have changed
Yeah,
drastically.
yeah, he was there when I was growing up.
His scrapbook that he had of Alyssa Milano is no longer.
I think I would want
My
to
boy.
grudge fuck her, but that's about it.
Stomp fucker. Leave your shoes on and stomp fuck that bitch. Stupid ass broad. I swear to fucking God.
I agree.
No, fuck Alyssa Milano.
All
So,
right.
did y'all know that Prince Charles actually is a descendant of Dracula, and he stays at the castle during the summer? Do you hear that from the road? Yeah,
He's over there
does.
smiling and shaking his head like, yep.
that's pretty wicked.
So, wait, sorry, say that again. Prince Charles.
Is a descendant?
Is that the guy who's King of England now?
Yes,
Okay, so the King of England is.
a descendant of Dracula, and he stays in the Dracula count, whatever it's called, castle, in the summertime. That's
Halle
pretty
Berry
cool.
wasn't on 21 Jump Street.
No, you're
TV
absolutely
show.
correct. You're correct.
No.
He
what,
was
what
correct.
what was the chick's name, though?
In 21 Jump Street?
Yes.
There's like a gazillion of them.
No,
Which one?
There's one. There's only one.
Oh, is somebody that looks like Halle Berry?
No, he's just got confused. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Our 21, our conspiracy theories has gotten
Oh,
way
yeah.
off of fucking.
Holly Robinson.
Holly
Peete.
Robinson. Holly Robinson Pete. She married Rodney Pete, who was a fucking quarterback. That's what it was.
There it is.
There we
Yeah,
go.
You're right. I apologize.
No, I don't give a shit. We're fucking. This is what we do anyway.
That's right.
We rabbit. Squirrel. No, we squirrel it.
But she was smoking
Squirrel.
too.
Oh, yeah. She was fucking. Yeah. No, all right. We're going to move on from fucking hot bitches.
So Dracula.
yeah, what the hell? What is.
Have you heard that? You have from the
Do it. Okay.
Joe Rogan podcast or whatever. It's
No,
talking
I have
about?
not heard that. I've only listened to Joe Rogan a few times.
So-
He's always very entertaining
Yeah,
and
somebody was on there.
informational, but
And didn't believe it. No, maybe it was. What's a really wild dude? He's always been spitting this stuff out, and it always comes true. What's his name?
Okay, wait a minute. So isn't. Where's. I just can't imagine the fucking old Dracula thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where is Dracula's castle at?
Transylvania. I don't have a clue. I think it's Transylvania.
Where's that at?
I have no clue. I don't
Isn't
even know
that
if
in
that's
Roma-
a real place.
Isn't that in Romania or some shit like that?
Romania,
So how does he go to Romania? If he's the king of England,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
how does he go to fucking Romania and stay in Dracula's
I
castle?
don't know. How does
apparently
he, can they?
Prince Charles is a descendant of Vlad the Impaler.
Yes, which is
Dracula.
Dracula.
Which is, where is that located at? Is that Romania?
Yes, he was one of the monarchs in Romania.
Yeah.
Am I saying that correct? Is it Dracula?
Yes.
That
Yeah,
is
that's
Dracula.
that's Dracula.
His original
Impaler.
title was Vlad.
Yeah. But I don't think Romania was ever ruled by England.
I don't know. So,
Dude, you don't know anything about the monarchy in Europe, do you? They all intermarry.
in Canada,
So
I
they're
mean,
incestuous?
Well, I mean,
They
you,
still use a Prince Charles coin. You know.
yeah, for the most part, you can't marry
Our
nobility
51st
unless you are nobility.
Are you saying they're incestuous?
Well, no.
Absolutely.
I mean, define
Rothschilds.
incestuous. They're like, fourth
Did you fuck
cousins
your
or
sister?
something.
The Rothschilds believe in that to keep the money in the family, in the business in the family. They believe and insist.
Even Diana was some form of nobility.
Well, I mean, yeah, she married the prince.
In fact, there was I can't remember which prince it was, but he renounced the throne so he could marry.
Wasn't that Meghan Markle's husband?
No, because he was never in line. Harry is now 1, 2, 3. He's 5th in line for the throne. He'll never get there.
No. So what's the deal with the Rothschilds? Tell me about that.
The root of all evil is money. And they created an exchange in London, right? And even during the Napoleonic War, they funded both sides of that war. They knew the results of the war before the king did. And they sold all their stock and bonds. And am I saying that correctly? They sold all their bonds and stocks knowing that they had lost the war or won the war. And anyway, they became rich and they gained all the control of the England's gold in that instance.
The
Power.
the Rothschild family.
Yes.
I hadn't heard that, but I'm not saying it's not possible.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's possible they control all the gold that's not part of the royal jewels or royal whatever it's called. I can't remember, but they say that you can't even put a value on what the monarchy holds in terms of the jewels and the precious metals and whatnot.
So do you think, James, the Rothschilds rule the world?
I think that's one of the 13 bloodlines that rule the world.
What are the other 12?
You'll have to watch The Fall of Cabal to find that out. And the prequel to The Fall of Cabal, it explains it all. I didn't take notes, but I did watch the first one probably 20 times and it introduced it to many people. And it made sense to a lot of people.
What's the Fall of Cabal on? Is it a YouTube thing?
It used to be on YouTube. It was super easy to access. You just type in search Fall Cabal on YouTube. It'd pop up, but they did.
Did they take it off?
Yes.
So where do you find it?
BitChute, BITCHUTE, Fall of Cabal, CABA.
Janet Osabard.
Yes, it's a brilliant documentary.
Are you looking it up now?
It's on IMDb.
Oh, I was going to say, what are the families that supposedly rule the world?
Well, I don't know if IMDb
should
is going
say
to go
that
that deep into it.
The prequel should tell you more about the families, the 13 bloodlines. We'll also go into the Akhenazi Jews, like we were talking about earlier.
All right, so what are the...
But it's like Italian names. It's like old names that you've heard or seen and never thought anything about. And
So does that mean you believe in the New World Order?
absolutely 1,000% believe in the New World Order.
Illuminati?
Oh, yeah,
Is Jay-Z part of it?
absolutely.
You think
So that's where I started delving into it. Is I was like, yeah, he's Illuminati, huh? And these guys looked at me and they said, what do you know about that? I said, well, it's just rappers, right? Or music, artists. And they were like, no, it's a lot deeper than that. So I started looking when they told me that. I was like, oh, Jones. Matt, what's his name? Jones? Oh, shoot.
Oh, Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Then what happened to that guy?
Found him. I found Alex Jones through that.
Yeah, where's Alex Jones now?
Oh, woo. He went crazy.
Yeah, he lost his fucking mind.
Not really. He's spitting truth. So.
He may, even if he spit truths for the fucking atrocities that he fucking caused those families for the
I don't
fucking
even wanna
kid
go
shooting
there.
shit. Like
I don't even want to go there. But what has he not said that's been true? Hasn't been true. And can you prove it? That's the thing. Just like everything we're talking
You have
about,
to
can you
flick
prove
the switch. We can't hear you.
it? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. So Mellons, Carnegies, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Dukes, Astors, Dorrances, Reynoldses, I don't know how you pronounce that, but Stillmans, Bakers, Pines, Colemans, Watsons, Tukes, Kleinworths, DuPonts, Warburgs,
DuPont.
Phipsys, Graces, Guggenheims, Milners, Drexels, Winthrops, Vanderbilts, Whitneys, Harkinses, and that's where it ends.
So in the prequel, A Fall of Cabal, it tells you about a lot of those names, those families, but that's not
Obviously,
the
some of
13.
those are more prominent than others.
Right. But the bloodlines actually, those are like the middle guy to the bloodlines.
Do you think it's by obviously the modern world has come about in like what last couple hundred years? You know, we've fucking evolved so much and came with so much shit. You think it's just that the fact that it's early, old money when things weren't as complicated as they are now? Like for you right now, if you wanted to go start a business, regardless if it's just a restaurant, you want to go make a restaurant. You know how much bullshit hoops you got to go through, paperwork you got to fucking fill out, permits you got to apply for absolutely everything, liquor licenses. You got to jump through all these fucking wild ass hoops to make sure all these different levels of government get their money. And then, and don't get me wrong, and you're doing your shit in the right way, you know, cleaning and shit like that. Back then, like when that money came around, it was just like, just go beat this guy up and just claim his shit. You got it. So there's really old money there, and that money, you know, it's just like nowadays. If you got a couple $1 million, you can turn a couple million into 10 in a year, maybe even sooner. So way back then, it was fucking easier to acquire wealth and expand it, and it just happened to be they're not really trying to take over the world. They just generation upon generational money keeps expanding, and they can kind of just roam and make more money and do what they want.
I don't know. Maybe like the mafia. Is that what you're saying?
No, like I mean, I'd have to do. If I told you I knew anything about Rothschild, I'd be fucking lying. But if like the one Rothschild who like started the shit, all I used to have to do is just go beat up a couple people and I could take your land, and you'd run away scared. And then I'll land, you know, as you know, 5-10 years, you know, after I beat you up, took your land, I got it for free because I ran you off, and now it's worth 10,000. 5 years later, it's worth 100,000. So the money keeps multiplying exponentially. You know, what if it's just old money that they just kept doing?
I think
because I
they
mean, like
got
if I'm worth $100 million, I'm
Right.
not going to teach my son to be a fucking dumbass,
Right.
Because you made a mob comment, I think it was, or whatever. Like that's how that you lose the money. When you're a mobster and you don't raise your kid right, that's when y'all lose that shit because your son's a fucking idiot. The rich people,
Right,
if I have $100 million, my son wouldn't be as fucking retarded as he is. There's the R word. People are going to fucking cancel me for that. But he's just not going to be as dumb as he is because he's pretty fucking dumb.
As big of an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he actually is smart, but he's an idiot because he squanders his intelligence. But I mean, he found Jesus finally, so I'm happy for
Awesome.
him for that.
Good.
Yeah,
I didn't know he was missing.
I didn't know.
He actually
good,
he actually was an atheist, and then something happened in his life, and he's like, "No, Dad, I was stupid. Jesus is real." And
Awesome.
yeah, so
Okay,
I'm
on
glad
a
he
lighter
found
note,
God.
something you asked about earlier. The king that abdicated the throne to marry a commoner was King Edward VIII. He abdicated the throne on December 11th, 1936, so he could marry American divorcee Willis Warfield Simpson.
Oh,
His
wow.
brother, Prince Albert, became King George VI, and I think that was Elizabeth's dad, I think.
Okay. Let's not try to go through, but I think I got it.
So Elizabeth would have never become the monarch if her uncle hadn't wanted to marry an American divorcee.
All right. So yeah, so going back to what I was saying there, James, it's so you just think that they're the Illuminati, they're the New World Order, and not just teaching their kids to don't squander all this money that I've fucking made kind of thing.
So a lot deeper
You think it's
into the Illuminati is that they're all satanic worshipers. They worship these evil gods, Baal, and they make sacrifices to them. So it's not just about money. I mean, money is the root of all of it, but it's not just about that. They gain the money to gain the control, and then once they do, they have secret societies in the process, of course, and they do have seances, and they do, in which I mentioned Alex Jones earlier. Alex Jones actually snuck into the place in California, right there on the Nevada border, I believe, that even the good guys, you would think, the good presidents have met and had these seances, and there's Alex Jones videoed it, and it's pretty crazy stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's like, who do you trust? I mean, you need to question everything, and it sucks because you're alone when you start doing that. Nobody, you're thinking, you're not thinking like a hive. Basically, you're stepping out of the hive. But if you start doing that, you'll see a lot more obvious explanations to things, like the JFK shooting. It was just a single shooter for how many, 50, 60 years. We've all decided here that we think there was two shooters, right?
At least.
I think whenever it happened, people were like,
But they were deemed, and this term was coined by the CIA, which is conspiracy theorist, was actually coined by the CIA. Once you questioned their
authority.
what they were pushing out there,
Yeah.
it was coined by them. So yeah, I'll be a conspiracy theorist.
So I didn't know about
How
this.
does Skull and Bones factor into it?
Oh, talking about with the actual head of the actual skull of most presidents are skull and bones. I know that. And
It says it's only at Yale, but I wonder
Geronimo's-
about that.
Geronimo's skull, they actually have there, and they do seances around it, bloodletting and all the evil shit that most Satanists do.
At Yale?
At Yale University, yeah. That's a good question. George Bush Jr., I know,
yeah.
Senior, and Prescott, which was
Actually,
the
they
grandfather.
weren't junior and senior, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. One was
George George
41
W.
was George H.W., and 43 is just George W.
George W. And then Prescott, which was the grandfather, and he was part of the initial Skull and Bones. Yep. It's crazy. What did JFK say? I'm going to splinter these secret organizations into 1,000 pieces.
So you can make 1,000
Splinter.
different fucking secret organizations that.
He wants to destroy them. He wanted to destroy them because they do no good in our government.
Wow. Skull and Bones is a secret society at Yale University founded in 1832, is the oldest of Yale's senior societies, and is highly exclusive, selecting 15 new members annually.
Dirty bastards.
Well, and the thing about it is, every Ivy League school has their version.
Of Skull and Bones?
Yeah.
I was saying, like, I mean, we could make a fucking secret club right here.
But they don't all have Geronimo's skull. That's strictly at Yale's. In their building, it's called something that they actually do. It's been in several movies. I don't know how accurate it is, but it's been in several movies. They're one of their initiations and how they do things. What was the movie with Tom Cruise? Eyes Wide Shut. That's a lot of what supposedly is going on.
That's what you think's
Yes.
happening?
Yes,
The Eyes Wide Shut. That was the
that was a seance.
the secret society where everybody was fucking, where
Part of
Nicole
something.
Kidman finally fucking pulled her little titties out.
Yeah, something similar to that. Yeah.
No, yeah, the claim that Geronimo's remains, including his skull, were stolen by members of Yale's secret society, Skull and Bones.
Cool shit.
How funny. Evidence and arguments. Well, of course, they were a secret society. That's not real secret if we all know what it is. I don't know. I don't think there's like a one. I don't think there's a new world order kind of thing. Because I mean, if you say new world order, isn't it new every time somebody dies and then the next person steps up? So it's a constant new world order.
Have you ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones?
Georgia, no.
Okay.
Tell me.
Well, they've been destroyed now, but three years ago they were destroyed somehow, supposedly by a lightning strike or something. But there's video of it being destroyed. There was a list of like, I can't. It was what they needed to do to create the New World Order. It was keep the population under 500,000. among many other things. It doesn't bode well with our current, society. Basically, it doesn't work. It would kill off the majority of our population today. But read those if you pulled it up and looked at it. Just read a couple of them and see why they would spend $100,000 in the middle of Georgia out in the sticks, And then I'm going to tell you something else really cool about those Georgia Guidestones.
That's me. I got some feedback. Hold on. All right, there it is. We're back live. I had to get pause to figure out the fucking. So you're talking about the Georgia Guidestones was a granite monument that stood in Elbert County, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
American Stonehenge.
Mm-hmm.
19 feet 3 inches. I mean, if it wasn't destroyed until 22, I mean,
mm-hmm.
the text is easily readable.
Yeah, in multiple languages. Read the text. Read some of the text, though.
Let's see. I'm the originator of the Georgia Guidestone. We seek common sense pathways to a peaceful world without bias for particular creeds or philosophies. Robert Christian, 1986.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound bad.
86. They were created in 78.
Yeah, but I mean,
It says 80 to 2022.
80.
Maybe they were created in 78, but they weren't erected until 1980, apparently.
oh yeah, the inscriptions read, maintain humanity order, 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity, unite humanity with a living new language. That's not going to happen. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason.
Spanish is kind of getting there.
It's
It's either going to be English or Spanish is going to eventually take over the world.
Maybe we need to learn Chinese. Actually, it's
I'm going to go
Mandarin.
with no.
Mandarin. Let's see. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. So where's the conspiracy with this? Because, I mean, like, nothing that I'm reading besides...
The very first one, maintain
I mean...
under 500 million.
Thanos was right. I mean, I don't know what the fuck. Thanos was right, man. I mean, I'm not saying... maintain humanity under 500 million.
So one world religion, one world monetary fund.
Where did I see one world religion?
The second thing you read.
Guide reproduction wisely.
No.
Improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language.
New language. One world religion. One language.
I mean, look, it would. I can come up with a list of things that I think would make the world great.
Absolutely.
But that was a good tone. I mean, I can come up with some generic things that, alcohol. Yeah, everybody's required to drink.
Mm-hmm.
Because that way we're all going to speak our truths.
Absolutely.
And we'll have fun and die early.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can come up with fucking anything.
That's another interesting thing you brought up earlier, talking about him, the IRS saying he lives till he's 79. That's his age of expiration or whatever,
according to the IRS.
According to the IRS.
Well, I mean, that's the insurance company's actuarial tables is where it's coming from.
And we're taught, 50 is half your life. We're taught to think that when you're 50, you've been through half your life. That's very untrue, right? So we need to live each day, and don't just take in what you're told. Look it up. You know what I mean? There's plenty of information out there. That's my whole thing is stop just taking it for face value. Look into what you're being told. I've lost a lot of friends because of this, but I'm good with that.
You're not gonna lose any here because we're all open-minded individuals. So.
Yeah, and we're
Well, and
blood.
you have to also, whatever information you take in, you need to make sure that it's trusted, trust but verify.
Yeah.
Well,
And don't take in just one source of information as your
Exactly.
holy gospel truth.
Exactly.
Okay, so you brought up Alex Jones, who I don't.
Mhm.
I listened to Alex Jones a long time ago, and I was like, all right, well, this guy's a little fucking off his rocker to me.
Mm-hmm.
You like Glenn Beck?
I did not until. Can I tell you when?
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt.
No,
your
go ahead.
question.
That's fine.
So I did not, and everybody loved him that I knew in
Your circle.
I didn't really have a circle, but people I knew. Yeah, you're right. They loved him, and I couldn't stand him because he went against Trump, right? And all I've seen Trump do is good things for the people. So I started watching one thing that was sent to me, and it was called Follow the Money. It's on YouTube, and it shows exactly what's going on in Ukraine, and it's verbatim where the money's going to. It's drawn out on the chalkboard, and then where it's coming back to. And it goes through the entire list of all the shell companies. He followed it everywhere it went, back to the Obama administration and Biden and the corruption. So all of Ukraine, I don't believe any of it. It's the dirtiest, filthiest country. It's the most corrupt country in the world.
I suspect that whenever Ukraine gets resolved, Zelensky will say, okay, I'm no longer president, and he's going to be living somewhere in the French Riviera with about $1 billion.
In one of his $1 billion houses.
Yeah.
You're right. And he has that. And because he's funneled this money, he is an actor. And that's by
Oh, yeah.
trade, he's an actor.
Yeah.
So
I had to look up some of the videos of him acting.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
funny.
there's an oligarch that runs Ukraine. It's the same oligarch that Hunter Biden worked for that owned that gas company. This is part of the conspiracy theory because I'm questioning what CNN tells us about this, right? So
I question everything CNN tells us about
Right.
anything.
now I do. Absolutely. I don't
Yeah.
even listen to them. But
You got to know your
Do you know
enemy.
they pay money to be in airports?
Huh?
CNN
paid,
pays airports money so they'll only broadcast CNN
that's why they do it. Yeah, that makes sense.
because it's a captive audience.
Did you see that Trump just wrote an executive order yesterday getting rid of funding to PBS and MPS?
I saw-
Yeah,
I
I'll be
saw
okay
that.
with that.
Word. I'm
Yeah.
about that life.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Yeah.
I don't. You know,
But since then, that's when I started liking Glenn Beck. I
Oh,
said,
yeah.
this dude's spitting some truth.
okay. Well, here, I'm not gonna say that I dislike Glenn Beck.
Mhm.
I went through phases with him, and I think I said this on one of our other ones. I honestly think Glenn Beck's a fearmonger. Just my opinion. It's no disrespect to Glenn Beck, because it kind of watching his show when he was on Fox was kind of like I felt the same way like watching Jerry Springer. If you've ever seen Jerry Springer, just follow me now. Like Jerry Springer, you watch it and fucking Jerry goes to this. Jerry was like super entertaining. It's just like, oh, you fucking cheated on him, or you cheated on her, and like he does this whole promotion and this bit, and it's fucking great. And then like you watch the whole show and you laugh and you giggle and you get mad, and you go through all that. But the thing with Jerry was the fucking end. When you got to the fucking end and you heard Jerry's fucking story, and he's like, hey, whatever it is, what we need to do is we just need to love each other, treat each other with respect. And he always had, like, Jerry ended on a mic drop every fucking time. So watching Glenn Beck, I kind of felt that same way with his fear-mongering bullshit. But when you got to the end of the show with Glenn brought it home with a mic drop, really good, heartfelt, thoughtful fucking thing. And then he was just, so Glenn to me is an entertainer, fearmonger, just like Jerry was. But when you got to that mic drop moment, I always thought Glenn was on point.
Yeah.
So like I appreciate Glenn Beck from that perspective, not watching. But I mean, he did a lot of good. I enjoyed seeing him like always pull out his fucking big whiteboards or the fucking pull down things. And he's just like, hey, here's so-and-so. You know who so-and-so knows? This guy. You know who this guy knows? This guy.
Mm-hmm.
And and he would connect the dots kind of like what you're saying. And I always thought that was fucking great. And I was just like, that's why I like having conversations with you about stuff. Cause I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I'll look up, a Rothschild. I'm just like, what the fuck is this Rothschild guy? And go down that rabbit hole. And I enjoy that shit to look for what were the connecting dots.
You seriously didn't know who the Rothschilds were?
No.
Wow.
Dude, I don't fucking care. Why do we always have to have this conversation? I don't fucking care. What affects my day-to-day life?
They do.
Rothschilds.
Do they?
Yes.
Yeah.
How? Even if I don't know it, how do they affect my life?
The Federal
I s-
Reserve.
I still got to go to work. I still got to buy groceries. I got to take care of my wife, my dogs, my house, my possessions. How does it affect me? Because I mean, no matter what, I got to pay taxes. So I'm fucked there. We're all fucked because we all pay way too much taxes. So what does a Rothschild really affect my day to day life?
Until the ERS kicks in.
So
I mean, they manipulate the currency in this country.
It won't affect y'all. It's 200,000 or less, but
we're easily $200,000 or less.
I don't make anything
No.
close to 200
I
grand.
know, right? I'm not even near it. All right, we're back, Lab. So we had to take a quick pee break. We conspiracy theory the piss out of each other. So anyway,
facts.
all right. All right. I know we was talking about some shit, but we're gonna move on to our next topic because this is one you and I have talked a lot about, James.
Let's do it.
What is the shape of the Earth?
I would love to be able to tell you that. I would love to be able to tell you that.
What do you think the shape is?
I don't think it's round. I don't think it's a ball. I think it's a level plane, and I think that it's measurable in that context. Otherwise, either it's a lot bigger than what they're telling us it is, or I don't think it's a ball. So, if you look up the measurements, it's all 66,600 miles an hour. 666 shows up talking about the Satanists and the Rothschilds and all that New World Order.
Yeah.
This all ties together. Spinning at 6,666 miles an hour, right?
Hmm.
And rotating around the Earth. Everything's 666. But if you'll take the measurements that they're giving us, and there's a calculator on Google Earth calculator, and there's many of them, and a measurable amount from this point to this point, yet you can still see it. Right, with your you can visibly see these items that they're telling you should be below the curve, except it's magic. There's a refractory or reflection index they're telling you there is. It's magic all of a sudden. So they believe in science, they believe in math until you can actually see 60 miles away, and you can still see the entire Space Needle from the other side of this, lake or whatever. I'm just using that for an example.
Yeah.
My point is the math doesn't add up. My wife hates me for this. My kids hate me for this.
I have a question about
and
it.
she agrees.
Then are all celestial bodies flat disk?
So I don't know what it is. I know the Bible tells us it has a foundation, right? And pillars underneath us. I don't know what they are. I have no clue. I mean that's part of the excitement of it is that I'm stepping away from what I've been taught and told, right? And people hate me for this, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay to be. I'm really good with that because I'm thinking mathematically, like they're saying, this measurement should add up, and it doesn't. That's what I don't understand.
You're saying because the curvature of the Earth should preclude you from being able to see the base of the Space Needle when you're X distance away.
However
from it.
distance, yes, correct.
Okay, I'm gonna give you my experience with this and why I think it is a sphere or a spheroid since it's not actually a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
On ships, and Brad will probably attest to this as well.
Oh yeah.
You can see a ship below the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see parts of the ship, but you won't see the hull.
Mm-hmm.
And then as it comes to you, it will appear to go higher and higher and higher as it gets closer to you.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see more and more and more of it, and then till it steams past you, and then you see the same thing in reverse, it going away.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's not a sphere, how would you explain that?
If you had a Nikon P1000, I think that's the proper term for the camera, and you zoom in on it, you'll have no curvature. It will be flat
I'm not
every time.
I'm not talking about looking some.
I'm talking. Yeah. So physically, what we can see 3 miles, right?
No, you can see a lot further than 3 miles.
So how far can we see?
I can tell you on a ship in good conditions, you can see, what do you think, 10, 12 miles?
10, 12 miles. Okay, that sounds good.
So you're going to bring up the if the Earth is round, you should have X amount of drop per mile.
1,000%.
Okay, but
8 inches per square mile.
But we're also talking when you say the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, so I said circumference, and I was incorrect, and I've been corrected by my mathematical genius wife.
No, it's
multiple times.
It's not that. It's
Did
just
I say it wrong?
No. I mean, no. I mean,
yeah, the total.
It's no. It's not that. But because I mean, when they say the Earth is this amount round,
yes,
we're not talking about a smooth ass ball.
No,
we're talking about here's the medium.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when they talk about fucking tides,
mm-hmm.
here's the medium tide,
mm-hmm.
and then you have a high and you have a low tide. So you have to imagine there are peaks and valleys all over the Earth.
Absolutely.
Which is why they say X amount mile high stadium,
mm-hmm.
mile above
sea level. Sea level.
Yeah.
Planet.
So I mean,
plane net.
Yeah. So
plane.
If you're
airplane.
a mile above sea level, you have a lot more straight out fucking vision than you would if you were at sea level.
Absolutely. So you take the same distance from here to here, right? And I was in construction for a long time,
mm-hmm.
so I used building levels and transits
Yeah.
and all that, right?
Yeah.
We never accounted for even in 1,000 yards, right? You should have some accounting for the curvature. Am I correct? Or is everything level? That's my point. That is my craziness.
It's not all level.
You have to think about
road builders.
You're like an ant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. I know. So that's all part of the evolution.
Where we see
theory.
You're not going to see the curvature of the Earth until you get further and further away.
Right. It doesn't.
So it is going to stay level at the level that we're at on Earth.
Okay.
The curvature doesn't come into place until you get higher and higher up.
So if you're on a ball, if I'm sitting here on a basketball, there is a complete circle or a complete roundness to that. There is a mathematical pi equation to that basketball. Mm-hmm. You're going to have some curvature regardless of how big the object is. There's going to be
not
an equation.
Not from your observance.
From my visual observance, using equipment, using the P1000, using a telescope, using a laser, right? So my point is, why is the math wrong that they're telling us? Either it's a lot bigger around, or it's flat, or it's not flat but level plane, meaning I know there's mountains, I know there's valleys. The math doesn't add up. And my wife, I'm telling you, they hate me for this. But
I don't think they hate you.
And I'm simple-minded. I'm not intelligent.
It's a difference of opinion, right?
I'm not a smart person, but I'm telling you, from this point to this point, there is a curvature in that. Even the size, what the size of the Earth is, 36,000 miles. What is the size of the Earth?
Let's see.
So the calculators use 8 inches.
Radius of the Earth is 3,960 miles.
Is radius the center?
From the center out.
Okay.
Half of the...
Okay.
Circumference is all the way around, correct?
Right.
Circumference is 24,901 miles.
Okay, 24,000. There is a mathematical equation in that, in miles. If you use the world's longest bridge in China, right? The Jingjubing, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, okay.
But you can look it up. I shouldn't be able to sit on one side and shoot a laser to the exact location of the other side, because that would be below the horizon, which is 100 miles. 100 miles.
But if you're using a bridge as a reference,
mm-hmm.
they don't build the bridge in a curve.
Why not?
They're not.
Why not?
Why would they? Because it's easier to go fucking flat.
It is easier to go flat. You're
on the bridge.
Right.
So when the Earth does its curvature, they, instead of making the bridge this, they just built it up.
So if they build it up, if they build it up at that point, you're going to be 1,000, 2,000 feet above the surface. It doesn't make sense, Brad. When you get it, I'm telling you, when you get this question, you're going to be like them motherfuckers. I'm telling you.
Go grab the whiteboard. Drag the whiteboard out.
When you get what I'm trying to say,
No,
When
we've
you smell what I'm stepping in,
We've
you're gonna
talked
be
about
like-
we've talked about this
You're
before,
gonna be
and
like
I
them
enjoy it.
motherfuckers.
I just enjoy. Let's see, what was man. So the reference it would the I think I'm gonna bring up two different references. One was I've seen the model of the flat Earth thing, where the Earth is it's on NASA too because it's splatted out kind of thing. Like if remember you talking about if you just push the Earth on the top and you just squish it out flat, that's what y'all think the Earth looks like with the big ice wall on it. And I think United Nations.
Yes,
United Nations.
United
thing.
Nations
That's,
map.
that's what it. That's what it is.
And every map up to 200 years ago was flat. It was never accounting for a curve.
She's bringing up. Everybody's like, "What's happening?" Yeah, this thing whiteboard.
Can I draw something out?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, come on over.
This is my.
Yeah, we're doing a whiteboard thing.
Calculator. Earth circumference.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. So
you said it was 26,000. I know. This is the crazy shit.
Calculator adds, subtracts,
Yeah, here we-
multiplies.
I'm trying to get the microphone over here so we can make sure we can both talk.
Brad, look at this photo. You know what that is? The Causeway, Lake Pontchartrain.
That's
Is it?
the longest North American?
It's the longest single span bridge in the world,
United-
as I understand it.
Yeah.
How far is that?
It's about just under 40 kilometers across, like
40
26 miles or
kilometers,
something.
26 miles, okay. Look up that calculator for me. So keep in mind that picture, right? You look from one side, you see that, and I don't know what the elevation is they're at right now, right?
That's sea
Remember,
level.
we're
That's Lake Pontchartrain.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about where they're taking the
baby. Do you got
Oh,
any
I don't know.
comments? Give him your microphone so we can make sure we.
Sorry, I'm gonna
That's why I keep
my
pointing my
mouth.
microphone. I'm just like talking to the fucking microphone, bro.
What was the calculator you wanted me to look
Sorry
up?
about that. You have way more intelligible conversations, so I'll spin it back to you.
But what was the calculator you wanted me to look at?
Just look up.
Flat Earth lies.
Yeah.
No.
All right. You can. Or just Google Earth calculator. It's no, because it adds 8 inches. Because they say with the curvature is 8 inches per square mile. 8
Linear
inches square
mile.
per mile.
Hey, Nikki. Remember how you said you weren't going to say anything?
Yeah,
You're going to
go
have to get
grab
up here to
that
the
right there.
microphone. Come up to the microphone,
She'd
girl.
love to.
Come on.
She'd love to. I'm telling you. That's why I went ahead and laid it on the line. They hate me. They hate my guts.
No, I think you're all right. Well, he's looking that up. Here's what I don't know.
So
It's
here's
funny
the
that
bridge, right? You're saying they would just build it level, right? And of course, it's like minute. I can't even draw a line that fine. So if they were to keep doing that, look.
yeah, but it's going to be higher. Yes, I
You
mean
see what I mean? They're not going to build it a level bridge. 'cause it's
sometimes
easier
they
to
do.
They're not. You said they weren't going to follow the curvature. Just
So-
like planes don't fly with a 3% nose gradient.
Remember to pull the microphone over there. Remember we're trying
Oh,
to hear you.
they don't fly. Just like planes don't fly with a 3% gradient.
Here's
Here,
the
you slide it over there too.
here's the
I can see
thing.
it.
Here's the thing. If we're talking about here's a curve, right?
Right.
It's not necessarily a curve. This is a big pit.
Okay.
This is a tiny little pit.
Okay.
This part here is up.
Mm-hmm.
And this is this drawing for your Earth. And by the way, this is like a 4,000 mile bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So you build the bridge
Mm-hmm.
to follow that, but it's going to be the supports are all different because
So
you have
that's
to.
where they got me. Initially, that's where it got me because keep in mind, I built this shit, right?
Yeah.
So you're absolutely 1,000% right. But my wife, being the genius that she is,
She
can
is.
figure.
I mean, I don't think she's a genius. I think she's an idiot.
No.
She married you, so I know
Well,
she's dumb as fuck.
for that. But you're right. But
You can do better,
so
Nikki.
She can figure this curvature, right? She can figure this even with she can figure this curvature even with all that shit in there, right?
Yeah.
But just think from a general point of view, right? Round Earth, that's what they showed us. That's what Google Earth shows us, which is a photograph. It's not an actual photo. Never has been, right? Until you zoom in, you don't get to see real photography. Am I correct with that, producer?
How do you mean when you zoom in, you don't get to
So until you zoom in on Google Earth, you don't see actual realism. You don't get to see the houses. You don't get to see the trees, the mountains. But when you zoom out, you're showed a globe picture,
Correct.
and that's exactly what it is. It is a photo. I mean, it's a AI or a created photograph. It's not real. It's not an actual photograph. How did
Actually,
I
it's
say? I said
literally
that wrong.
thousands and thousands of photographs all put together.
So if you'll look up the actual creation of the Google, if you look it up, the Google globe is AI generated. It's not created
Oh, I
by
can believe
thousands
it's
of
AI
photographs.
generated.
Yeah. So until you get into a lower atmosphere, a lower I don't know what it's called, but altitude. You're not seeing real. It's all AI generated. It's fake.
Sure, I can believe that.
Therefore, we've never been out there to take a picture of it.
Well, hold on. Here's the. You ever
Right?
seen whiskers? No.
Who's
See,
your daddy?
no, see that's
Okay.
Here, your philosophy with that though is flawed. As in, ants have whiskers.
Who?
Ants.
Ants have whiskers?
Ants. You ever seen a close-up picture of an ant?
Yes, I have.
They got whiskers.
Well,
You can't fucking see the whiskers
never seen them.
because how much farther away
You're right.
you are and how
You're
much
You're right.
you can't when you zoom in.
So
They got
then
fucking
I go to the math. Pull up your Earth calculator.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay. What does it say? Say you plug in
Are you
20. Here it is.
Are you trying to look for the drop?
26 miles. Yes. 26 miles.
Yeah, I
for
put
the-
in 100 eye feet for the picture that they took.
Okay.
With the target distance 27 miles all the way across the lake. Okay, horizon distance is going to be 12.2 miles. Target hidden height, I don't know what that is, but 145.1713 feet.
So it's supposed to be hidden, right? The view you're seeing is supposed to be hidden 145 feet below what you're seeing. So you're seeing the trees. Trees aren't 145 feet tall. You're seeing the horizon, the beach. It's 145 feet below the curvature of the earth is what they're telling you in that calculator. That's my point, is the math doesn't add up. You know what I'm saying? We've all been taught it's a globe. For the last 200 years, it's a globe.
The world's tallest tree is 379 feet.
And that's in California, right? That's not in Louisiana, am I correct?
Yeah, that's probably a sequoia.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah. It's a redwood.
Right. Or it's in what was that movie? Awesome movie. Anyway.
You ever put a yardstick in water?
Yeah, and it bends, it
Yeah.
reflects. Okay, there we go with the magic. Let's do the magic.
Well, I mean, is it magic or is it just
Well, that's not magic. That's just light rays being bent
yeah.
because water has different properties than air.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
mean
it's a
just,
liquid.
Just like you don't really see
Well, technically, air is a liquid too.
You have air, or no, you have gas, water, and a solid.
earth, wind, and fire.
Gas, liquid, and solid.
Earth,
So
wind,
then,
and
what
fire.
is water?
Water is a liquid.
Okay, you didn't say liquid. You said gas, water, solid.
Gas, liquid, solid.
I got a gas.
I hate to break it to you, but air is a liquid.
Glass is a liquid. Did y'all know that? Glass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because it's non-crystalline.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's really cool.
but air is a liquid. If you look at the properties that exist within when you move like a foil through water and you move a foil through air, they're exactly the same.
So this whole thing about flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea what it is, what shape it is. I have no clue. All I know is what they've been telling us is a lie. The math doesn't add up. What I'm looking at from this point and the measurable math doesn't add up.
Okay, so is it fair to say there's math you don't understand?
Oh, at one, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
I'm a dummy.
No. I don't think you're dumb. Everybody's opinionated, and it's fine. If you believe the Earth is flat, Put my whiteboard over here.
Crazy.
And I think I brought this up to you before because it was one of the tests to show the Earth is not flat.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think the Earth is flat, that's your flat Earth, and the blue line is your ice wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I brought
We
up
didn't even mention the ice wall yet. I was taught
we can't.
Antarctic Circle.
Yeah, but
Were y'all not taught that in school? Were
Well,
you not taught about
yeah,
the Antarctic Circle?
yeah,
And the
Yeah.
Arctic Circle.
yeah,
Not Antarctic continent, Antarctic Circle.
Oh, I know
yeah,
about
because
the
it's the
continent.
two cold things.
Okay.
But yeah, the
Those
circle.
two cold
yeah.
things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry to
both
interrupt.
poles.
Go ahead.
No, the circle can be a dome.
Yeah.
Because it is. It's a dome from right there. If you used to slice, like you slice off the fucking bottom of an orange, which is obviously circular, and you flip it upside down. I mean,
So the circle goes all the way around
no,
all the
wrong way.
continents.
Wrong way. The Arctic and Antarctic circles are like slicing off the top and bottom of an orange.
Okay.
They're still circles. They're not talking about the up and down.
Why
It's
can't we
just circle.
travel there?
We can.
We can.
Who?
They do it all the time.
People
Everybody.
people go to
Go
the
to-
Antarctic
Are
all
you
the
saying
time.
you don't think people go
From-
to the Antarctic?
From one point in New Zealand, you can on a ferry boat or travel with it's one group or one company can take you there. You can't freely travel
I know people personally who have been to Antarctica.
and work there.
They were on a ship. They brought fuel down to McMurdo
Exactly.
Station.
You cannot freely travel there. I can't
Oh
take
no,
a
there's
sailboat.
tourism now.
Yeah, there's tourism through a paid contractor from one point in New Zealand to the Antarctic.
Probably because that's the only people that will do it.
No,
Every time
there's
you
people willing to go out. but
every
they're-
time you fly, you pay a contractor to do that. It's called Delta.
understand that. Being my point, that's not my point though. You're right, but that's not my point. My point is you can't, as a free person, travel to these locations.
Sure, you can. Go ahead.
Sure, you can.
No,
If you,
there's
you can sail
the
your own boat
longest
down there.
standing treaty throughout like 37 countries in the 50s. The longest standing treaty. You can look this up. Admiral Byrd told us about it, right? And it's the Antarctic Treaty.
Correct.
We cannot freely
Nobody
travel.
can lay claim to it.
Correct. But it also, y'all guard it. And I say y'all, meaning the military. God bless y'all. Thank you. But y'all guard it. And I can't take a sailboat from here to the Antarctic. I cannot. I can't get near
Pretty
it.
sure you can.
You
I would
can.
love for someone to do it.
They do all the time.
Who is they? I would
There's
love it.
There's a company that actually ferries people over to the Antarctic.
That's what I'm
from South
saying.
America.
It's a pay. There is a company that can, but why can I not do that?
You can go buy a boat and go sail.
No, you can't.
You can. Well, who's going to stop you?
You'll
We
see.
can't. We.
Look it up.
I say how many people we got? 3. There's 5 people in this room
Yes.
right now.
Yes.
We couldn't 5 people agree on hardly any fucking thing, especially something to that level. When you already said, what'd you say, 20, 30 some odd countries?
There's like 37, I think.
There's no way in hell you're going to get 37 people to say,
Longest
let's-
standing treaty. Look the treaty up.
No,
please.
that's to not claim it.
Oh, you're right. Right. No, I
But
agree.
we can't. But
I agree.
it's easy for us to say, hey, man, just don't punch me in the face. And
but
like
I-
we can all get along with that, which
Yeah.
is basically all they're doing. Don't punch me in the face.
Right.
I'm not saying you can't come over. You
Right.
can't visit the.
And that's what Bird said. The resources are great. He also said some other things that people didn't like to hear, which was conspiracy that he said. But have you ever heard of Admiral Byrd?
sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's awesome.
There's there's this one guy that I see on Instagram, and he had one guy on there, and he was talking about some of the. I wish I'd have saved it, but he's talking about he went down there and he had access to all these different fucking rooms at the fucking Arctic Circle in this one research facility, and he's like they're shooting these fucking beams into the fucking Earth to like test for stuff, and he's like, I seen this stuff, and they're able to fucking project that as a fucking weapon of some wild shit from the fucking Arctic, and I was like, what the fuck?
Sky Ice.
It
You ever
might-
heard of that?
No,
Sky Ice?
it might be that because I wish I could remember what.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. So
Please
you're going to
do.
tell me I feel certain that that's a doctored photo.
So you're not seeing the entire. That looks like it's within our bubble.
That photo was taken from the highest
I mean-
skydive ever recorded.
Oh yeah. So did you see what y'all's
Oh,
physicist, y'all's renowned? What's the physicist name?
Stephen Hawking.
No,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Not to be confused with Mike deGrasse Tyson, who was a boxer turned
That's
Boxer
right.
turned
That's
physicist,
right.
That's correct.
Look at you.
It's a Big Bang reference.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he said you would not be able to see it a curvature at that height anyway. He said because you're so minutely above, say, and he had a ball in his hand, and he said you're so.
So you think that's a doctored photo?
I have no clue. I don't know.
Let me see what picture
I mean,
you're looking at.
it looks like a real photo to me.
gonna have to-
Remember, I grew up about the same time y'all did.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So I
Wait a
mean,
minute, wait a minute.
I
That
want
was-
it to be real.
Hang on a second. That was the
That was a jump.
no, yeah,
Red
no,
Bull
that was
jump?
no, that was the jump. But you said
Mhm.
it was a fisheye lens,
Absolutely, fisheye lens.
which
But
is
you can clearly see that that's not a fisheye lens.
Can
One
you?
of the characteristics of a fisheye lens is
Is your-
it'll
have-
be distorted all around the
You'd have
edges.
Do me a
curved
favor. You
edges.
can't see the edges, but go back and watch the video of it. It does distort it, and it shows it at a curvature, like a sagging curvature. Why would it curve the opposite direction?
so. I
Please
think
watch the video.
no, yeah. So I think there's some.
I've seen the video a long time ago.
I think there's some things that I don't think that we understand because we don't know all the math and the science behind it. Even though I think who's the people you think tainted the educational system?
Was
it-
no, it's Rockefeller. here.
Rockefeller. I was going to say Rothschild,
Yeah.
but I knew that one. Rockefeller.
Did you look up why I said that?
I think I did at the time. I don't recall
Because
it.
he doesn't want a league of intelligent people. He
He
wants a
wanted
league
workers.
of workers.
Oh yeah, okay.
He wanted slaves,
Yeah,
and he's
all
got us.
right. All
He's
right.
got us.
So here's your flat Earth thing we were talking about before, and here and the two things that I'm gonna bring up, which is you think the sun and the moon are a lot smaller,
Closer
and they
within
are
our
within the dome.
within our dome.
Okay, so the thing that I was talking about, like we're gonna say these are or rotating, around the Earth like you think they are. The one thing that when they disproved the flat Earth thing was if you dug 3 holes, and I know this is not to scale, but if the sun is doing this, when the sun gets directly over this pit that you dug 3 pits. When it gets over this pit, the sun will shine straight down in it. And it will never shine straight down in these two because the sun doesn't come up here, because that would just fuck shit up.
So-
If the sun is going from the outside edge to the center, you should sooner or later be able to see in the bottom, as in directly over it, shining straight down. The whole bottom of this pit should be illuminated. And you can't say that the sun is going around the Earth and then moving this way too, because it would be, if you saw that happen, it would just be fucked up in a flat Earth scenario, because you're always going to see the bottom of this one, and it's always going to be at an angle. Like that's all of that bottom pit that's going to be done, and then flip that around. That's all that's ever going to be seen on that.
If it's round, how does the sundial work?
If it's round, how does the sundial work?
If it is a ball, how does a sundial work, or a what is it called, sextant work? That was used by the
Shooting the stars?
no, they were
No,
u-
the sextant is like an old navigational
She
tool.
is
Sextant
like
is
a
used to measure celestial
encyclopedia.
bodies above the horizon,
Yeah, shooting the stars.
amongst planets and
planets, stars. Yeah,
celestial bodies.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I said. Shooting
All it
stars.
does is give you the height of that celestial body above the horizon.
Yeah.
But here's another question. Let's just look at the moon phases. The moon phases, there's crescent moons and they're circular because the Earth is blocking the sun's light refracting on the moon. How can it be circular if it's flat?
I don't know.
If these two are rotating around this flat Earth, it'll never happen.
How do
How
we
do
get?
you have one blocking the other? The only way to have one blocking the other is if my point of reference, the moon is here and the sun is there, and it blocks it.
How do we have an eclipse? How many telescopes
like-
have you ever
like-
seen that can
like this.
see 94 million miles away?
Well, I don't know how far the Hubble telescope can
Nobody.
look. But
Yeah, no
No.
telescope can see
No.
94 million
94
miles.
million miles away.
They use
you can see
radio
the sunspots
radio telescopes.
on a regular telescope that
Oh.
you can buy.
You're talking about our
And you
sun.
can- yeah. Or a P1000. Look up who bought Nikon after that. After the P1000 was released. There's another conspiracy.
That Nikon is in on flat Earth.
Mm-mm.
They're trying to hide what?
Who bought Nikon P1? I mean, since P1000 was released.
Part of Mitsubishi. It says while Nikon
They
is
stopped
part of the
producing.
Mitsubishi company,
As soon as they were released, that camera was released, they stopped producing them.
because they made
Why?
better.
No, they don't make. That's still the best camera ever made. It's still the best zoom ever made. But you put a filter on a P1000 and look at the sun, you can see the sunspots, right? The sunspots that are always there. They've never changed. How many cameras do you know can see 94 million miles away?
Well, I mean, there's only so much optical you can see before you start throwing in digital. When you throw in digital,
That's good. That's a good
now
point.
you can
That's a good point.
Photoshop shit, which is what.
No, I'm talking about with your visual eye. I'm talking about, does it have built-in digital shit to change? It may.
It's just like your phone. You can zoom in real close on something,
Mm-hmm.
and then it comes to a point, which I think they're on phones. I know my old camera, oh shit,
Canon.
yeah.
Are
but
you
what
talking
was it?
about that thing?
Yeah.
Let me see what you got.
It's just a single lens reflex camera.
See if they made a P1100. So NASA bought Nikon. Is what the theory is, right? NASA bought that, and they stopped making them, and they stopped selling them. They stopped producing them after that P1000.
Well, there's a P1100.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, that conspiracy theory is gone out the window. Then.
no, but I mean, does this with the pit thing? Does that not make sense? Because I mean, I think I hit you up once.
No, it does.
Like I hit
but
you, and I hit you up once before, like about
So
the sun coming up over the horizon.
It moves in a figure eight. The
Moves in a
sun
figure
does.
eight.
Yeah. If you take, and there's plenty of video showing it on y'all's websites that y'all's Globetards said websites. There's plenty of video showing it, and it'll map it out. It'll take a picture the exact same day in a year for like so many years.
So they
And
go in a figure eight.
That's what they're saying. Yeah.
Well,
What
if
happens
you
at
go to
the
the
center?
Arctic and the Antarctic, and it's during a time period where the sun does not set, because if you go far enough north or south,
I love him.
the sun doesn't set in the
Love him.
summertime.
He's like a plethora of knowledge. I love him. You are the encyclopedias. Y'all were talking about the encyclopedias in the old web in the
Yeah,
last
we did.
podcast, and y'all
Oh, yeah.
should. The people should go back and listen. It was awesome.
But yes, the sun does move if you're in a high enough or a low enough latitude, and the sun won't set, and it will move in a figure eight pattern.
Yeah, but not over the disc.
How do we have? What are they called? What is it called? Moon gets. I can't think.
Use your words.
Fucking gallon size drink. I drink here. What is it called? A eclipse. How do we get the eclipse?
In what
Shi-
respect?
Shine a light at me. When the moon passes between point A and B, there's the eclipse.
Exactly.
Those
Look
are
at your figure eight.
Those are colliding.
No, look at your figure eight.
I did. They collide in the middle.
Okay,
It forms. I mean,
we're talking about some really, really involved math when you start talking about celestial bodies moving, right, in relation to one another. So, but it's been, I mean, back to, hell, was it Aristotle that first started plotting celestial bodies and saying, yeah, they repeat themselves all the time.
he's
We
the
can
father of the planets.
we can
He
look-
is the father of the planet.
predict out thousands of years where a celestial body will be
Yes.
based upon where we've observed it to be.
Aristotle. What was it? 1537.
About that, I mean,
So-
you're really taxing my brain there.
He is the father of the idea of a planet, of the globe. The first globe that was ever created to go on your desktop, 1787. So this isn't a long thought theory we've got. We've just been taught. This is what you're seeing. This is what we're telling you there is. God created perfection. God created us in the center of the universe. We are the center of the universe. We're created just like him.
So you don't believe in aliens?
I don't believe in aliens. I believe there's other dimensions in this. Oh, yeah, that gets into something different.
We should have started with this.
Multiverse.
Multiverse. We've
Goddamn
got-
Marvel.
So we've got demons.
Actually, before Marvel, it was Robert A. Heinlein.
We know demons are real, right? Do you not? Okay.
Yeah, I was married to one.
That's all that
I
look.
told you fucking left the redheads alone. Yeah, demons are real because
Okay.
they're
So I think
angels
they're
of
dimensional beings. I think that God created us in the center of the universe and everything revolves around us. I think we're encapsulated. We've had that conversation to where I think there's water above and there's water below. If you zoom in on your phone, for instance, and they've got pretty good cameras and technology now, it's going to look like it's a light being held in water. I don't know what the light is. The Bible, I think, I don't even want to quote it because I'll be wrong.
no.
But
Joe fucking referenced the Bible and it
yeah,
fucking
I'm
got
not
it.
gonna. Yeah,
Yeah, Joe referenced the.
I won't even do
I will. I'm an ordained minister.
Okay.
I'll fucking talk. Joe referenced the fucking Bible before, and he was like, "No, the fucking firmament and the firmament is the fucking
Who
dome."
is Joe? Who is this Joe?
My
Joe,
cousin Joe.
you know
Crazy
Joe.
Joe.
Oh, Job.
Joe. Joe.
Oh, I love Joe.
My crazy cousin Joe.
Yeah, I love Joe.
Yeah.
I love Joe. He's
I'm
right.
not sure that you claiming your.
I'm an ordained minister. Shut your face.
Yeah, that anybody can get that. And
You
I've seen
wouldn't
Yes,
be the
a
guy
lot
that
of
I would go to for theological
I've seen a lot.
expertise.
James is right. Anybody can do that, but in my 21-year career in the military, only one person has ever asked me about that when I put that on my mark support.
That's cool though. I mean, I'm not. It's not a negative.
no, I mean, that's.
I think it's cool. I didn't know that.
yes,
That's
I'm
pretty
an ordained.
awesome.
I've been ordained.
You
minister
didn't
for a
know
while.
he was a minister?
I did not.
It's been.
Yeah, he went online and filled out some paperwork.
Yeah,
and they sent it
exactly.
to him.
That's exactly all you got to do.
that's not inaccurate because that's
Yeah.
what happened.
But
I
that's
think
cool
you
that
can
you
get
did
it
it.
like
But-
same day now.
Yeah, I think it was. But yeah, no, Joe fucking talked about the fucking firmament, and then you brought up the fucking water and things, and he talks about the water above and below.
And we had the conversation
Yeah.
about it being
What do you have to live fresh water? What's under the earth? Fresh fucking water.
So there's
the
a
firmament's the fucking earth. The water below is the water being cleaned to make sure you have ability to survive.
So there's a really cool guy, and he's got a place just north of Florida. It's in Alabama. He's got a dinosaur exhibit, and he's got a ministry. I wish I could remember his name right now, but he's super awesome. I don't agree with everything he says. I do agree with a lot that he has to say
What does he say?
about it. Well, he says the dinosaurs. So, one example I heard today, he said, imagine if, reptiles never stop growing. I didn't know that. Did y'all know that?
Well, let's forget the Komodo dragon.
They
Actually,
never.
yeah. I think I
You
did
knew
know that.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course you did. But they never stop growing. And you can imagine.
I only really know it because I went to this alligator place on the North Shore. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a hatchery.
Yeah, but
And
that's
they
awesome.
Give you a little tour.
I
and
didn't,
they,
well, my dumb
explain-
ass didn't know it. And
they
so,
explain to you how alligators went from being on the endangered species list to almost being extinct till now you just throw a marshmallow out in the water somewhere and the alligator shows up. So
yeah, I believe it. So,
Yeah, it's
but
all right.
if you had them around Adam and Eve time, where everyone lived to be, 800-900 years old, if they grew for that amount of time, you'd have something that looked like a. So in the Bible, it doesn't mention dinosaurs. It mentions what? Shit, I can't think.
All right, well, here.
What does it mention in the Bible? Hang on.
yeah, but just because an alligator never stops growing doesn't mean it doesn't get old.
What are the badass dragons? It mentions dragons, right?
Yeah.
So they're saying that he said that if you could live 900 years, you would look like this, or a chameleon could look like a Tyrannosaurus or a Triceratops over 900 years. And that sounded believable to me. And plus that before in the dome, right, you have extremely high amounts of oxygen. And I think that's been proven by these scientists today that the higher amount of oxygen,
the bigger and better shit grows. Yeah.
better shit grows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible also references giants.
Okay. I believe in them.
Okay.
See, you didn't want to go there.
No. I said I did.
I did.
No, I said I'll go there.
I'm all
What's
about that
what's a
life.
giant?
A giant?
What's a giant?
I don't know. Some big.
Andre,
All right, Andre the Giant.
Andre's huge.
Andre the Giant's a really good
I
reference.
work with a giant. I actually work with two, and one they call Big Dick Nate. And I'm not going to tell you why they call him Big Dick.
It's hung like a light switch. No, so what? So we're gonna.
is it like calling a really big guy tiny?
No, I'm just going to say,
I'd hate to know
you
that
see
he,
this dude in the shower, and we shower together at work. So this
Why are
dude's
you-
hung like a mule.
Why are you looking?
You can't help. I mean, it's hanging out of
It's
the
easy-
shower.
it's easy, look.
literally. He throws it over his shoulder into another shower for its own shower. Right? It's huge, Nate. All right,
All right,
listen.
here. So anyway, by the way, question: what is a giant? Like, so how much taller are people nowadays than they used to be?
I've got a guy that works with me at 6'9", and he is a huge being.
The Bible doesn't say a fucking giant is 7 foot tall.
That's true.
'Cause,
You're right.
It doesn't. Yeah, it
Doesn't
doesn't,
specify.
define.
No.
Does the Bible ever say how long a year is?
The Ethiopians follow
The,
the actual year.
Does the Bible ever say
But the
how long
Bible-
is a
No,
year?
no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So if God never said this is a year because
Right.
that's a man-made fucking thing.
He never said how long a day was either.
See, I'm with
Right.
y'all. I'm with y'all.
See, that's what.
100%.
Yeah. See, and you were referencing reptiles and
Mm-hmm.
never stop growing and all that shit, and
900
like
years.
like Kangaroo
Yeah.
said, you know, that doesn't mean they don't die or get old and die.
Mhm.
So they continually grow. We continually grow in
But
some
we also
direct. We stop
age.
growing up and out
Mhm.
as we get older,
He said
and
that
then
exactly.
we age and then we fucking die. I asked the pastor one time. I was like, when I was younger, and like I said, I'm referencing the Bible not saying how long a year is or a day or whatever it was, because I was like, where the fuck does the dinosaurs come into play with all this? And he's like, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You believe that?
Mhm.
How long did it took? If the Bible doesn't say
It doesn't say in one day.
it,
Wow,
Day-
we're
the
gonna
first
you're
day.
gonna go
It
down this
says-
rabbit hole.
it says
The first
on
day.
the first day. How
we
long-
don't know how long the
There
day
you
is.
go.
I got you.
So while he's creating things, if he's like, oh no, hey,
Could be
I'm
1,000
doing
years.
this, I'm
It could
doing
be-
that, doesn't
yeah.
mean because we're the one who conceptualized time.
Right.
Right.
So, what God's doing, which we have,
You're
it's
absolutely right.
unfathomable. So yes, he did all this stuff and was like, yeah, I'm still working on some shit. It's the fucking whatever.
and then when he went to phase 2, he called it day 2,
because like I mean,
depending on
you
how
can't
long it was that he
That's
took.
brilliant. Yeah.
because you can't say dinosaurs aren't real. Because I mean, what the fuck is that fucking big ass encapsulated fucking fossil over
And
there?
where
Like,
do we
look at
get
fucking dinosaur.
where did we get our fossil fuels from?
Yeah, so I mean, like, it's a fucking,
Hey,
it's
please. on
Yeah,
both
you
of
drive that
those.
hot rod car out there.
Yeah. Can I make a point on both of those? Where
Yeah.
did we get fossil fuels from? Was actually coined by Rockefeller to make it seem like we have less of what we have. We have an over exorbitant amount.
Well,
of
because
oil.
you hear the word fossil and you
Right,
and
he
you hear
created
it,
that.
you
Yeah.
hear it and you say, okay, it's a limited resource.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he
But-
started using that.
That's
and
not
coining
why it's
that.
called fossil fuels, though.
But that's why he started coining it.
But they're called fossil fuels because it's the breakdown of animal
Right.
matter from
Billions of years ago.
millions.
Animal and
whatever,
plant
yeah.
matter, humus.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not just fossils. It's animal and plant. There's a lot more plant matter than there is humans or
yeah.
animals.
I mean, they used it to make scotch,
Yeah.
right, Brad?
But I think there's I think there's more than what they're
Cheers to
telling us,
that.
right? And he
Oh
used
no,
that.
I think
yeah. He used that term to
conservatively,
push
we
it.
have
You know, he also.
probably 100 to 150 years left on the planet, at least.
I don't. Yeah, I think it's way over that. But I think they're lying to us about how much we have, and it's we need to worry about the whole environmental thing. That's another conspiracy with Greta Thunberg, all that bullshit she was
Oh, she's
doing.
an idiot.
She's using like a solar vibrator now, I guess, because she's 22
She
years
also
old.
flies around on a private jet.
Oh, I know.
How big is the
it's
carbon
all,
emission on a private jet?
It's all bullshit.
Well, look,
that's what I'm saying. Well,
climate-
there's more oil than what they're telling us.
Climate change is real.
Yeah. Okay.
It is.
Yeah, the climate always changes.
There,
It
you,
does.
there you go.
And it broke. You're absolutely
See
right.
that's
It
where
does.
that's the whole that's a conceptualization of
can't argue it.
man putting their fucking
Okay.
timestamp on thing because yes, the climate is changing and
Here's
it
an
always
interesting-
has
You're not wrong.
and
tidbit
it
that
always
NASA's not
hang on a
talking
second.
about.
Hang on a second. It always has and it always will. And you know what an article I read today. You know what they just fucking said about the fucking climate? Oh, guess what? The fucking Atlantic Ocean is like 2 or 3 degrees colder than it was, and they're like, "Fuck, the hurricane season may not be shit because the fucking Atlantic is cooling off."
So
And it's just like we.
Does that mean our insurance rates are going down?
Oh no, they're going to go up because they're going to.
Oh, okay.
Because that's climate change, and they're going to say, you know, if it's super cold this year, next year it's going to be
It's gonna be
super
super
hot,
hot.
Yeah.
and we're going to charge you double to get ready for next year.
I seen a guy ask in Congress. He asked our head climatologist, our head guy. I don't know who he was, what department, but he asked him, "What is the percentage of CO2 in our atmosphere?" And he couldn't tell
Oh, I
him.
think I saw this.
And it's like 0.002%.
Yeah.
You know, and which is like 0.002% of a percent lower than it was, 100 years ago.
Here's the thing for me, right? And this
It
is something that NASA's not talking about is that the temperature of every single planet in our solar system is going up right now. Now, I'm pretty sure that Mars and Venus don't have any cars on them.
Oh yeah,
So it's not the carbon footprint that's causing the temperature on those planets to rise. So the only possible explanation is the sun is going through a warming cycle.
oh, look at that. Which makes what the climate change.
Correct.
There we go.
You're right.
So-
yeah,
Hey, that was a good point.
I
about-
don't fucking agree with the climate people. It's like we don't have enough. What? How long y'all been recording this? 150 years? Like, come on, man. Like, as long as the Earth's been around, like, you can't fucking tell me that you know definitively for just 150 years of
At
like
some point,
5
Utah
people
was
to
covered
a lot
by
of
a
people.
sea.
Yeah.
How is there dinosaur bones found next to human bones or with human bones? And they're all encapsulated in the same. That's my point. If we had, you're saying dinosaur bones are like millions of years old, right? And they're saying that,
I mean,
right?
maybe they didn't. Maybe it's part of the thing that didn't fucking sink. Maybe the Earth. Maybe
right
you know,
there
like
together.
just like swamp around here in Louisiana. You know, maybe it finally just sturdied up. You know, became hard, and whatever was here got sunk on until it became. And I know here. I know
That's
that's
fixing to blow up
No,
the
no.
economy here in Louisiana, is blowing up because the natural gas is picking up.
Here's
It's-
yeah, it is. Here's one thing that I fucking enjoy. They're talking about shit. I forgot what country. Excuse me. I forgot what country it was, but they were just like, oh shit, the fucking we're freaking out because all these fucking ice caps are fucking melting, and they're like, fuck it, this is dope. Come over here and look at this. And they're like, what is it? And they're like, oh look, people's shoes, and here's a couple of tools and things. It's like, oh, this is fucking amazing, and it's like, cool.
Yeah, they're
so
making
the
lots of discoveries where there clearly was no ice before.
Yeah, so it's like people traversed there, and you're finding stuff when this fucking 3-foot ice thing melted. You're proving that climate change
Right.
is
Yeah.
accurate,
Is
but you're
a
wrong because it always changed. Because people
Right.
used to fucking walk there. You just found a skeleton with fucking boots on
Right.
and a fucking medieval
Dude,
sword. So
Climate
like, what
change
the
is
fuck?
about control.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
That's what it's about. It's about control.
It is
I agree with
absolutely.
that.
So control. You control the money.
Well, if you control the money, you
religion.
control almost everything.
Control the money. You control the religion. You control the one. It's
Religion is
written.
about money.
I don't know where it's at in the Bible, but it's biblical. It's going to happen, right? And they're trying to push it because they disbelieve that it's going to happen. Everything is anti-Christ, against God, anti-biblical.
Okay, if that's the fucking case, then don't you want them to succeed?
No,
Why?
because
What is it? Wait a minute. Wait a second. Just work with me.
I am.
What does the Bible say? The Bible said this shit's gonna fucking happen no matter what.
right.
So how
You
about
want end of days?
no? I don't want to.
Well,
I don't want
I
to
mean-
I don't want to experience the the torment
I don't know
aspect
where I'm
of it.
going, so I'm not ready for end of days yet.
I don't either. But here's the
not
thing.
going to hell.
In his concept,
know.
in his concept about the Rothschilds and the
Rockefellers.
Rockefellers in concept.
The Vanderbilts.
Yeah, you want the fucking end days to happen because it's like, yeah, bro, go ahead. Because when shit hits the fucking fan, even though the Bible already said the shit was going to hit the fan, and my man upstairs comes down and starts cracking the whip on you bitch ass motherfuckers, you want the Rothschild. You should be applauding them. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah, do your fucking thing. Think your new world order is going to solve something. You're just helping us move along for when the man upstairs is going to be like, it's time.
Oh yeah.
So no, I don't want to be tortured, and like I would prefer to be one of the ones who instantly went up. That'd be super dope. I don't want to go burn in hell by no means.
I'm
and
gonna
I don't want to
instantly
be
go up.
and I don't want to be on Earth whenever the Bible was talking about there's going to be
I'm just
turmoil.
going to stay
and
here
shit.
with all the dogs.
Oh, the dogs are going up instantly.
Yeah, I was going to say
too.
all the good dogs are already up there, so you
Yep.
want to get taken up instantly.
On the
Well,
dogs.
then Bentley wouldn't make it.
Oh, Bentley's gonna make it. He's a good
He's
boy.
questionable.
No, he's a,
Absolutely.
The jury's still out on Bentley.
Bentley's
no,
questionable.
He's a good boy.
Remy's going to be leading. Remy's going to be preaching the gospel from fucking
She's
heaven.
gonna
That
be
bitch-
the archangel of all of dogs.
Yeah.
I think they're sent angels. Honestly, do.
Oh God, dogs
really
are
do.
absolutely
She is.
sent angels.
I think they're
Bentley,
angels.
Bentley may be Satan before he was cast out of heaven.
You know, Muslims consider them filthy and dirty.
Well, that's why I'm not a Muslim. Fuck them.
Yeah. But yeah, I
I'm not a
absolutely
Muslim
believe
for
they
any
are.
number of reasons.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not
Bentley,
sitting on
Bentley's
any-
a good boy.
First of all, it's a bastard religion, and that's probably going to spawn a lot of hate and negative comments, but I don't really care.
Well, I mean, what do you think about Mormonism?
I think they're weird, but everyone that I've personally known in my life was very nice.
Yeah, they were.
I just don't know that I believe Jesus Christ came out to the people in
The one-
Utah or whatever
Second
it was.
coming,
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The one guy who
Jack
was
Smith
the
or
was the
whatever his
only
name
Joseph Smith.
Joseph.
the
Joseph
only
Smith.
cat who could interpret that.
Yeah.
And then when you magically interpreted it, it went away. Like that's all right, bro. Like yeah,
So-
I can make a religion real quick. Hold up. Called the religion of Brad.
Yeah.
Only I can
He's
understand
a
it.
minister.
And only I can understand it. So I'm fixing to preach my sermon to y'all. You have to believe what I believe, which is
And
give
that-
me most of your money.
And that may be
And go
where
fuck
mo-
yourself.
and
that
don't
may-
drink caffeine or alcohol.
And that
And
may
fuck
be,
that.
No, don't drink caffeine or alcohol, but buy alcohol and give it to me for your salvation in heaven, so I can have all the alcohol.
That's
And
like
then-
the righteous gemstones.
and then marry multiple wives because they're your ticket to heaven.
No, I don't want multiple wives. You're enough to fucking deal with.
Yeah, I never could understand that whole polygamy thing.
Yeah, if I can have a couple of side pieces,
Oh my God,
that
shut
would
up.
be super dope. But like, not multiple wives. I can't fucking deal with more. The ones.
So no
enough.
Branch Davidians for you?
No, fuck no. Taking care of
so-
all them wives. Fuck
Hey,
that.
talking about Branch Davidians,
Oh shit.
conspiracy theory, right?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
No, have you ever seen the video of them, the tanks? So they carried tanks in ATF, and they were backing them across, like sideways across this road, right, in front of the house, right. So they were crushing where the women and children were in these tunnels. They were crushing those tunnels with that tank. That's why they kept going back and forth over the middle, like turned sideways in the driveway, and kept driving back and forth.
If they didn't know what was going on in there in the first place, they're just like, we think he's got guns.
Oh, they knew he had guns.
Oh, no,
They
they
knew
knew
he
he
had-
had guns.
Yeah.
But they didn't know to what extent.
They didn't.
Which is
they-
why they had the fucking warrant to go in there to fucking see what
they
they
also
fucking
didn't
had.
know that there were tunnels down there either.
Do you want to see I think they did know.
I
Do
don't
you-
think they did.
You
Do you-
give way too much credit to the
Hey,
government.
Listen, do you want to see?
I mean, I work for the government. You're giving us way too much fucking credit.
God
Like
bless
you
you.
are just wrong.
It's not all of y'all. It's just the dirties.
We look within the Coast Guard itself. We don't even our fucking shit that we have to use don't even talk to itself.
Yeah.
We got about 8 things we have to use on a daily basis to fucking do our job, and none of them talk to each other. Which could
He's talking
easy-
about software.
Yeah.
which
I
could
understand.
easily just be one fucking thing, and if they all talked, we wouldn't have any fucking problems whatsoever.
Create it.
I'm
It
not gonna
doesn't
create.
matter. It already exists. They use it in Europe.
They just won't use it here.
They just I mean it's because it's going to cost too much money to implement to move to
You know how
another
many-
platform.
Have you talked to
But-
Papa Trump about this? Yet?
I should have talked to Uncle Elon.
You should. You need to talk to Doji and tell him what
But-
you need.
He did say he was like if Elon wants to come talk to me about what's inefficient,
Oh, I would love.
Come talk to
And
me
they're
and I'll
giving-
tell you what's
And they're
inefficient.
they're gonna
Give a
give
GS12 that's inefficient.
they're gonna give they're gonna give the fucking DHS Coast Guard a lot of money for this whole southern border shit they fucking got going on. And I was like, yo, if Elon was to reach out for me, I'd be like, yeah, bro, I can tell you some fucking places you can make cuts, you can do some shit, and it would help out fucking everybody.
Don't
because
send us any more Arleigh Burke class destroyers.
yeah, really do not. If they fucking, I spend a minimum of 30 minutes if an EPIRB goes off just with this administrative shit that I have to do.
And they should
on
require-
on a false EPIRB. It's just, you registered, you did what you're supposed to do with an EPIRB. I call you, hey, James, what's going on? Are you, bro, this is registered, you boat, or you're under the water. Even if it's on land, I still got to call you. I still got to fucking call you. Doesn't
Every
fucking
entity
matter.
that sells EPIRBs should be required to have a registration station right there.
I think you should have to buy an EPIRB, put your driver's license number on there, and then that way I can be like, cool. And if you don't fucking answer the phone or you didn't put your information in there, I'm going to send your ass a bill.
Mm-hmm.
But 30 minutes minimum administrative shit
Just
for all the
paperwork.
places
Oh,
that
yeah.
I got to fucking put.
Probably closer to an hour when it's all said and done.
Yeah, every fucking time. And we
False
have
alerts, everything.
And that's
And we got
because
a
of the
lot of 'em.
multiple places you have to put information in.
Yeah.
And
That's what I'm saying. Like fucking Elon,
Repetition
call
of-
me. I can fucking
It's
be like,
not
bro, this
efficient.
is always no.
It
Which
is
is
not.
what Doji is.
well,
Government efficiency.
Okay,
oh,
I'm gonna hang
don't
on.
even get me
I
started.
love
on
the-
Doge.
I love the fucking somebody finally did the math and it was fucking great. So are they efficient when they said there's 2 million federal employees? It should take you 5 minutes to make an email. Tell me your 5 points that you did this week. If you take all the fucking average, granted there are some more, there are some
Took
less.
me way longer than 5
So
minutes to make
Yeah.
up that
Yeah,
shit.
but the average from the way I read, from the way somebody who did the fucking math was, you're asking the federal government, the government employees, to spend $8 to $9 million to take a 5-minute email. That's what it equates to when you have the average salary across the board. You want those people to spend $8-9 million just to send you an email and say, here's the 5 things I
If
did.
they're saving, if they're saving money, they're trying to find out if they're real employees or not. Right?
I mean, I get what the concept was,
yeah.
but you
But the
spent
overall-
In your case,
you spent half
it was
of their
perfect.
Oh well, yeah, because I'm
In your case, it was perfect.
yeah, saved a life,
Right.
Saved another life,
Absolutely.
studied to save a life, trained on the software
Saved
to save
$1
the
million
life.
of assets, whatever.
Who
yeah.
wouldn't send more money to that block? You know what I mean, or to that
Yeah.
area?
Well, and I
Elon, yeah, like I
get
said,
the point
Yeah.
because
Elon's
they do
thing was
that
to
in the
say, do you-
civilian world all the time.
And this is big balls you're talking to.
well,
now. You're talking about big balls. He's like
I don't
12
fuck-
years old. He's a super genius
fuck
that
that.
come up with this shit.
Yeah, I've seen a
But-
lot of dumb geniuses. Let's not fucking fret there. Fucking fuck all that shit. I won't even go right now. But no, I don't understand what they were doing. They were just trying to say, do you actually show up to your computer? That's all I needed to know.
Mhm.
But if that's, you spend a few $1 million to find out if I come to my computer.
Yeah.
And that's all he was doing. And he even said, I did that with my companies. He's like, I'm going to send out this email. And he did it with his own company. He's like, email me that you came to work today. And they're like,
It's-
I came to work today. And the 3 people that didn't, he fired them.
It's been done in
Cool.
the civilian world. That's what we do every year in the civilian world, and we do RIFs every single year because they go through and they tally. Here's the amount of money we came in with. Here's the amount of money we're projected. Here's the personnel we have to pay for.
You have to
Here's the
justify the
administrative
next year.
fees we have to justify. And so they do it all the time. Now, granted, I've never gotten an email that said, "Tell me the 5 things that you did last week." I don't know how that.
That's because
I don't know how
your
that
supervisors
equates.
know who their good and bad employees are.
Sure, you're right.
We know who
Absolutely.
the good and bad employees are for the federal government. It's just that once you get past that magic year,
Yep.
getting rid of somebody is
Is
almost impossible.
Impossible.
What's the magic year?
You have
Three-
a year probationary period
Yeah,
when
you
you,
can be-
first
you-
get hired.
You can be fired for anything. It doesn't even matter.
You don't. They
You're
no
not
cause
su-
necessary.
Yeah, you're not suitable. We just don't like you.
and
So
then
we have a no fault state where I work.
we do too.
So they can fire you for any reason anyway.
Here too. Yeah. In New
Well, the federal
Louisiana, too.
government, that's not the way it is. Once you get past your
1 year,
probationary period,
You have to
it's
have-
a lot more involved process.
you have to
terminate
have
someone.
like a case file of documentation of somebody doing something 100% wrong across
Which they
the
had.
board.
Yeah, it's all right. We're going down a
Yeah.
We're going to go back to the conspiracy theories because we're not going to dive into Doge.
No, I mean that's cool though. That's really cool.
But
So
either way,
you
I-
saved a life. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Saved a
saved-
life, saved a bunch of money, trained on the software that I am required to use to be able to fucking save a life. What else did I put on there?
You trained someone to save
Oh
a
yeah,
life.
train
So
someone to save
I
a
could
life.
definitely. I do. I list 5 things I do every day. I write it in a book in case they ever do come back and look.
Don't
No,
forget
it's a
stopping
log.
fishermen.
Illegal
Yeah.
fishing.
Illegal for
Ill-
fishermen.
illegal
It's not as important as what you do by any means,
Oh,
but
it's part of
for
it.
any employee, I
Yeah.
think a logbook is a good thing.
I'd like to see that logbook. Can I take a gander?
You really don't want to see
I would
the
love
logbook.
to read. Can I
Because
read
we
like
all
the?
fill it out?
Can I
It's
read like 20? I want to read 30 pages.
all you need is one day. For what you're looking for is one day.
No.
And it's going to be like fucking Big Dick Nate didn't do shit. Sat on his ass all day. Because we always add that. And of course, I'm joking, but yeah.
No, I
that's
want 30
kinda shit
pages.
it's
I
gotta-
want like 10 from like within
doesn't matter.
within a year, 10 like
doesn't
10
matter.
years ago, and then 10
It's
like 20
all
years
the
ago.
same. It's all the same.
So you're saying you haven't changed your ways in the last 20 years?
Yeah.
So you
I'm
haven't
not.
improved anything. You're just doing the
No,
same
I'm
old shit.
I'm just a fucking go-getter. I'm just a go-getter. I believe in getting her done. You know, I used to bitch about the way the old guys did things, you know? I was like,
then you got
And
old.
then you became one.
and then
Yeah.
I was like, that's why they were doing that shit. So I started being the mentor or the senior op or the whatever supervisor. And I was like, them motherfuckers, y'all got to do it this way. Got to do it that way. You know, we're putting this shit where it's supposed to be and do this, prepare for this next thing. And so I apologized to my senior ops that were retired 3 days ago. I said,
Oh, did he?
I'm sorry. I did.
Oh, yeah.
I did. I texted him. I said, I'm sure y'all are fucking taking naps right now, middle of the day. And then
Hey, I
had
take
one of
naps in
them
the middle of the day. I love a nap in the middle of the
Well,
I
day.
took I took a nap before the.
One
before we did
responded
this
because he was
podcast.
watching his granddaughter.
I mean, what do
The
you do
other
when
two
you're retired?
responded an hour and a half later, so I'm assuming they were fucking taking naps.
Well, I mean, what else do you do when you retire? I mean, fuck, you either gonna fish or
That's all
sleep.
good.
Fuck it.
Exactly. Exactly. Awesome. But I told him I was sorry. I apologize.
Did you ever tell your mom you sorry for anything?
I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
What'd you tell her you sorry for?
Told her I was sorry for being a dick and creating issue and trouble. I did. And my sister. My sister,
Yeah?
you know, she passed too.
yeah.
And
No, I did the same. I did the same thing. I was just curious. We're sidetracking, but no, I did the
Yeah.
same fucking thing.
did.
It's the hindsight shit sucks.
Yeah.
Let's see. I like to play this game called Nap Roulette. I take a nap. You're shaking. It's hard to read when you're shaking. And not set an alarm. Will it be 20 minutes or 4 hours? Nobody knows. It's risky, and I like it.
That's what you do as a retiree.
That's what you do. Just
That's awesome.
I can't wait to
I never
retire.
set an alarm when I take a nap.
That's awesome.
You got to click the button.
So
we heard you.
I've got
It's okay.
4 pups.
I never set an alarm when I take a nap.
There we go. You know, it's called sleep, bro. It's not a nap. It's called sleep.
After
Hey, look.
20 minutes, it's definitely sleep.
Yeah, yeah. 20
I don't know
minute
that
nap.
I've
Yeah.
ever taken a 20-minute nap, ever.
I have.
Oh, yeah.
I can't say when, but I was refreshed. I felt new.
Well, they
renewed.
say that you slip into REM if you sleep more than 20 minutes. And you shouldn't do that because then you wake up and you're like, oh, God, I'm so groggy.
I was like, who's drowning over here?
Well, if that's the fucking case, I've never even slept because I don't know what REM sleep is. I don't ever sleep good. Where are we at with our conspiracy theories? We left all.
So you were talking about
I thought we covered
gay
all of
porn.
them.
Oh, okay. We're gonna. All right, we're at
Should
two.
we just go to happy hour at this point?
No, we're gonna do one more and see how far down the rabbit hole he wants to go.
Oh,
do
God.
it.
Okay.
Because I know we got sidetracked.
Let's go.
Where
Mm.
is when I walked away to go take a piss earlier? You were very adamant and you smiled
Mhm.
so enthusiastically. There you go.
Oh, here
Let's
we go.
do it.
And it's so funny because yesterday I went down to the gas station to get a bottle of liquor.
Mm.
Grab my liquor, walk up to the register. There's 3 people up there kind of checking out, chatting. And this bitch is like, no, I don't want them to fucking do anything with my goddamn phone because they're tracking me enough. I had to get the fucking COVID shot, so they know where I'm fucking at. And I was just like, oh my fucking God, lady.
You mean
Like,
you think you have nanomachines in you from the COVID
He-
shot?
yeah.
I don't think so, but apparently that bitch did. She thought within that tiny little needle was a microchip small enough to be injected in her to where they could track her. So where do you stand on COVID?
Who the fuck goes to the gas station to get liquor? I mean,
our
You
gas-
should take him to the gas
Who is
station
that
before they
lucky?
leave
Our
town.
gas station is phenomenal. They have a full blown on liquor store in the gas station. It's
that's awesome.
fucking
There are
phenomenal.
liquor stores that are envious of this gas station.
Yeah, this is
When we moved here 5 years ago, the solidifying point
the
was that
deciding
fucking
factor.
gas
that fucking
station.
gas station.
That motherfucker had see that bottle of
They
tequila
sell
up there, the black
Belvini,
bottle,
right?
Yeah.
huh?
They sell Belvini, don't they?
He's got Belvini, he's got Weller's,
Bland's.
he's got Bland's.
he even sets us
That's the John Wick. The black bottle up there is John Wick
That's
tequila.
awesome.
I found that
At that
that-
gas station.
in two places in my entire life, and I've been looking in Mississippi, Alabama, Montana,
Texas.
Wyoming.
That's what
Texas,
you were telling me
Florida.
to look for.
Florida.
oh
the
yeah,
John
he had
Wick.
a $1,250 bottle of Pappy Van Winkle.
No,
Oh,
he had
wow.
he had an $8,000 bottle of Pappy Van Winkle.
What?
Yeah.
So that gas
People
station,
kill for
It's
that.
a fucking
Yeah.
legit.
he's got some
joint.
shit down there.
It's
I
a
can't
legit
afford none of
joint.
that fucking shit.
He's got to be the mob.
He's
No, isn't he an Indian dude? Dot not feather.
yeah,
The red dot mob.
yeah, he's an Indian. yeah, that dude's
Or they're
fucking.
great.
That's not
fakes.
racist. I'm sorry.
Dude's fucking.
I'm sorry.
The dude's fucking awesome.
You
He's super
instantly
nice.
knew
He
what I was
loves
talking
me.
about.
He loves every time he knows both of us, and he whenever I go in, he's like, "Oh, it's your turn to get it this time."
He's like, oh yeah, she goes there. He's like, where have you been? I hadn't seen
Where's-
you in a year and a half.
He's like, "Where's your husband?" And I was like, "He's working." And he was like,
yeah,
"All right."
that guy has fucking every fucking.
That's
thing.
awesome,
It's
bro.
fucking wild.
You know, throw it out there for an advertisement.
It's a Chevron. It's not. It's not like Habib's gas
I wish I
station
could've seen
of
his face
something.
saying
It's fucking Chevron.
So you're talking about the COVID
Yeah, what we got on COVID?
and tracking, right? Look
Yes.
up graphene oxide, producer.
Graphene oxide.
Graphene oxide.
Graphene,
Graphene.
not
Graphene.
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 Are we drawing
Oh.
something?
If I could
INE.
type, it would be better.
Yeah. So
You only have the one daiquiri.
Use your finger.
and then maybe you'll find a video clip of how it can be controlled and controlled by vibration.
It's a two-dimensional material derived from graphite through a chemical oxidation process. It's essentially a single layer of graphite oxide with oxygen-containing functional groups attached along its edges and basal plane. These groups include epoxy, hydroxyl, carboxyl, make hydrophilic, and enable it to form a stable suspension in water.
And then look up if it's in the vaccine.
Well, I mean,
Ooh, I got y'all looking.
But I mean, petroleum products are
Oh
in.
my God.
in
Yeah, and
everything you fucking.
Yeah, everything you eat,
You and yeah. So,
every medicine.
so why?
Because
would-
of who? Papa Rockefeller.
So what? So why? How are they tracking us with the vaccine? Did you have the
don't know.
vaccine?
No.
You did
No,
not have the. Never had the
no,
vaccine.
Nope.
Okay.
I didn't want it.
I didn't. Honestly, I didn't either.
Yeah,
But we had to keep our jobs.
I know you did.
I was enlisted at the time, so
And
it-
God bless y'all.
I
know.
saluted and said, "I'm not happy, but
Yeah.
hurrah, sir."
And
I took it because I believe in vaccines.
I got you.
I do too, but
yeah.
it was not well enough researched.
Well, there's debate on that though, right? Because the COVID vaccine is based off of a SAR
Okay.
variant, and they already had vaccines for
Sure.
that.
Not
But
So
let me
it
ask you
wasn't
this.
like it was a brand new vaccine.
was.
You went to
It
the
was an
FDA right now,
mRNA.
But they've been
and you said,
researching
I
that
want
for
to license a
long
new
time.
Researching
vaccine.
it.
Do you think they're going to let you
What
do it
testing?
inside a year?
What
Well,
testing have they done?
They've already
Well,
tested.
we don't know because we're
they've-
not the doctor.
They've already
Zero.
tested the SARS vaccine with other.
I understand all that. But
They-
if you go to the FDA right now and you say, well, this is the vaccine that we've used in the past, and we're going to make a variation on it, we want you to license it in the next 90 days. They're never going to do it.
Well, no, but they
Well,
did
They did.
You're right, they did.
because it was a worldwide pandemic and it was needed.
Was it?
No.
It was a worldwide pandemic.
Okay,
yes, it
but
was.
was it really needed?
It was a flu virus. Go look at the flu statistics
I-
those years.
no,
they
you're
dropped
right.
statistically. They dropped to nothing.
Agreed.
And then all you've got is COVID here.
I
Right?
agree. Flu kills more people a year than COVID
Every
did.
year,
And
right.
it was a very bizarre situation
that happened, but I feel like it was. So here's where I have a little bit of a conspiracy theory with COVID, because
I was gonna say I got one too.
I feel
This thing, phone just cut on.
I feel like it was. I feel like it was. Ugh, this is really shitty for me to say, and forgive me, and I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I do feel like it was a manufactured and it was strategically released, and I feel like it was strategically not contained, because when it was exposed in whatever realm, however it got exposed, they didn't shut down the city in China where it
Should have been
started.
isolated.
Wuhan.
It should have been isolated.
Wuhan.
And they shut down, like, I think trains and something else, but they did not shut down airports. Like,
I don't want to get too far ahead, and I'm not trying to interrupt you. Did you look up if it contains graphene oxide?
Well, there's some
sorry.
debate about that, but so this is the National Library of Medicine. I don't know. It's a .gov website, so I guess maybe it's in the United States. It says to improve antigen immunogenicity, which I don't know what that word means, but, and promote long-lasting immunity, vaccine formulations have been appropriately supplemented with adjuvants. Graphene has been found to enhance the presentation of antigens to CD8 T cells, as well as stimulating innate immune response and inflammatory factors. Its properties, such as large surface area, water stability, and high aspect ratio, make it suitable candidate for delivering biological substances.
So if you look up
So it sounds like
graphene
it
oxide
would be
under a
appropriate.
microscope,
Hang on.
You watch
Let me ask, because, and I'm only asking this because you brought up LQ9 earlier.
quinine.
Quinine?
Quinine.
All right, and you're a proponent for
I am absolutely.
because it helps absorb.
All I know is it's good for you. It's good for you.
But I swear I heard you say earlier that it
Quinine.
helps absorb. Or maybe it was
no,
Nikki.
that
It might have
no.
been Nikki. Somebody said
It
it.
was
Talking
somebody
about
smart
quinine?
saying it.
Quinine?
Yeah.
Quinine, yeah.
Quinine. So if it helps absorb it and the
It's
fucking
an
stuff they
anti-malarial drug.
and the stuff they put in the fucking COVID thing was
Anti-malarial. He said the key words right there. So ivermectin was created as an
Yeah.
anti-malarial drug. Am I correct? So was quinine was used as an anti-malarial drug. So which is a parasite,
yeah.
you know.
Well, I was only asking that part because if
Isn't it
like
also
what
in like
if what they
tonic
put in
water
the
or something?
It is.
if what the yeah it is yeah is it on there?
I didn't see.
I couldn't see it.
I don't think that
The fucking writing is
But
I
really
one
suspect
of
that
them.
one's
yeah.
not quinine.
no,
Okay.
no, it's in diet. It's in diet tonic water, because tonic water
I think
has
it's in regular tonic water.
No, because
No.
regular tonic water has aspartame in it.
Yep.
Because I moved
Yeah.
I didn't know
to
that.
diet tonic water because diet tonic water has quinine in it.
So quinine like a sweetener?
No, it's
It's just like an acidic additive
just like
to maintain the shelf life or something.
I guess I don't know. I don't
So
know what
I
it's
told
used
y'all
for,
how to
but
make it. It was super simple.
Yeah.
It's not aspartame, which
But
is
I've
what
seen
I went
people
away
take
from.
it. I've seen people take it and seen people get well.
Regular tonic
so
water has
simple.
quinine in it.
Okay.
It's an alkaloid extracted from the bark of the cinchona tree, which gives tonic water its characteristic bitter taste.
Okay.
That was the only reason I even brought that up is because it's like if it's used to help your body absorb the fucking vaccine, then is it necessarily a bad thing?
I got you.
That was the
Well,
only
I
thing.
think that we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know about the long. That
Well,
my
well,
whole problem
well,
with the
no,
vaccine
no, it's
was
like
we
the-
don't know about the long
well,
term
no,
effects.
no, just the fucking whatever that thing was. He was
Yeah,
talking
the
about
graphene.
Graphene. That was all I was saying. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the COVID thing. Just that fucking particular thing. He's a proponent for quinine, but
Ivermectin.
against the fucking thing, the graphite thing in the shot. If
Graphene
if it
oxide.
helps absorb it and it makes it stronger, maybe that's okay.
It helps. So the way you read it was it helps the actual vaccine absorb all of the ingredients. Correct.
That was my understanding. Yes,
so.
there were some
Which-
really big words in there.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and that's
way over my
yeah.
head.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
so the quinine boosts your, like he said, anti-malarial,
Yeah.
anti-parasitic. It boosts your immune system. Unlike everything they tell us to take, everything.
Well, yeah, because hell, what is it? I saw it on Joe Rogan, I think it was, where they were talking about you know how like the left or or who the fuck ever it was like, fucking ivermectin is fucking bullshit.
Exactly.
And Joe Rogan was like, I fucking took it. And then
Conspiracy theory.
and then one of the fucking guys who was like,
We give it to our dogs every
Horse
month.
medicine.
yeah, but the guy was like, fucking fuck that, it's bullshit, blah blah. And he went this fucking tirade, and like it was a clip from that guy ranting and raving, and he had the guy on the show, or he was on something, and he was like, yeah, I take ivermectin because it was fucking dope. And I was like, wait a minute, you showed 2 clips where you were just like, fuck that shit, and now you're a proponent for it.
Rogan
Like,
called him out. It was
yeah.
it was a
You saw it?
CNN. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, like, really?
Yeah.
Like, you just. That's what I'm saying. You just going off the cuff. Don't really know what you're talking about.
Right. So
Maybe don't understand.
I thoroughly investigated for myself and my family. I wanted to make sure, and my friends, and it pissed a lot of people off because no, you're going to do what the all great government or the all great corporation tells you to do. But you know what? You don't have to take the shot, even as the government. Like you said earlier, I didn't have to. I could have got blah, 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 blah. But you don't have to. They can't make you. No one can force you to sign anything, and they can't force you to take anything.
They can if you're the military.
Right,
No.
right.
You
right.
just have to accept the ramifications
Right.
of your choices.
Oh yeah, which means they can.
I understand
Didn't
what you're
they-
saying, though.
Didn't they? Okay.
yeah, the Coast Guard put people out,
And then when
and now
Trump came in, he was like,
he's
we're
off.
letting
Yes, he's offering everybody that got put out an opportunity to
to
come back at
With all their back pay.
at the next rank, and like
I didn't
Kangaroo
think it was
said,
the next rank, though, was it?
I think so.
I didn't think they
I
got a
don't-
promotion out
maybe
of it.
There's
that-
something odd about
But
it, though.
but yes, they're offering back pay. So
But
if you were out for 2 years, you got 2 years of fucking back pay.
So the reason they're still working on it, Pete Hegseth is still working on all that, is because the initial writing of it, the initial contract was going to be that you had to admit that you left on your own will, and you didn't. You were forced. You were you were being propagandized to leave. If you left, you either take this or you leave. You're out of your free will or you're not. But they're changing the terminology of it. So basically, you're coming back, and it's not going to be at your fault. It's going to be at our fault, at the government's fault.
Yeah.
That's what Pete's trying to do. I
Well,
fully
that-
stand behind him.
Yeah, that'd be okay. Because like I said, it's like Kangaroo said, you don't have to take it,
Mm-mm.
but you're out.
Right.
So,
You're
I was-
being
I-
forced.
I was like at 18, 19 years, and I was like, I can't give up 18, 19 years of my life for serving my country and fucking not get some kind of retirement. That'd be fucking foolish. So I was like, fuck it.
Oh yeah.
And I took it. And it was my choice
Mm-hmm.
entirely. I fucking, aye, sir. But I mean, I said a lot of aye, sirs that I wasn't fucking happy with doing for my fucking 21 years in the first place. So,
Yeah, that's the nature of the military.
yeah. So, like, what fucking ever? Sure. You're fucking wrong as fuck, but sure, I'll fucking salute because
that's
I
why
have
I
to.
tell y'all thank you for your service. I know. I mean, the families too. Thank you.
I mean, I got a bunch of Hep B shots, and I have never been exposed to somebody with Hep B.
I would have went in it if I could have.
Oh my God. You
Fucking-
did not bring that up.
For all the listeners, James was supposed to have joined the military with me.
The same
And they
time.
said he was fucking fat. And he's like, fucking, I'm not doing it. So I was like, bro, I signed up. Where are you at? And
Have
he's
you
like,
lost weight?
He said, oh no. He's like, aren't you too fat to be doing the military? This big old Marine, and he was swole too. And I was like, you know what? I sure am. I went and got in my car. Brad was on the bus. I know if he'd have had an opportunity, he would have got to. Right?
Oh my God. As soon as he got the
Like, that
chance to call me, he
motherfucker.
was like, this motherfucker. And I was
bitched
like,
out.
what?
it was the buddy. So they had the buddy system back then. I was like, come be my buddy. Let's go fucking do it. He's like, yeah. And then he got there and he was like,
And
oh,
we
I'm
worked-
fat. Bye.
We worked out and did like all the we were going. And
Fucking bullshit.
I think everything happens for a reason.
Oh, I'm happy the way it turned
You know,
out.
your dad told me, he's like, you're in a job you need to keep. He said, don't have any regrets. Stay where you're at. He said, you got a good job. And he told me that.
Did he?
And that made me feel better about not doing that.
Oh, I think
Daddy.
I needed to be in the military.
Yeah.
It's
I was-
been a blessing.
I was too fucking wild.
It was a blessing for us. Coast
Oh,
Guard
yeah.
is taking care of us 100%.
Oh, fuck
And
yeah.
even after you've retired,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
still taking care of
So
us.
through
So
all my
I'm-
conspiracy theories, I still have so much gratitude and love for our somewhat our government, but mainly our military.
Military
Everybody.
members, yeah.
in the
I don't
military.
I don't have any love for the elected officials that I know of,
Mhm.
even Trump included. But our service members, I
Absolutely.
have massive respect for.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
At least the ones, because
Even
me,
the Space Force?
even the
Space
Space
Force.
Force. Me and Kangaroo fucking said we'll do this because two things: we want to serve our country, and because we said we would.
Mhm.
So whatever you say goes.
Right.
So regardless of what fucking happens, we fucking said it. We did it.
That's right.
Massive respect for all those motherfuckers.
For all of y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna have.
Include yourself.
I got. Well, I always talk out. I
I
don't
know
ever
you
do
do.
it. I don't need to do this. I'm gonna have military people on here. I got military episodes I want to fucking do just to have people on here and talk about shit. Okay, let me loop back. I'm gonna go back. We're gonna because I'll
Back
go
to
down.
the
I'll go down. I'll go down. Yeah,
COVID?
no, I'll go back. Yeah, COVID because I'll go down a military
Let's
rabbit
do the
hole.
COVID.
We've diverged.
So the only thing, I think the COVID thing was fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with the fucking shot. I didn't like having to take it, but I said I would.
Mm-hmm.
Like y'all,
Millions
like
have.
yeah, because like y'all said, like fucking regular flu killed more people than fucking because they were fucking like, oh,
But not
James
in-
James got shot, he fucking died, and he had COVID when he died.
Mm-hmm.
And they
So
were,
the COVID did it. Like what the?
Yeah,
Why are
Motorcycle
I
you?
think the
wreck.
numbers.
Yeah,
were
why are
skewed
you
a bit.
fucking like just because COVID wasn't the fucking cause for a car plowing into the side of him on
But-
his fucking motorcycle?
So we
it was
have-
the fucking car hitting him.
We have a local hospital. Not to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
you're fine.
We have a local hospital that was in the red, from what I understand. Yeah, they were in a bad way,
Mm-hmm.
and I think y'all can guess which one it is. And all of a sudden, after COVID, they own 3 other hospitals around our area. No kidding.
Yeah.
So you had to, if you got, if you entered the hospital.
Let me guess, they bought Providence.
We don't talk about
Yeah,
places.
I wasn't gonna name the place, but yes,
They bought Providence.
and another one.
It's not us. I don't
There's
give a
only
fuck.
3 or 4, and 3 of the 4 are owned by them now. So they're in the black. They're making
Tons of money.
bukus.
Yeah.
So if you came in, it didn't matter if it was a motorcycle accident, and the lady admitted that, right?
Yep.
It was COVID. You were going to get tested for COVID, and they tried to do the same thing with
And
my
if you
sister.
came up positive,
Yep.
it
the
didn't
cause of
matter.
death was listed as COVID.
It didn't
Not-
matter if you were positive or not.
Really?
It did not matter.
Non-symptomatic.
Yeah,
You were labeled as a COVID death.
absolutely.
Gunshot
So-
wound didn't fucking matter. COVID death because you non-symptomatic.
So then they put you in the hospital. They admitted you, and then you were given remdesivir, which is another unknown drug nobody knows about. Right? Have you heard of remdesivir?
I've never heard of it.
Okay, do your research on that. Remdesivir kills your kidneys. It was another COVID shot. It was another medication that had not been tested. They pushed that through and automatically gave remdesivir. That killed your kidneys. What did that cause? You lay in the bed, kill your kidneys, cause fluid to back up in your lungs,
Unless you do dialysis to clear
Yep.
it out.
and then
Yeah.
you die.
Yeah.
Because you
Organ
can't get
failure.
enough. Yeah, you can't get enough blood circulation. You're drowning basically. And they did that to how many hundreds of thousands of people or millions of people, and then they deemed them a COVID death. So all 3 of those factors were they were given money. They were given an amount of money for each one of those factors. And you can look this up. Even doctors are given an amount of money for each vaccine, a percentage of your people that come to you. If they're not vaccinated, you're not going to get this $75,000 bonus or $100,000 bonus, and it may be more. But that's all written and it's all in there. Whether it's 100% true, all I can say is based on the information and the research I've done, is that there's more cases that it was true than it was not.
Yeah.
And I know of personal people. My sister, they tried to put her on the COVID floor. She just got tested for COVID, didn't have it, right? My son, myself and my son went in there. They tried to use the testing agent, by the way, the ethylene glycol on the testing agent was also a carcinogen, a known carcinogen. They want to shove that and bust your
Nasal
brain
cavity.
barrier, the barrier there. They want to shove that way back. I was like, there ain't no fucking way I'm going to let them shove something that far in my nose. Anyway, they tried to come
basically
in.
a lobotomy.
They told me, you've got COVID. My son was in the same doctor's office. He does not. He did not test for COVID, or he did not come back positive. But we're going to run this C, and if I can get the name of it right, there'll be some substantial evidence behind it. See, what was it called? The big test. They said you got to do this test. They increased the magnification of it to make it valid, the validity of it correct. The not CPR, but anyway, the test for it. And they want to shove this long stick in your blood-brain barrier with sharp points on it. PCR test. And hold it right there. I promise, right there, it'll make you think about this. So I said, you're not fucking doing that. You're not shoving that in his nose. You said he didn't have COVID. What makes you say you want to do this test? Well, we got to be sure. I said, let me tell you this. You're not fucking shoving that in my son's nose. And they didn't. And you know what? He did not have COVID.
Yeah.
I was sick as a dog. I had fucking pneumonia. I had fluid on my lungs. They wanted to tell me I didn't have fluid on my lungs. I went back and made them do an x-ray. They said, well, you don't need to see it. I said, I'd like to see it. And they showed it to me, and I'll be damned. Pneumonia, there was fluid on the pleural cavity of my lungs, and that's pneumonia. That's exactly what the fucking definition of pneumonia. And I'm not a genius, but I knew what I was looking at.
Yeah.
It was all cloudy. And they said, you've got long COVID. That's what they told me.
Oh.
Long COVID. You need to go
I've heard
to a
that term.
therapist.
Yeah, long
a
COVID.
long-term
Gonna be
therapist.
fucked up for life.
Yeah, a long time, right? And so anyway, that instance.
It's
So the
a
PCR,
virus.
right? It's a virus. There's no cure for it, right? I mean, there is no.
Well, unless
all you
your
can do
body
is treat.
beats it.
You can treat the symptoms. You got to let it run its course, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So hence ivermectin and the quinine. But back to the PCR test. If you'll go watch the video of the guy that created the PCR test, he called Fauci a fucking fraud. He said if I could catch him walking to his car, I would beat his fucking ass. He's lying to y'all. He said you can take any material, any organic material, and put it into this PCR test and find the viruses in it because we're all made of bacteria.
Well, that's what I was saying, because COVID was based off of a SARS type of bacteria, type of virus, and you literally, SARS is like the basis of every other fucking virus
Right.
we've ever had. So you could test positive for that, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're testing positive for COVID.
COVID was created, like you said, in a lab
That's
in Wuhan. It
right,
was a
right. It was a
It
variant.
was a weapon.
It was a weapon,
Weaponized,
and I
yeah.
feel like it was exposed. And
agree.
instead of them shutting down everything, they weaponized it
But
by
when they
letting
shut
them.
it down and they said you stay inside, don't get outside. Why? Because vitamin E, all the vitamins you get from the sun, right? Your body needs.
Well, I
that.
mean, you could still go outside, but you just couldn't be within 6 feet of someone else.
yeah.
All right. Well, I don't want to go with that 6 foot thing because
It's been proven to be bullshit.
It is.
that's what I was gonna say. Like
It is.
if you cough, the particles can possibly
500 miles. An
Yeah,
hour.
it's well, but I mean, where it could be.
The
At. It's
distance.
like when they were
Well, no,
like,
because
stay
they were
6 feet
saying-
away, but I can still fuck.
They
and
were
you're all
saying
con-
that because the virus wouldn't live long enough to
Okay.
be able to sustain.
Yet they
Okay,
said
hold
it
on a
lived
second.
24 hours.
Yeah, okay, hold on a second. I'm going to jump in because here's going to be my thing with the COVID. With COVID, I don't care about the fucking vaccine, the COVID, or any of that fucking the science behind that. My problem with fucking COVID was the people. People is what fucking pissed me off.
Okay.
And I'll say
Yeah.
that every fucking day of the week,
I
and I'll
agree.
fucking tell anybody that wants to hear it. I'm mad about the fucking people and your fucking reaction.
Right.
And I wrote
Yeah.
it up here so I wouldn't forget it. And I put Washington fishing. And here was the thing. Everybody has to stay fucking 6 feet apart. Washington State was out there fucking telling people they could not be on their goddamn boats by them fucking selves fishing because everybody's supposed to stay inside.
How does that
That's
hurt
crazy.
anybody?
Because people
It's
were
about control.
people.
Yeah.
So
You're right.
I'll
You're
dive
absolutely
in.
right.
I'll dive
Yeah.
in that conspiracy theory
Yeah.
that people are my fucking problem.
Yeah.
That's where I have a fucking problem with because like what the fucking Spanish flu. How many people did that fucking kill? How many millions of people did that?
Yeah.
fucking
Who created it?
kill? All right, hang on a second.
Look into that.
That's all right. All right, we'll get back to that. I'm just gonna rant. I want to make my rant on fucking people because, like I said, you can't tell me I can't go fucking fishing. That's my fucking thing. That's my zen. That's where I'm happiest. If a meteorite's coming to kill Earth, like big enough meteorite to blow the Earth up in tiny little pieces and evaporate everybody,
Don't look up.
I'm gonna fucking be on a boat fishing, watching that meteor come kill me. Because
No, you're not, because you haven't gotten to bother to get it registered.
I'm not gonna need to get it registered because the world's gonna end.
He
I'll
hasn't,
be
he hasn't even gotten it back from the
Even-
boat people.
even more reason to be out there fishing on an illegal and unregistered fucking vessel, telling the world to go fuck themselves because we're fucking dead. people are my fucking problem with fucking COVID. That was
Yeah.
what I always had.
We absorbed the information.
We had-
absorbed
we're-
everything they were telling us.
Yeah,
This
we
is-
were
this
at fucking work, and like even in the fucking stores, they were like, hang the plexiglass to separate people. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
It goes around.
Yeah.
The particles are so small, airflow makes it move. So, what was plexiglass going to do? The absorbent,
You
the
know-
magnetic
Yeah.
absorbent
We had
of the
dividers.
germ particles. Get
To
the
your
fuck
point,
out of here.
the thing that irritated the shit out of me, again, was people because they say you got to trust the science.
Do you know
I
the science?
I got COVID, so I don't need a shot because I already have the antibodies
yeah.
to fight off COVID.
Yeah.
How
Well,
bad?
yeah. As
I
soon as
forget
you
how-
get, as
Oh,
soon
but
as
you don't have the immunity.
my
You
body.
just said trust the science.
My body
this
fought
is
it.
undisputed science. Everybody in the scientific community understands when you get exposed to a virus and you beat it,
you have
your
the
body
antibodies,
has the
and
antibodies.
you're, I don't want to say you're immune, but you're able to at least fight it off.
Yeah,
Correct.
I forget how bad was COVID for you.
The first time it was, well, actually, I don't even know if I had it for sure the second time, but because I was like, I'm not going in and getting tested. Fuck it. I might have just had the flu. You know, who
Yeah,
knows?
fair enough.
But the thing is, if you walk into a clinic and you say, "Oh, I got this," oh, you got COVID.
Yeah.
So the first time I was reasonably sick for about 4 or 5 days with flu-like symptoms. But then I had a cough that didn't want to go away for like 3 weeks.
I was deathly ill for almost 3 days.
Were you?
Yeah, but I took ivermectin.
Oh,
I took cow and swine ivermectin. Cow and swine, and from Tractor Supply, right? I pulled it out and I put it in some juice because it tastes like shit. But I did measure up the amount
Yeah.
based on my weight, and that fourth day after taking that on the third,
Yeah.
I was well. So I did go back and get the X-ray on the fourth day, and I still had pneumonia, but I felt better, and I was getting well. I went to work right after that.
You want to know what I took for COVID?
You're probably holding it.
You're looking at it. It's called fucking alcohol. I got tested for COVID. I got exposed, and I know who exposed me to it. Well, me and 2 other people were exposed in some capacity.
Mhm.
I got it. I give it to somebody else because I was exposed. All 3 of us had it. Those 2 guys were fucking down and out.
I mean, I know exactly where I got it.
I was fucking just fine because I got drunk every goddamn day.
And what did they do in the old days?
I was well.
a toddy. Your grandparents.
Yeah,
hot
yeah.
toddy.
Yeah.
So I got fucking. I knew I was exposed on Thursday morning when I got called and said so and so is sick, and I was like, son of a bitch. And I woke up and I had a low fever, and I was like, I feel a little off. Let me go get checked. And I forgot what I had. Something was wrong with me. I think it was just low grade fever. And I went and got tested. And the guy was like, "What's your history?" And I was like, I told him. He's like, came back and he had his mask on. He's like, Mr. Brad, I didn't think that when you was telling me you was gonna have COVID, but you got COVID. And I was like, yeah, I know. I was exposed by a couple of guys at work. Great. So I told Tammy, it's like I'm positive. She fucking hung up plastic to fucking
That's what you did in the
barricaded-
to
I
lead me into the.
barricaded him.
Yeah, she
I
did.
had a mask on. I put the dog away.
She went
I-
through multiple cans of spray Lysol and bleach and everything else.
Think about the companies that made
Put
money
him,
on all that.
put
Well,
him
it's
into
just-
the bedroom.
I went to the bedroom and
I
I
slept
felt
in the
fucking.
spare bedroom
I felt
for.
fucking great.
Oh, you were awesome. You were right where you
Oh.
wanted to be.
I was bored.
Oh,
I was
I
bored.
made-
Oh yeah, I did.
I brought
all
him
my shit in there.
I brought him his Xbox. I fed him every day.
She set she set me up. But my thing was I got in that. I'm bored. I have to move around, and sometimes I got to get outside. I fucking got drunk for 4 nights fucking straight, and all I did was woke up, started drinking again, and I was literally drunk from every moment I was conscious.
Yeah.
I was drunk.
So you never felt the fever.
Well,
You
no.
had any
nope.
sweat.
No,
I
but-
drank it all away.
But he went and got tested that next Monday or Tuesday.
Sick on Thursday, cured on Monday, and all I did was stay fucking drunk.
He got tested again and it came back negative.
So they created
maybe-
billions of tests worldwide, right? All these tests they pushed out in 3 days after they created this COVID-19. So everybody was sick a month before. That what November of 2019. All the kids were getting sick in school, and it was a hellacious flu season, and they said it was going to be a hellacious
Oh,
flu
it was.
season.
Oh no, because that was the year. That was the year I went to. I had a work trip, and I went to Tennessee for a work trip, and I was there for one day. And the second day, I was just like, oh my god, I feel like ass. Like I need to go. I need to go get checked. And I went to an urgent care in Tennessee, and I tested positive for flu.
Mm-hmm.
This was before COVID. Literally, it was in February of that year. And I literally just stayed in the hotel the entire time. And I felt like
dog shit.
a fucking truck hit me.
Yeah.
Like it was awful. And then 2 months later, COVID hit. And I was like,
Isn't that odd? And the statistics, if you look at the website, what is it, ADA or what? No, that's the dental. But you look at the American, whatever the health website was that Fauci's wife worked for.
yeah.
Did y'all know that? He worked.
No.
So he worked for who? The HO. What are the what?
Fauci.
Yeah.
He was
He was the
the main doctor for
Surgeon
health
General or
yeah,
whatever.
Surgeon General. Yeah, Surgeon General.
No. He was the
You
head
gotta
of the
Well-
unmute the button.
American Health Association.
Help,
Yeah,
help
like,
he,
yeah,
was, he was JFK, wasn't he?
Well,
Or RFK, excuse me.
his wife, no, his wife was the head of the other department that decided we're going to do all this. So both of them moving together, they had no, Trump had no option other than to believe what these experts
what they were
telling
saying.
him,
Yeah.
right?
He was the director of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases.
So, and then his wife was the head of the what?
Hang on.
So Fauci, if you think about the AIDS outbreak in the late 70s and 80s, he was there. He was involved. He was involved with this, and if you even look back in 2016, they did with Bill Gates and all of them did a big, not a seminar, but it was kind of like a seminar at the University of Boston. And it just so happened out front of the building when they were talking about this infectious disease, it was the same COVID-looking virus statue out front. And they ran through these, they had been pushing this for a long time. This wasn't anything new. This was what they had been planning. But if you'll go back to the PCR test creator and watch him before he mysteriously died in 2020, and watch what he says up to that point. He's telling you it's a fraud. It's a corrupt. He said you can take any organic material and put it under the microscope and magnify it at 15 times, and you're going to find bacteria. And you're going to find the common cold is what COVID is. It's what the SARS is. It's a common cold, right? On the back of, I was telling somebody the other day, the back of a 25-year-old or 20-year-old Lysol can, it says against SARS COVID.
Yeah.
COVID-19 was deemed because that's what they wanted to make the pandemic about. It was all planned, the plandemic. But anyway, good times.
Yeah.
I've got y'all thinking. I love it.
Hang on a second.
That's my point. And from that point forward, I was like, and I had a dude, a buddy of mine, say, well, what do you think? He said, like, I see all this you're talking about. So I believe in Bigfoot. I believe in the, what was the boogaroo?
the Rougarou.
Rougarou. I want y'all to do one on that. And somebody that's
So-
exposed to it.
So you saying you want to come back for a round two?
Oh, I'd love that, especially with somebody that has experienced it. That would be so awesome. But-
We can have a round two.
Yeah. So, but I've questioned everything. But that buddy said, "Well, what do you think about the flat Earth?" I was like, "Oh, you crazy ass joker." And he's like, "No, for real." He said, "What do you think about a flat or a level planed Earth?"
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know. I've really never thought about it. My first response was always, "Oh, you crazy bastard," or whatever. But I started looking into it, and he sent me some things, and I started researching it. And I was like, this shit doesn't add up for me. And if they've lied to us about this, and I've seen them lie, and I've heard them lie, they've lied to my face, why wouldn't people lie about these things? And why would we start just now from 200 years teaching, we've had the technology for so long to do all this stuff and the technology to build the grease, and you see how much math it would take to make those huge,
for sure.
magnificent columns like you were talking about. And why would we just now be teaching that 200 years?
Well, the thing, I don't know. I don't even know how. I don't know if this is going to be even relate, but if our society right now collapsed or whatever it was, and say like people like went and lived in caves, and they lived in caves for fucking 100 years, and they fucking came out, and they're like, all right, whatever, nuclear fallout. The only people that survived the Earth is people who lived in caves, and they're 100 years. Like they're not going to really know, like why or how we did shit.
So, are you thinking that we've reset our society?
No, it's just that we're not going to know what people did and
We
why.
didn't kill off nearly enough people to reset.
Okay.
Yeah, Thanos was right. I said it earlier. But like we're speculating on like back in the pyramid days. Like even if people were in the caves for 100 years, that means people that experienced it and their kids were dead, and then those kids, so the grandkids are fucking coming out and looking around. They're going to be like, why the fuck did they fucking do this? Like they're going to come up with their own conspiracies, even with what we're doing nowadays.
And I 100% agree.
And it's going to be, if you just don't know, you're just going to make us some shit.
But why not listen to our elders, right? So all that shit, all the medicines they created, all of that's coming true again.
Because you already even said it. The people that you work with, you called them and told them you were right.
Yeah,
you said that earlier because like you guys were right, and I know why you used to do this or
to my big DNA. Oh no.
No, the guy who retired.
Yeah, they were right. No, you're absolutely right. Though we didn't listen as kids. Of course, we tried to listen, but we didn't have.
We don't know. That's why hindsight's 20/20.
But we listen from experience. We learn from experience. So if shit hits the fan, all the canning that they did because during the Great Depression or because they were poor, all that starts to make more sense now why they did it.
Well, in my scenario, the people that lived in the caves, they came out. They were like, why were they canning stuff? They'd be like, why don't you just fucking grow it and eat it?
Right.
Like they wouldn't understand it unless you fucking know.
Right.
Right,
You're right. Absolutely.
All right, we've been talking. So this is going to wind up being one of our longer ones.
That's right.
So I'm going to hit you with, all right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hit you with some speed questions. When I ask you these questions.
Okay. First thing that comes to mind.
There you go.
Okay.
And it's a short list, but I come up with it. And then we're going to do happy hour. We always do happy hour.
Okay.
And I feel like this whole episode's been kind of a happy hour because we've strayed fucking left and right. You said you want to come back?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you come back, we're going to be more centralized on, we'll pick, since we were kind of all over the place, we'll pick 3.
Okay.
That is sort of our modus operandi.
I know, but we try to stay in the lane and not drift off. And we've taken a couple of exits and then exited off of those. Exited. But I don't mind going back. I don't mind touching the lines back and forth. But we took exits.
Mm-hmm.
So when you come back, we're going to pick 3 topics, and I'll let you pick those 3 topics. You tell me these are the 3 things that I want to talk. And it can be COVID again. We can revisit COVID.
Okay.
Or we can talk about the Rougarou or whatever it was. Whatever you want to do. I mean, Rougarou because we're in Louisiana, so that's fair.
Yeah. Swamp monster, the Honey Island swamp monster.
That's one you brought up before. Yeah, we could talk about that too. All right. So
I think they call him a swamp werewolf.
So that's a different thing. That's the dog man.
No, they were just saying a Rougarou is a swamp werewolf.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I grew up here. You think I would have heard of it? Yeah, it's bipedal.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome.
Shit, here we go. So we already have ideas for when you.
Have you been to that museum?
No.
That's in New Orleans.
No, I have not been to that one.
I haven't either.
All right. So remember
I would have heard of it growing up, though. I mean, I grew up.
Honey Island?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
Okay. No, right here is the epicenter this is the epicenter. So there's actually some really cool documentaries. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right. So now you got some ideas for when you come back. Be more than happy to have you come back. So I'm going to hit you with a couple of questions. Like I said, first thing that comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite conspiracy theory?
Ooh.
First thing. It's already there.
So many.
It's already there, though.
I guess
already flashed your mind.
We're just talking about Bigfoot. So Bigfoot.
So Bigfoot's your favorite? Okay.
Yeah.
Best advice for conspiracy research for somebody who's like, I want to research some conspiracy theories.
Delve deep.
Just
go deeper.
Just keep going.
And go deeper.
Just never stop.
Just think outside the box. Don't don't just take the first thing you read and see or are told. Think.
Okay. Best flat Earth website or movie or documentary of some sorts to watch.
Ooh, there's a real good one I haven't seen. That's supposed to be really good. I think it's outside of the dome. Oh, don't quote me on that shit. I really don't watch a lot. There is a good documentary out, and I'll have to share it with you to share it to the.
Oh yeah, I can. Send it to me and I'll post it for sure.
Yeah.
First thing to do if shit hits the fan.
Ooh, shit hits the fan. That's
Grab the guns.
Smile. No, I mean, you see me fucking smiling right now.
Celebrate.
Shit hits the fan. Okay.
Grab
so
the guns.
if you're at work, it depends on where you're at. Try to have a second mode of transportation, a
Wait,
bicycle.
well, hold up. First thing.
Okay.
Doesn't matter where you're at. First thing that comes to mind when you say
Shit hits the fan.
shit hits the fan.
Pray.
Okay.
You need to pray.
All right. Cool. Favorite podcaster.
It's definitely going to be you.
That's the answer I wanted.
Definitely you.
That was the correct answer.
Good
I'd have deleted this whole goddamn thing and told you to go fuck yourself.
I think you've done that.
It'll probably happen a few more times. All right, so here's what we do. This is what we always do. We fucking did 3 hours and 35 minutes of on and off conspiracy theories. If you made it this long, I appreciate you listening on here. So what we're going to do, what we always do, we're going to have a happy hour. We're just going to talk shit, see what our fucking guest host thought about the whole thing. Did he enjoy it? Did he really enjoy it? And is he really going to come back? We don't know. You might have to tune in to see what happens. So we're going to play our outro music. We appreciate y'all listening this long and listen to the happy hour. And we'll see you on the next episode. All right, we're in the happy hour version of this shit now. So now we can say whatever the fuck we want to say.
He gone.
He gone. He gone. All right, so what'd you think? Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. I
All
hope
right.
everyone listening enjoyed and gained some information and thought critically about what we were talking about.
Yeah, we kind of wound up going left and right with a lot of shit in it. But I mean, like you said, that's the way. Sometimes it goes that way. I think the only thing that's been like really within the lane of what we've wanted to talk about was probably politics, and only because
Blind guy.
as much as it shouldn't be, it was more serious.
Why couldn't we talk politics?
You can come back for a
I
politics
would
one.
fucking love
You-
to talk politics.
You can come back for politics.
I didn't even think of that, but I live, breathe, eat
We-
politics.
If you haven't heard our politics
No,
podcast,
I'm going to.
because that was a very good and very good conversation.
Well, Brad should have told me to listen to it on the way.
What the fuck?
He did
Me-
tell me to
Me
listen
sending
to
you the link wasn't enough.
He sent me the link to the other one.
He
That
was like, I
y'all
It was
couldn't-
a
he-
shockingly civil
it
conversation.
was
Ohio.
it was
Yeah.
very good conversation
It was
because
great. It was dope as fuck. It was the
Yeah.
fucking one of the best ones I've had.
the guest
on,
that we
listen
had
to it.
on was
He's gonna play it
was
now.
very-
It's 4 hours.
Yeah.
very left wing,
Yeah.
Need some help there?
Probably I need a paper towel.
and it was
Sorry. about
it was
that.
a very
Thank you.
productive and civil conversation. And even like my sister and people who have listened to it, they were like, wow, that was a really good conversation. Because usually politics, people are like, no, sir.
It's a very polarizing thing.
Yeah. And they were like, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. And it was a very,
Yeah, but if you click on it, it takes you to the fucking thing.
No.
He don't know how to use Spotify.
Oh my
Tater
God.
tots. I don't know.
He said it was round earth and he didn't believe in it, so he didn't know how to scroll. Fucking Christ.
I swear to God, I
saw
looked
him
for
do
it.
stand-up.
I looked for it, but I couldn't find it, so I listened to Addiction the whole time. I was like, Nick, they ain't talking about politics.
He told me on the way to get the fucking daiquiris, he's like, I can't fucking find it. I was like, well, click the fucking link and then let me see it. And then he clicked the link and it pulled up Spotify and I hit that and scrolled and I was like, it's right here. He's like, how the fuck did you get there?
You
And I was
gotta
like,
scroll.
I fucking clicked the episode and then I said,
Scroll down.
Pawn Shop of Life. Here's all the episodes. I was like, what the fuck are you talking? Whatever.
But for real.
It's not just one episode that we've done.
Yeah, that's
I know, right?
awesome though. I
How many have
enjoyed
we
that
done?
one. I
6
listened
or
to that
8?
entire addiction one. It was
I'm done.
awesome.
10 every 2 weeks since fucking January,
We haven't missed one yet.
January, February, March, April. So 2, 4, 6, 8,
Yeah,
9,
8, 9, 10.
9,
'Cause we
9
had-
or 9 or 10 because I did one by myself on Diablo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was only like 25 minutes.
Yeah, it was quick. I can probably, you know what? I'm going to do another. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do another Diablo one on season 8.
About how much it sucks.
It's going to take 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're right.
That's all it
gonna
is.
Take
It's
5
going to be
minutes.
like they put lipstick on a pig, and nothing's
They
changed.
want you to go kill Bilal
Bless you.
A lot, and that's going to be fucking it.
15 times an hour.
Yeah. So you enjoyed yourself though?
Absolutely.
As I say, you always seemed happy with all this interaction, no
Oh,
matter
that's
where
all
it
about
went.
it.
And I hope you don't feel like we was kind of ganging up on you
No,
because, like, I just
not
wanted to
at
make
all.
sure because, like, that's
Yeah, I don't want you to feel
it's
like
not
you were,
it's not a gang up on thing. It's just
No.
like
No,
it's the
obviously.
it's the
Y'all
different.
didn't come across it.
Yeah, it's the different belief thing. It's just like we don't think the flat Earth thing, and
Yeah.
then but we kind of meet. We kind of feel some of the like with the COVID thing.
Mm-hmm.
We all kind of feel like a little bit of
Craziness.
with with you on that. Like even myself included. So
but
it's just
even
like,
even with the flat Earth thing, it's nice to hear your perspective and to see where you're coming from and where your thought process is coming from, because it's like everyone has a different opinion
That's
about
the way we're
things.
supposed to be.
That's
the
We're
way
we're
able
supposed to be.
communicate like that.
Exactly. Like if
You know,
we're
left, right.
we're
you
never
know.
gonna be
Yeah.
able to come to the real truth if we don't talk about it.
Very true.
yeah, the only thing that I kind of hold against you on the flat Earth thing is like there's no way to prove it to you short of shooting you up in a rocket into space. Because I mean, like you think the education system is tainted by the Rothschilds and Rockefeller, so it's just like if there's no way fucking short of shooting you into space, like what the fuck are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
Like I can't find a middle ground, and even in the like if you go back and you listen to the politics ones, like I talk on kind of this subject in regards to when left and right talk, you have to see it my way or you're fucking wrong.
Yeah, it's
and
not
like
about that.
and like it's just like and it's that I think that's wrong.
Right.
So it's
you have
not
too
it-
much toxic masculinity.
well, but I mean, so it's like
we
so
didn't even talk about that.
so it's like I'm not trying to convince you of around Earth.
Right.
It's just I don't know of a path to try to make you question your beliefs.
So keep in mind.
So it's
keep-
like it's like I said, short of being here's a perfectly capable rocket, go jump in that bitch, which that one guy in California did and died.
Yeah.
But it's just like it's weird to not you don't believe in anything that can you would even consider not.
It's almost like both sides are almost
It's not a to me the way I understand it. And where you're coming, it's like there is not a two-side thing. It's just there's no other option. This is it. And it's like,
Yeah. Well, so
'Cause-
that's what we're taught, right? And
well,
that's
see, that's it.
that's what we're
That's
taught.
what we're taught. What happens? What happens to mass in a vacuum?
I don't know. I should know, but I don't know. Oh, so it brings it. It all comes together.
Just think about
Space is a
vacuum.
vacuum. Does this? Comes together, makes a mass, a ball.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So how did
If
they
you
go?
if you take a glob of clay or mud and you fucking throw it into space, what happens? It becomes a ball. It's a vacuum of space. It does this just like the Earth is circular. It doesn't fucking flatten it out like a pancake.
But if God created it the way He intended it to be created, right?
So you don't believe in science at all?
I believe in God.
I believe in God.
I believe in the Bible.
I believe in science
And the
because
four
God
corners.
also made science.
God created the people. The people created science.
No, God created everything.
Right.
If we discover it or slowly start to understand something God created, doesn't mean anything other than we're slowly starting to understand what God created.
We're starting to think the carnal way, the way we're trying to reason things into existence, the way we think they ought to be created. I mean, they were created. So I know for a fact I will never convince y'all ever 100%. Keep in mind, up to about 2 years ago, I'd never even thought of it. I thought everybody was crazy, right? Until I just opened my eyes and I started looking, and the math earlier didn't add up. 38, we erased the math. but however many miles it was, there should be, well, it was 140 something foot below the horizon that we should be able to see. That right there. And then if you look at my Facebook picture, it's level. So when they created that cruise ship I was on when I took it, the entire horizon is level with that beam. So granted, it's only a pie of what I'm looking at.
Well, I think that's what we were talking about before, where it's like you're so small on that 10 miles.
Right.
Think about how much more 29,400, 700 fucking more miles.
Right.
Like you can't even start to see anything really because you're so small on the grand scale of
I
things.
think that's
Can you conceptualize how big the universe is?
no, I couldn't fathom
I can.
how big it is.
I can conceptualize it in my mind. And this is going to sound really fucking dumb, but the only reason I can conceptualize how big the universe is, honestly, is because of Men in Black.
Really, but it's growing every day, right?
It is. And like,
Actually, it's not.
It's not.
they,
It is the size is
it's
what it is.
expanding.
It is what it is.
But I mean,
So
there's
it's not
space there
expanding.
where it's expand.
Everything
You're
in the-
talking about Big Bang Theory.
Well, the conceptualized
The
thing,
body, the celestial bodies that are inside the universe.
everything's expanding. It's always
Yes.
it's always moving.
But there was still space there before the celestial bodies got to that point. That's the thing you got to think about.
Yes. Yeah,
Space never ends.
We don't know.
No, okay.
Well, Men
But
in Black said
It's,
Okay,
No, hang on a second.
that's
Let-
fine.
let-
If
hang
you
on.
think space ends, what do you think's on the other
Hold
side
on a
of
second.
where it ends?
Hold on a second. Let me explain this to the Men in Black. And it's only because like they were talking about the whole universe was on that cat's necklace, and then they finally got it to the fucking people, and the fucking people were playing marbles with the fucking whole universe. And I was just like, that helps me conceptualize or
How
understand.
small.
Yeah. And then you can say, well, we're created up of fucking atoms.
we're created perfectly. Is what the way I think of it is that God created us intentionally and perfectly. We weren't evolved. We weren't.
Oh, I don't think
You know
I don't
what I
believe
mean?
it. No, I don't believe in evolution. I'm just
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if we're all made up of fucking atoms, what's to say there's not a universe and or a planet with people on it on those fucking atoms in you?
Yeah. I have
'Cause-
never seen it.
Because think about the Milky Way.
yeah.
The
I think
Milky
all
Way.
the
What if
time.
that Milky Way is in a much smaller form, an atom in your body?
I should have said Under the Dome. Have you ever heard of that book, the book series by Steven Spielberg? Is it Steven Spielberg or Stephen King? Stephen King.
Probably King.
Oh well, let's
Or
totally,
Spielberg.
Let's
Spielberg made the movies. King writes the books.
Right. So he made a series about Under the Dome. And it was an actual glass dome.
It
and
was
they did-
it was a show too, but it wasn't like
That's what I'm talking about.
it wasn't to me. It still wasn't plausible. And Stephen King is not a nonfiction writer.
He's a
Right?
crazy
He's a fiction writer. So it was just from his perspective and his view. It was a great book. It was a great series, but it wasn't to me. It was never plausible in reality.
But that is a lot of what I think the Earth now. I think the Earth was created like. I think we're under a dome. I don't think we've been through the stratosphere, or the stratosphere is as high as we can go. There's some kind of belt. There's a radiation belt. I'm sure Mr. Producer would figure it out. But there's a radiation belt, right? And it's like 280 micron or something of radiation that nothing we could create, right, could penetrate that. It's going through it. So these women, including what's her name? That
Joy from
No.
Oprah's
the
best friend
fucking
and-
Virgin
yeah,
Virgin
that
spacecraft.
went up.
Yeah, Katy
supposedly, and
Perry.
You saw the
Katy, yeah.
impact of the Earth at 15 or 20 or 30, 75 miles an hour or whatever it was, and it was all fake. I think every bit of that was fake, and I think that was a way of. So the evil, the satanic, the demonic people have to show us what they're doing, or what they have to exploit what they're doing, and whether it's real or not, they have to show it, because they'll receive bad karma if they don't. And I forgot what that's called, but that's one of their ritual things. And if you'll notice in the videos that we watch of like the music videos, there's big demons in the background, and There's everything's satanic now. Everything looks satanic.
I mean, you can. I've always said you can, if you look hard enough, you can find whatever you want. You can find racism in everything.
Oh yeah, but no,
You
I
can
mean,
find
just
you
every
can
movie-
find Satanism in everything if you look hard enough.
the panda eyes. You see that in the videos now? Do I have shit like snuff in my teeth?
No, I was getting from my own thing.
Um,
You need one?
probably.
pick the things out.
So the panda eyes. Do y'all know what that's about?
No.
Look that up. It's pretty fucking horrific, and it'll piss you off.
Is that like
What?
blackface?
Like the literal panda.
The panda eyes. Yeah, you'll see movie stars and you'll see actresses. Well, same thing as movie stars, but you'll see musicians wearing these shirts with a panda on it. So if you're, I don't want to get too detailed, but if you're, how can I say it? If you're raped, I'll say it like that, anally, it causes something to do with the panda eyes. It does so much damage. You've never heard or seen that? Have you ever seen a patient? Or, yeah. So it will. Look that up. And they broadcast it. They wear it on their T-shirt so they don't have to have the bad karma from it, what they're doing. And I think if they don't
Like
want to,
the ones that are actually doing the sodomizing are wearing the T-shirts, or the ones
they're
that have been
advertising.
victimized.
No, the victims would never do that. I would never foresee them doing that unless they're enslaved and have to, or being forced to. But
So the people who are doing it are literally promoting the fact that they're doing an
on
illegal
award
act.
shows, yeah, absolutely. So the panda, they're advertising the eyes, right? Look it up. It's pretty sickening. When we were talking earlier, there are very few good people in Hollywood. I'm dead serious. From the research, I've got Nikio ask me, "Is this a good guy? Is this a good guy?" And normally it's no. Normally the answer from what I've done, hey, look up Follow Cabal.
I mean, look at P. Diddy for crying out loud. Like,
But nobody
Oh my
believed
God.
that. Nobody, and I found that when I first started digging into the NWO or a New World Order, and when I was told it's a lot bigger, yeah. So,
It's a wrestling thing.
well, it's a satanic symbol. That's really what it is.
Let's see. Just learned what panda eyes are. It's something that happens when a young child is sodomizes. It causes their eyes to be swollen and purple like a panda.
And then look up movie stars are wearing panda shirts. It's disgusting.
But I mean, that goes back to what I said. If you look hard enough, you can find whatever you want and what you're looking for.
yeah.
Because I mean, you could just make shit up to make it fit your narrative.
Why would they wear a panda shirt? Why would they, knowing that
But what is the
somebody in their
conspiracy
industry
behind
is
that?
involved?
what is the conspiracy?
The conspiracy
behind
is that people don't realize what's going on, and they're following these
What if
demonic.
What if it was
evil
literally
people.
What if it was just literally a birth of a new panda?
Oh, pandas are cool. Real pandas.
But
are cool.
no, I mean, I'm not.
No,
It's like
it's
what
a
if it
beautiful
was
animal
like
created by God, and I think it's a gorgeous.
no, but I
animal.
mean, like I'm just saying
Peaceful.
no, but you're referencing the panda as like sodomized. Like, what if I wore a panda shirt because I like pandas?
So you do a
Or-
demonic. You create a demonic evil.
But you can never wear a panda shirt.
if you're creating a demonic evil music video, no, I don't think you should. I think it's an advertisement if you are. But if you'll look
Okay.
up,
Oh, wait. On just that statement alone, you're just so nobody can do anything panda
Because otherwise,
because it's
they're
because
saying
you
they've
just
been
said
sodomized.
because I just said
when
like
you're
what if
saying
I'm just it was-
nobody,
well, I
don't
just
think
asked you if there
do
was
that.
if there
I
was a
don't think-
birth of a new panda,
Yeah.
like there's because I mean pandas aren't they in danger now?
yeah.
So like there's birth of a new panda, and I'm just like cool, there's a new panda, and we don't have to worry about them going extinct. And
I
all of a
wouldn't
sudden,
worry about
but
you
I
doing
can't.
that, though. I'm talking about Hollywood. I'm talking about the evil.
What if that? See, there we go. See,
Yeah.
you're going down the road of what I was just saying. Of you can find what you're looking for if
Oh,
you
yeah,
look
yeah.
hard enough. If I'm only celebrating the birth of a new panda, not a sodomization, not a fucked up anything of any sorts, just literally an animal
That was born.
born.
Yay.
You know what happened? You can. He's chewing the chair. He's chewing the chair. Bentley. Yeah. What if I'm just wearing a shirt because I'm excited about a new panda, and you're saying I can't wear a new shirt because it's glorifying sodomizing?
You can wear whatever you want because I know you're not advertising that.
But you're looking into it with that reference.
So
but
it
you
goes
don't know if the
multiple depths.
you don't know if the actors who are wearing the shirts are doing it because they were sodomized or they are actually supporting pandas.
Yeah, and I'm not and
I
I'm
don't
not
give a
and I'm
shit.
not and I'm not
I don't
saying
give a
that
fuck who they support.
But that's what I'm
anymore
saying, like,
because they're
you're-
promoting demonic, evil shit, and that they're on that list. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, they're already promoting this evil shit in one aspect.
So you're saying that regardless of whether or not, like, you don't know if they are wearing the shirt to support just pandas entirely,
He's all right.
but you're just saying you're going to group them into that
So
lump sum of evil
once-
and
once you go down the rabbit hole, right, and you start looking this shit up, you start seeing things that are really demonic. Have y'all ever heard of Frazzle Drip?
frazzle drip.
Oh
that
yeah.
sounds like a STD.
Yeah. So you used to be able to. Oh well, it's worse than that. I promise. It's a video, and it was on Anthony Weiner's laptop, which was Huma Abedin, her husband. You know who Huma Abedin was. So that was Clinton's right hand woman, and she married Anthony Weiner. He was a congressman or something.
Oh, that was the guy that was sending dick pics.
Yeah. He got
Yeah.
busted sending dick pics
Yeah.
on that laptop. He had a file called insurance. Under that insurance, there was a gazillion files from Clinton, right, to protect them, basically to keep them alive is what's being said. There was 12 initial investigators that saw the laptop, saw the videos. 9 of them committed suicide. 9 of the hardened New York investigators committed suicide. So something called Frazzle Drip, right? And I'm telling you all this for a reason. It was where they surgically removed the face of a 12-year-old child, a girl, a 10 or 12-year-old girl, removed it, drank her blood. Have you ever heard of adrenochrome? Extracted from blood. Y'all have never heard of that?
No.
So that's what this whole thing's about.
Are you on the dark web? Like, where
So
are you looking at this?
now, listen. Now, you have to go to the dark web probably to find it. But then,
If he uses Google, it's not the dark web.
it was
That's not the dark web.
so. No, it was on the dark web. I mean, it is now.
No, you
And I
don't.
wouldn't even dare try to get there. But it was under Julian Assange's. What did he start? WikiLeaks. It was on his page, and you could go through.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It was like Wikipedia. You go through it, and you can watch or look up anything. Back then, and I would do it. I would cross-reference things I'd seen or heard or watched or read, and I'd go back and cross-reference it and see if it was, any truth to it. So there was a video, and I saw it. They had us in a surgical. It looked like a dentist's office in a dentist chair. They removed the face of a live 10 to 12-year-old girl. Right. They removed the skin off of her face and put it on their face. They were euphoric. They were high from drinking her blood to extract the adrenochrome. Y'all need to look that up. I mean, the conspiracies go deep. So I'm telling you all that to tell you this. Ellen had a photo, in the background of one of her COVID or whatever videos she posted to her social media. There is a picture of this face that looked exactly. It was bloodied, and it's really symbolized the same thing as Wilson. You imagine what Wilson looked like on Castaway?
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bloody handprint.
Yeah.
So that was the same thing, and then you've got them wearing T-shirts with the same thing on it. Right? I mean, what would that symbolize? What could that symbolize? And it's the same thing I physically saw in this video, if it was real, of Frazzle Drip. Frazzle Drip. There's some disgusting evil. I think it goes way deeper than just getting rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse. I think there's some evil shit in this government and this country, and not just country, in this world.
Oh,
And I think
100%.
that's why they're bringing 800,000 children a year go missing in the U.S. alone. And you look those statistics up. It's really disgusting. And that's why I said it'd piss you off if you started reading into it. But that right there, being able to cross-reference, being able to watch, being able to seeing this shit on the wall of a social media site, and then seeing them wearing T-shirts.
All right, I'm going to go back to what we kind of talked about earlier. If this is the one point, and that's the next point, remember, I was talking about that. If you keep doing this to try to get to your point, you're putting all kind of inaccurate information in there. And I feel like that's where you're at with a lot of things. It was like, what'd you say the panda eyes was? The panda eyes, meaning the children's eyes get dark and sunken, and then
They're black. They're black eyes. They're swollen black eyes. There's no, when you see a child with that, you know what they've been through, right? You were in a car accident when you were young, where both your eyes black.
no,
Okay. And you had a real
well, not that I know of. 'Cause
strong.
I never
it
looked at
wasn't-
my eyes.
I mean, I saw them, but you had a full face impact. You know, lost a couple teeth.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
So it takes a certain thing to make both your eyes black, right?
Yeah. Don't do what your husband says twice.
Besides that,
Oh
and,
my God.
and I'm probably gonna have both black eyes when I leave here for embarrassing her, but she's just further in. Just it's like, oh yep, I told y'all that it was crazy. Anyway, yeah, it's disgusting when I see them advertise shit like that. I automatically deem them evil, black. I mean,
No,
dark.
let's see. The theory makes sense in terms of the reference because there is a nerve in the rectum directly connected to the eyes.
It's a vagus nerve.
Look at that. When stimulated or overstimulated, the areas around the eyes do tend to darken.
And darken is black. Have you seen any pictures of them?
No, I'm not going to look at. That's something I'm not Googling.
I'm not going to look that up.
That's not a. That's.
No.
It's a weird. It's an odd topic to talk about, but no, I'm not
Well,
googling.
just scroll down when you
sodomy
put in
and-
no, when you just put in panda eyes, you can scroll down and look.
No, I mean I did a quick
Or
search for
image
panda
search.
eyes, but I mean I'm not going to hit.
When you see them, it'll piss you off. And there was a woman recently had an illegal alien. I like to say that slow and loud. She was kidnapped for like 21 days, and you could tell when she was being rescued from the police footage, from the chest whatever you call it footage, that she had.
Is that person
That is
sodomized?
it. It looks like it. I see a injury on the nose though, but yeah, this real young girl, 20, 21, 22 years old, was climbing down out of an attic, and both her eyes were just black like that. And you knew exactly what had happened. And
Yeah, skull fracture.
Really?
Yeah,
That's what
there's a
you
lot of
also call it.
there's a lot
cause
of
it.
things. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can cause both
But
eyes. But
in a child, and
See-
it's provable whether a child has a skull fracture or not.
yeah, but it's also provable that you can make up your own mind with whatever you want to relate it to.
Right.
So it's a. I'm trying to how to think to conceptualize this to you because like it's a really odd thing. Just like we can't be the only thing in the universe because it's statistically impossible.
No.
But is it? You walk down the road and every kid that's got fucking two black eyes. Oh, you sodomized that child.
I would question.
Like that would be.
I would.
like,
I
that's
would
just kind
seriously
of that's some.
watch
That'd be some
and
wild.
possibly follow that person.
Oh.
I would definitely.
You'd stalk them.
I would fucking stalk that adult and ask if they were okay. I literally would, because I don't play like that.
Okay. Like I said, just because like I said, maybe she didn't fucking do what her husband said twice. You had to tell her twice.
Well, in a husband situation, it's different and deserved.
Oh my God, both of you, stop.
Oh, there we go. Let's see a child with raccoon eyes masquerading as trauma.
No.
Let's see. Common symptom of basal skull fractures health-threatening situations such as amyloidosis, capo something sarcoma, multiple myelomas, neuroblastoma.
So anything like that's going to be majorly, that's tragic. That it's
But it can be
Traumatic.
easily diagnosed too.
right, and it can be easily diagnosed.
Yeah.
They're going to know.
So if they don't have any of those, then sure, I could see them going straight to being like, okay, this is
Yeah.
So were you illegally anally penetrated?
yeah.
What the fuck? I mean, I
They're
don't
going to ask that. I promise you, they'll ask that.
They'll ask it. They'll bring in like the specialists and like the the
I don't know.
people who
yeah.
have to
MRI
actually
for
deal
skull
with them.
fracture.
I just think that I just think that it'd be really weird just to be like, your kid's got two black eyes.
That's
You
not
raped
gonna
him.
that's not gonna be what they go to first, obviously. But I
would
mean
hope that wouldn't be your initial
no,
fucking
like they're
thought.
gonna go to CT and see if they have any kind of skull fracture. Yeah. And then they're gonna be like, okay, well, all of this is ruled out and they're perfectly fine except for this one particular symptom. And then they're probably going to take the kid to some psychiatric person who can be like, where were you hurt? Where were you traumatized?
Oh
And
yeah, I
they'll-
mean you can, yeah, for sure. But like I whatever.
Show me where Brad touched you.
I didn't touch anybody.
here,
Babe,
pup,
babe,
pup.
keep your clothes on.
Come here, pup.
Tammy cannot show you where Brad touched her. Brad touched her everywhere. No, you can't get high from drinking blood.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
no, you can't.
Absolutely, 1,000% can. Adrenochrome. It was in the movie with. You ever heard of adrenochrome? Look up the. Look up that, and then look up. It looks like the molecular makeup of it looks like a rabbit. Yeah, that's pretty cool shit. Yeah, what was the Johnny Depp movie? Loathing Las Vegas. Leaving Las Vegas. Is that what it was? Yeah, he was talking about adrenochrome, or the guy in it was talking about it.
Well, if it's in a movie, we have to believe it.
The
right?
greatest high. But if you start researching, you'll find it.
It's like the internet, right?
Yeah.
Everything is-
Adrenochrome is a chemical compound produced by the oxidization whatever, of adrenaline. While it has been subject of some research, particularly in mid-20th century, it's also discussed in popular culture. It has no current medical or recreational applications.
That was what they drank in that show, Jupiter Ascending, right?
I never watched it.
No, I think Jupiter's. Is that the movie with fucking
Mia Kunis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think they got high before they wrote that, and then they just made up some shit because that was a fucking atrocious movie.
I never watched it.
That
That's terrible.
That was fucking horrible. Adrenochrome.
All right, are we about done?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we've hit the 4-hour mark.
Oh my God. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, we're done. We'll wait for James to get back from the head. There you go. So what'd you think, babe? Are you convinced on Flat Earth or any other conspiracies?
Nope.
What about you, baby kangaroo?
You're not convinced on COVID?
Oh, I always thought COVID was a conspiracy.
I thought it was just fucked up, but
I mean, it's fucked up for sure. And
So-
I hate that so many people lost their lives. But again, it's
I have
like,
a theory
how do
on
you
why
know? How do you know
COVID
if they?
was released by the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, what's your theory?
They didn't want Trump to get reelected.
what the fuck?
But he was. But how would that help their situation?
Oh, because he's way harder on China than Joe Biden ever was.
No, she's asking how would the COVID thing
How does
made
that?
Trump look bad enough to not get reelected?
Well, yeah, because then it lets Democrats cheat.
How did COVID affect that?
Because they put in place all those things where they said, oh, you don't have to vote in person. There's no rules. You just send in whatever you want.
So it's just a detached voter thing, not a COVID was designed to make Trump.
No,
not
I think
reelected.
that the Chinese Communist Party released COVID just to fuck with the entire world.
I don't think they released it. I think it just crept out.
Oh,
I
think they really
no,
did.
I
Yeah,
think it was
people are-
intentional. I think it was intentional because
Oh wow.
they closed like trains coming in and out of that city. They closed all kinds of transportation, but they did not close airports. Like airports is where you're gonna mass worldwide
They closed down.
release it.
They closed down fishing by yourself.
No, I'm not saying in Washington State in the
Yeah, and your
United States.
boat's 20 feet long, man.
I'm
Both of us
saying-
could be on there and we more than 6 feet apart.
In the
It was
town,
more than
in the
Washington.
town that it actually was originated from, they did not close down airports.
Well, China didn't because China's a bunch of.
They closed everything else, every other kind of transportation down except for airports. And airports are like, hello, everywhere.
I think there was another reason China released it too. Because the elderly were disproportionately affected as a result of COVID.
Agreed.
And I think China wanted to get rid of a whole lot of their old people.
Yeah, COVID would be a way to do it.
Hence, we send sick people to nursing homes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
And
Don't live in New York. Let's hope you don't live in New York.
That's
if that's
Social
the case.
Security checks that can be stolen.
all right, so when you come back for another conspiracy theory,
That's definitely
COVID's one you want to talk about.
Absolutely.
We're gonna do 3. So what's your top 3? COVID.
Mm.
What's your next one?
Shit, I forgot. What did I say? A while ago?
All right, because I'm making notes
Okay.
for when you come back. So COVID's got to be one apparently,
Yeah, COVID.
because we can talk.
Because-
We can definitely talk
Yeah,
about the
yeah,
arm
yeah.
going out your
I heard
ass
y'all
from taking the
talking
shot.
about it. Yeah.
Because I haven't
Blood
had an arm,
clots and
haven't had an arm grow out my
What
ass
we
yet.
need to talk about is how to remove it. That's what. Oh, we never finished about graphene oxide. It can be manipulated with frequency, right? And there are sound frequency weapons created, so it could be like a death shot.
I'm gonna look up that. I'm gonna look up that Antarctic episode.
Treaty.
That thing. No, not the treaty, but the thing with the weapons the guy was fucking talking about. I'm gonna play you
Okay.
that clip so I can remember to. All right, cool. Babe, closing comments.
great conversation. I appreciate you coming on the podcast, James.
Thank y'all.
And
Thank y'all for inviting me.
expressing your thoughts and opinions.
Mhm.
And I mean, it's thought provoking. All of everything that we talked about is thought provoking. And I hope people talk about it and talk about it in a respectful and understanding environment.
What you got, baby kangaroo?
I want to echo what Tammy just said. It's amazing to me how we can have conversations about things that are potentially very confrontational and everybody is still so civil. And I
Yeah.
find it hugely refreshing. And I find it maybe, just maybe, there's a chance the world's not going to implode and we're all going to kill one another. Maybe.
Maybe. James, what you got?
I echoed the echo, and really appreciate y'all inviting me. And I look forward to coming back and talking about the Rougarou, Bigfoot,
Might be one.
and COVID again.
I'm only giving you 3 for when you come back. So
And
that's
Big Dick Nate.
I don't know who this Nate guy is, but I just
appreciate y'all.
Stay your ass away. Yeah, I got to do what I got to do. All right, cool. All right, y'all. If y'all made it, this is going to be the longest episode so far at 4 hours and 12 minutes. If you've made it this far, you must have been drunk or high. I don't know which one it is. Or both. Maybe both. That's a good point. All right. As always, said it earlier when we started the fucking episode. If y'all want to have a podcast for y'all to get heard, even if it's to help your mental health or do anything, hit me up at pawnshopoflife@gmail.com. I'll host an episode for you. I love to expand and or just have civil conversation with people. So if you're uncivil, don't hit me up. I don't want to talk to you. If you want to be civil and have a grown-up conversation, we can do that. Doesn't matter what the topic is. But I do appreciate y'all making it this far. And if you enjoy the show, thank you. And we will see you next time. We are out.